already a few minutes late. We're going to draft tonight. So let's go dive right into some Ranked Throne drafts. Well, then, indeed. I mean, it's probably Royal Scions, but I don't know that it's definitely Royal Scions. Royal Scions is the kind of Planeswalker that's traditionally not that good in Limited. It doesn't really impact the board, but that said, it has a ton of loyalty, right? It comes in with a 3 and then a +1, so effectively, for 3 mana, you get 6 loyalty, similar to Oko. Of course, Oko is one of the best Planeswalkers ever for Limited because it dominated the board. Turn all their big creatures into 3/3s, make a 3/3 every turn out of your food or every other turn, whatever. This card doesn't actually impact the board at all, but it does smooth your hand, dig deep, give you good attacks with the +1 that pumps a creature, and of course it has a million loyalty, so it doesn't get attacked out that well. And also, in this format, Blue-Red is an archetype deck. It is a focus draw 2 archetype deck, and the Royal Scions is a great way to trigger your draw 2 enablers over and over and over again reliably. So I mean, by all means, this card is first pickable, but it is a gold card. And again, this is like an A to B tier, but it's not an S tier. This is not like a windmill slam can't be beat like Oko. This is like a good card that is first pickable. Other contenders would be Glass Casket. Definitely, I think it's a little worse than Royal Scions, but it is also one color. Lock Dragon, which, again, if you're going to take what's basically a blue-red gold card, then there's not a lot of reason to take Lock Dragon over Royal Scions, I don't think. I don't actually think they're far apart. But I do think Royal Scions is a little better than Lock Dragon. Thank you, the Black Rat of the Forest. Appreciate that subscription. Thanks for supporting my stream for 5 months. You rock. Also, thank you, Cam, for resubscribing to my stream for 11 months. Yeah, you're going to be one of the first members of the 1 Year Club. Thank you for supporting the stream from day one. I might not have drafted since they updated the bots. I spent all weekend playing Standard. I think the last time I did a booster draft, well, I drafted at FNM, but that was in person. Obviously, it didn't involve the bots. And then before that, the last draft I did was last Wednesday or Thursday, whenever my last stream was. Thank you, Mayday. I appreciate that. Yeah, playing Standard, not nearly as good as drafting Throne. But, you know, trying to win MC7, so this might be my last Arena MC for a little while. Who knows? I'm looking very likely to be a rival next year and not remake MPL, which I'm cool with, but gotta practice and try and do well in these giant tournaments when I get the opportunities, right? Thank you, Overwrote, for subscribing for 7 months. Very much appreciated. All right, so then the commons in this pack, Searing Barrage is a nice removal spell, but I'm not going to take it. So I am going to take Royal Scions here. But again, I think it's important to remember, like, I wouldn't necessarily take Royal Scions over one of the really good uncommons that was one color. Like, if there was an Edgewall Innkeeper or a Sir Conrad in this pack, I'd probably take those over Royal Scions. Royal Scions is first pickable, but this is no Oko. See, here's the thing, Based. Most people work all week, right? And then they do something fun on the weekend. I stream drafts all week, and then I spend my weekend grinding Standard matches. So I have fun during the week, and then on the weekend is when I practice. Yeah, I haven't drafted since last Thursday, I doubt. So I don't know. Are we still getting Secret Keepers a millionth pick? Or yeah, any knowledge on the bot updates would be useful, because I have not done an arena draft since then, which is a world record for me, I think. Probably only happens when I have to play Standard before a big Standard tournament. Yeah, this is an easy Scorch. Grumgully and OK Adversary might be a little bit better cards than Scorching Dragonfire, but not much. And they don't go with Royal Scions. So obviously, if there's basically a tie between the best cards in this pack, Scorching Dragonfire, Adversary, and Grumgully, and one of them is on color with our first pick and the others aren't, and those cards are all about the same power level, then there would be no reason to take one of the ones that doesn't go with it. So this is a really easy Dragonfire. Now it's going to get a little more complicated, because, I mean, the best card that goes with what we already have is Merchant of the Veil, but Merchant of the Veil is not like a great card. You don't really want to be third picking it. But that said, I mean, there's Drown in the Loch. Drown in the Loch is probably the best card in this pack. No, I think Royal Scions and Grumgully are pretty close. I'd probably take Royal Scions. You could take Grumgully. I'm not really sure. I mean, it's a mythic. I haven't seen it that many times. I have had it and played against it, and I think that evaluating Royal Scions as like, you know, an A-, an A, but definitely nowhere near an S is correct. Grumgully, you know, is about a B+, an A-, A- also, so I think they're pretty close. If you had a strong color preference between blue-red and green-red, I think you could take Grumgully or Royal Scions. I think it would be fine either way. I would probably take Royal Scions because I don't have a strong color preference there. Thank you, Mr. Morph. Which morph are you? Which morph is your favorite? Thanks for subscribing for 6 months. I know I've got my favorite morph. Also, thank you, Flippyoka. Appreciate that subscription. So let's see. So here, though, thank you, Big Bang Fabby. Appreciate that subscription. Thanks to everybody who does save their subs for me. I appreciate it. I know whenever the weekend goes or I miss a stream or two for something, and then I come back, there's always a ton of subs right away. So thank you to all of you for supporting my stream and my Magic content. Really means the world to me. Super inspiring. The original one, Accelerated Blue with Monolith and Blue 3. Mine was one of the originals too, Skirt Commando. I just love getting them. Anytime you attacked with Commando and they took it and then you unmorphed and hit their 2/2 for 2 damage, it was just so sweet. What's better than getting them, right? So yeah, this is a pick between Drown in the Loch, Merchant, Exalted Angel, spoken like a constructed player. How often did you get Exalted Angels in Limited? Come on now. Well, thanks, Mayday. I appreciate it. Yeah, the Rivals commentary was awesome. Part of why I think that went so well was it was just a great team. Like, Becca did a really good job of just, like, introducing what decks the players were playing and making, like, large points to talk about. And then Admirable knew the decks as well and could, like, set me up well. We discussed strategy back and forth well. I thought it was, like, a really good team. Really fun to work with those. Okay, so yeah, this pick is not easy. You could definitely take Drown in the Loch, Merchant of the Veil, or Rosethorn Acolyte here. I think all of them are perfectly fine choices. Drown in the Loch is definitely the best of the cards, but I mean, we have a Scorching Dragonfire in addition to the Royal Scions, and I mean, Royal Scions is a pretty good blue-red draw control enabler. So I think I'm just going to take Merchant of the Veil here. Definitely wouldn't blame anybody for taking a more powerful card like Drown. But it's not like Drown is a black card and it's more powerful. Listen, like I said, Royal Scions is A tier, not S tier. If I need to audible away from Royal Scions, I'm more than willing to do that, right? I'll draft red-black, I'll draft red-green, I'll draft red-white, whatever. But Drown in the Loch is a blue-black-gold card. So if we're going to play Drown in the Loch, we're not going to play Scorching Dragonfire either. Like, we're seeing a playable red common that fits into the archetype in the deck we have. I don't think I want to be taking a blue-black-gold card here. If this was like a bacon to a pie, I would snap take bacon to a pie over Merchant of the Veil. There's no way I would take Merchant of the Veil here just because I have a Royal Scions. If Drown in the Loch was a bacon to pie, it would already be in my stack, and we'd already be looking at pick 4. But, I mean, a blue-black-gold card after Dragonfire Royal Scions is pretty ugly. There's thoughts to play Grixis. I mean, you can always light splash in this format, but that's something that, you know, you want. It happens when it happens. You don't want to plan for it early. And I think Merchant just makes the most sense out of this pack. Okay, so this pick, I think, is a little bit easier. We don't have to commit to any colors. We can just take a Clockwork Servant. If we go mono or heavy red, we'll be really happy with it. And as of right now, we only have red cards, basically. There's no cards in this pack that I'm, like, really sad to not get or anything. We don't really want, like, I shouldn't say we don't want a second Merchant. We'll play 2 Merchants in a red-blue draw, too. Each Merchant has diminishing returns, though. If you have 1 Merchant, you have access to its ability. So I'm not saying don't play 2. I'm not saying don't play 3. Play however many you get in your red-blue draw 2s. But you take each additional one a little less highly than you take the one before it. And we still may just audible into some kind of red anything deck. We've seen virtually no blue cards so far. I know it's only pick 4. So for now, I think Clockwork Servant here is a pretty easy choice. The Broom is fine, but it doesn't go that fast with red. Broom is good in the food decks. generally green mid-rangey food decks. I'm not saying we wouldn't play it in a red deck. Maybe we'll pick up some golden eggs and things like that. But I think Clockwork Servant, when we have 2 red cards and a red-blue card, like this is a pretty clear pick out of this pack. All right, well, that's the first good blue card we've really seen since Scions, but I think Turn Into a Pumpkin is the best card in this pack by a substantial margin. I'm not huge on Charm Sleep. As you can see, we're going to be heavier red than blue most likely. And the adamant part of Turn Into a Pumpkin is cool, but it's not important. But not being able to cast your double blue card when you need to is very important. Egg would have been my second choice out of that last pack, by the way. Queen, I don't like. This isn't a tempo-y format all the time. Queen, and blue especially, is really controlling. I'll gladly play Queen if I'm like a heavy white deck that's trying to attack, or a heavy red deck that's trying to attack with a few blue cards. But in my like bluish, controlish decks, which most blue decks are, I don't like Queen of Ice. But here, I think we're definitely taking Turn Into a Pumpkin. Like I said, I think Turn Into a Pumpkin is just the best card in this pack. It's single blue to cast. The Adamant is not particularly important. It's just like late game bonus. Wolverine is fine, but not exciting as a draw 2 card. And I mean, if we play red and not blue, we're not even going to care about Wolverine. We might not even play it. So this is a pretty easy Turn Into a Pumpkin, in my opinion. I'm not against Charm Sleep, but yeah, there's naturalized effects that are main deckable. Runaway Together is quite good against it. You still get to bounce their creature and yours. It's not even like a traditional bounce spell. Also, just as a whole, I just haven't found it to be that effective of a card. The decks in this format are generally revolving around synergy and stuff like that. They're not revolving around some creature that you need to answer. So now we have another interesting choice. It looks like the bots weren't taking Secret Keepers that aggressively post-update, because we're seeing one here, 6th pick. And we could definitely take it. You know, you still want to mill people. It's still a good blocker. Our blue-red deck is looking control-ish, not aggressive. We have a Planeswalker that draws cards and a bunch of ways to get card advantage and removal. We're not looking to be aggressive at all with the stack. So the ability to mill them out and mill out other control decks and mill decks is a big deal. But that said, mill is normally more of a blue-black strategy than a blue-red strategy. So I'm going to grab Secret Keeper here because it's clearly not over very much. There's a Runaway Together, a Merrily Frieder, not much in this pack, but not really sure where we're going to end up here. All right, well, now we've got one of those picks. I talk about this concept all the time. People always say, like, when do you decide on your colors? When do you have to? You never have to. You never do. The draft decides for you. You just go pick by pick, right? But this is one of those pivotal picks where we have a big decision, because Thrill of Possibility and Wolverine are fine cards for blue-red draw 2, but we might table that other Drown in the Loch. We just got a Secret Keeper, and seeing a Drown in the Loch here, 7th pick, and Drown is a lot more powerful of a card than Thrill and Wolverine. This makes me want to take Drown and keep black-blue as an option. I won't really miss Wolverine or Thrill that much, but they are solid playables for a blue-red draw 2. So this is one of those picks where, you know, it's kind of like, do you just say, I have 2 red cards, 2 blue cards, a blue-red-gold mythic, and take the blue-red draw 2 card? Or do you take Drown just in case you table that other Drown and you're able to draft a blue-black mill deck? Not 100% what to do here. This is like a pretty pivotal pick, pretty important pick, I think. Thank you, Tifa80. Appreciate that subscription. Thanks for subscribing for 7 months, most of the time I've been streaming. Thank you, Subgnosis. Cool name. I love the spelling. Appreciate that subscription. It's definitely letting you sub, I think, because it says you sub, and I do appreciate the support. And thank you again, Twitch, for allowing Subgnosis to sub to my stream. Well, we might table the one from earlier, and even if we don't, we're still seeing it 7th now, not 3rd, which tells us that there's not anyone really drafting blue-black control at this table. So regardless of whether, it's not like Drown gets better in multiples by a lot. I mean, every Drown is good in a blue-black deck. You Secret Keeper them once, and then this is just a ridiculous split card. Counterspell/terminate. But that said, it's not like the Drowns make the other Drowns better or something. If we don't get that Drown back, it's not a big deal. Seeing 7th pick Drown is making me think blue-black is wide open. That said, we've seen no black cards. We haven't seen a Bake. We haven't seen a Reeve Soul. We've really seen almost nothing from black. So it's possible that the person passing to us is just drafting like black-green or black-white. And so they're taking the good black removal, but they're not taking like the blue cards. Because we got Secret Keeper and Turn into a Pumpkin late, and now we're seeing Drown. So that would be the read we have to have on this draft, that the person passing to us or passing to us is playing black, but they're just not playing black-blue or black-red. They're playing black-green or black-white. Yeah, it is true that we're not sacrificing much if we take Drown. I mean, we could, but we don't really want to splash Drown. I mean, this is the Adamant format. We already have several Adamant cards here, Clockwork Servant and Turn into a Pumpkin. And I mean, Drown is good enough that you could splash it, but do you really want to? I think I'm going to start us off drafting the easy way tonight. We just really haven't seen any black cards. So like I said, I've got to read this as the bots passing to us are drafting black-green and black-white. And blue-red feels like exactly where we're supposed to be. So I think I'm just going to go with a Wolverine, a solid 2-drop for a blue-red deck. Now this is an easy Witching Well. That's good in any blue deck. And there's no other cards in this pack I would even consider. Another Wolverine, of course, Overfling. Nothing close here. And grab a Moonlight Scavengers in case we end up with enough artifacts and enchantments to turn it on. Dwarven Mine. These cards don't matter. These cards don't really matter. Sorry, cards. You don't matter to me. All right, as we get into pack 2, there's now Vantress Gargoyle and Scorching Dragonfire. So it's nice that the 2 best cards in the pack we opened are on color. I think those 2 cards are pretty close. I feel like Vantress Gargoyle is probably better, and we do have a Secret Keeper to help turn it on already. But Scorching Dragonfire is like hyper efficient removal. So I'm not sure, and control decks want that. Like every deck wants efficient removal, but an aggro deck, Scorching Dragonfire is a lot less exciting. You can't remove that big blocker with it, like a Searing Barrage can. But for a red-blue draw 2 with all this card advantage and stuff, Scorching Dragonfire is definitely mint condition. It's exactly the kind of removal we're looking for to make sure we don't get run over and we kill their 2/3/4 drop while we go on to win through card advantage. That said, Vantress Gargoyle is really powerful. If we're going to be drawing extra cards, it's going to be able to block. It mills them like Secret Keeper. And if you fire off Secret Keeper once, it's pretty easy to start attacking with a 5/4. It's a pretty tough pick. I don't think it matters much which we take. I feel like they're really close. This is why I love the draft voting, because I want to see how everybody feels between Vantress Gargoyle and Scorching Dragonfire, because to me, they just seem extremely close. Rare greater than common. That is true in the aggregate, but it doesn't mean it's true in each and every case. You don't think it's even remotely close? What do you think then, Alan? Golden Egg or Charm Sleep? I'm not sure. I think we have enough blue that I might take the Charm Sleep. There are definitely a lot of blue-red draw 2s where I would take Golden Egg over Charm Sleep, but we do have Turn into Pumpkin, Witching Well, Secret Keeper. We're going to be playing quite a few islands in the stack. Thank you, Thomas OX9. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for supporting my stream. There's no downside to a 5/4 for 2. Well, it can't block if you have less than 4 cards in your hand. You might want your creature to block. It can't attack unless they have 7 cards in your yard. It does mill 1 card at a time, but that means it's not attacking for several turns if you haven't Secret Keepered them. There are downsides. It is a good card, though, of course. All right. I mean, these decks could use win conditions, especially if we do end up really controlling and not aggressive. So I'm down for the Gargoyle. Looks like the draft gods rewarded us with a Scorching Dragonfire the very next pick anyway. The Red Castle, you're always going to play it, but it's not an exciting card. It's not like the Blue Castle that like just wins you every late game. This thing is like cool that it can pump your creatures, and it's just a land, so it's valuable. But it's nowhere near as good as Scorching Dragonfire. So now that's an easy pick. Yeah, we still got there, huh? So now I think we want an Unexplained Vision. I don't love it in these decks, but we have pretty good cheap removal. Our curve is pretty low. So I feel like we could use a powerful card drawing spell for the late game. Plus, it's not over anything there anyway. Easy red cap melee here. It's just great removal. It's better in an aggro deck because you care about sacking lands less. But again, you don't have to use this early. The fact that you get a good 1-mana removal spell to double spell with on turn 5 or 6 when you no longer care about sacking lands has a lot of value. All around, just a good card. Speaking of all around, just a good card, we're definitely happy to take third Scorching Dragonfire. Looks like we're going to have plenty of efficient removal now. It's always nice to see. Red seems to be wide open at this table. So Sage of the Falls is an interesting card. That's a card that I looked at and I said, this is a good Magic card, and it looks like one. But so far on Arena for the past month, it has not been a good Magic card because way too many people have been trying to deck you and not attack you. A 2/5 doesn't pressure the opponent well, but it blocks pretty well. And also, you get the loots right away, but loots aren't great against people trying to deck you. Hopefully with these bot updates, everyone won't be trying to deck us, and Sage of the Falls will end up good in our deck. I'm going to grab the Scavenger. Not planning to play the first one at the moment, let alone the second, but you never know. Sprite's just another one of those good Magic cards. If you counter something, it's just a 2-for-1. A 2/1 flyer is a real card, and then you already countered something. Doesn't always do what you want it to do, but it's a good Magic card. These cards don't matter. These cards don't matter. I took the land just in case we end up really heavy blue, but I'm pretty sure even though we have more blue than red, we have a bunch of good early game red cards, including 3 Scorching Dragonfire. So I'm fairly certain we're going to play a two-color red-blue with pretty evenly split mana. That's a good question, Bell. I don't know how that works. Can you put a basic land in your sideboard to wish for it, or do you not have the ability to wish up lands? Fae of Wishes is another one of those rares that, like, it's a good card, not even remotely broken, but a 2-mana 1/4 flyer is a fine creature. Like, if there was a card 2-mana 1/4 flyer and it had no text, defensive decks would want that, aggressive decks would not. The text is obviously a big deal. Now you're in the late game, you discard extra lands, go tutor up something powerful out of your sideboard. I think that it's a good card, but not a great card. We're probably going to take it here. There's not even a Scorching Dragonfire or something for it to compete with. Sir Conrad, that ship has sailed. We're playing blue-red. I mean, Elite Headhunter sucks. Ogre Errant's good if you're an aggressive Knights deck. We are the opposite of an aggressive Knights deck. We are a pure control deck. We have lots of removal, good cheap removal. We have card drawing. Like, this is not an aggressive deck at all. So I guess I'll take Fae of Wishes. Even though I don't think Fae is great, it's just an easy pick here because it's that or Steelgaze Griffin, and we already have a Steelgaze, a Sage, and a Visions. So we already have tons of 5-mana cards. So not really the blue rare we wanted to open, but I do think it's still a good card in this deck. I guess we should grab second Secret Keeper, especially now that we have Vantress Gargoyle. If you mill them once for 4, then Gargoyle starts attacking pretty quickly. If you don't mill them for 4, the game may end before you can attack with Gargoyle. So it's a big deal, and it's also a good blocker, and we're a control deck, so I think Secret Keeper is where we want to be. Well, this pick is not hard. This pick is a Windmill Slam. Mad Ratter is just an incredible win condition for this deck. We can turn it on over and over and over again, a variety of ways. Witching Well draws 2 cards. Merchant of the Veil draws 2 cards. Royal Scions draws 2 cards. Servant draws 2 cards. Turn into a Pumpkin draws 2 cards. Sage of the Falls triggers it. Unexplained Visions triggers it. Mad Ratter is a Yahtzee. It's unfortunate that Mad Ratter and Red Cap Melee are in the same pack, but can't complain. I guess I could, but who would listen, right? Okay, so now we can grab another Merchant of the Veil. Vantress Paladin's fine, not exciting. It's not over anything. Tome Raider, another fine draw 2 card, and we're not an aggressive deck, so we're not really interested in Raiders and Rimrock Knight. Hey, second Mad Ratter. All right, I'm no longer worried about closing games. Now we have our Gargoyle, which is a good closer but dies. Our Royal Scions, which will provide us a lot of value towards winning. And then, of course, now we have double Ratter to close with, so I love that. Control deck comes together when it gets its win conditions, if it's already got its cheap removal and its card drawing. Don't think these cards can possibly matter. Tome Raider over Scalding Cauldron there is pretty easy. Cauldron is slow and efficient removal. It's like Scorching Dragonfire at sorcery speed, except you pay 2 extra mana for it. Which tells you how good Scorching Dragonfire is, because Cauldron is playable and Scorching Dragonfire is very exciting. So let's see. This is almost certainly going to be a 17-land deck. We have card drawing, but we have like Opt and Witching Well and Tome Raiders. It's not like we need to play 18. Moonlight Scavengers is virtually never going to be on. That's an easy cut. But what else can we cut? We could cut a Wolverine or two. We don't really need these little creatures to attack, even though a 2-mana 3/2 first strike sounds exciting. Like I said, we really have card drawing and finishers. We're a control deck all the way. So I think we could certainly cut like a Wolverine at least. And we're not worried about getting run over early because we have 3 Scorching Dragonfires and Vantress Gargoyle, and Fae of Wishes. So that's 5 nice defensive plays. We don't need Steel Gaze Griffin, but it is effectively a 4/4 flyer in our deck. Our curve is not that high. I agree it's cut a bowl. It's certainly the worst of the 3/5 drops, but that doesn't mean we want to cut it. But the cards that we could think about cutting are basically Wolverine here, a Tome Raider, Clockwork Servant, Steel Gaze Griffin. We have to cut like 1 to 2 more cards. It is possible we could play 16 lands. We do want to make our land drops, but our cards are pretty cheap. And if we have a red and not a blue, we can use Merchant of the Veil to dig up lands. If we have a blue and not a red, we can use Opt and Witching Well. So it is possible we could play 16. Fae only gets non-creatures, that's true. But it's also a 2-mana 1/4 flyer. Like, I would rather have Fae in this deck than Wolverine. What does it search for, though? It searches for... We can get our lands, Dwarven Mine, or Mystic Sanctuary. It searches for Fling, Blow Your House Down. Nothing good, nothing exciting, by all means. Cutting a non-creature over a creature is a little exciting, so you have something good to go get. That's true. But, I mean, we're not going to put a good removal spell in our sideboard. I mean, that's not reasonable. We could cut a Secret Keeper, but it's also just a good early blocker. I think I'm going to cut Wolverine. Like, I forgot we have the 2 Secret Keepers, too. We're never attacking on the ground. Like, unless we're swarming them with rats. That's just not what we're doing. Opt in the side. I'm not going to put Scion in the side for Fae. I'd rather have turn 3 Scion than turn 5 Scion. We could put Visions in the sideboard to tutor up for with Fae. That's definitely reasonable. A nice, powerful card drawing spell to go get in the late game. I could see that. Because that's not a card you want to have right away. That's a nice tutor target for Fae. I don't know if that's going too far, but I don't feel like Unexplained Visions is something we really need. I think that actually makes a lot of sense. I'm going to go ahead and slap the Visions in the sideboard because of Fae of Wishes. If not, I'd probably put the Steel Gaze Griffin in the sideboard. Oh, somebody mentioned adding an island and a mountain to the sideboard so we can tutor them. Don't get me wrong. We're probably going to tutor for the Dwarven Mine and the Mystic Sanctuary. Once you already have enough lands, like 4, that you're casting Fae of Wishes and searching your sideboard, why would you ever get Basic Mountain or Basic Island over these better mountains and islands? But maybe there'll be a time where we just want land 5, turn 5. We have exactly 2 islands, 2 mountains or something. So if we have the ability to add those lands to our sideboard, we should do it. I don't know how you do that. Do you put them in your main and then drag them up to the sideboard or something? I've never done this before. Tried to put lands in my sideboard. It just disappeared, right? So that didn't work. Does anybody know how to do that? I don't think you can do that. Yeah, I don't think you can either. But in this case, we're okay because we can tutor up our Dwarven Mine and our Mystic Sanctuary. So if we want to land, we'll be going to get those non-basics anyway. I try, Mayday. I try. Nobody listens to me. So I don't know if all of you are aware. I know I haven't streamed a ton lately because of the Twitch Rivals event and MC6. But Mage actually released version 2 now. It's out. It's active. So everybody go check out Mage Market. I now have a bonus code BENS. If you put that in whenever you make a purchase on Mage Market site, you'll get 5% off. But way more importantly than that, they track that, and that's how they'll know that you're supporting my stream. So by all means, like I always say, I'm not going to tell you to buy stuff you don't need just to support my stream. But Mage Market's one of the cheapest, most efficient, safest ways you could ever buy or sell singles over the internet. So if you do check out version 2 and you do want to buy anything because the price is good, then please use promo code BENS, and then you'll get 5% off, and they'll know that you came from my stream. And that will help maintain the sponsorship for the long haul. So definitely go check them out. Thank you, Dead Man on Fire. Appreciate the subscription. Of course, that's a great way to support the stream long term, because without sponsors, this wouldn't be possible. But also, subscribing is just a great direct way to support the stream. So thank you, Dead Man on Fire. Appreciate that. I like Throne for limited, though I do agree the Secret Keeper Arena bot problem was very real. Hopefully it's not as bad now that there's been some updates. I have no idea. I didn't run anything in the Twitch Rivals tournament because I commentated it. So I actually flew out to LA, hung out at the studio, and commentated the event. Which was awesome, and I hope Twitch will have me back because I had a lot of fun. I thought this team was awesome. The studio was great. You're welcome, Got Quail. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for supporting the stream. Always glad to hear people are learning. That is my primary objective at all times. Okay, so for now, I guess we're just going to cast a merchant. We don't really need to loot. Might as well put a 2/3 in play. Can always loot those extra lands out of our hand. And we're only a mill or two away from attacking with our 5/4 here. They have 5 cards in the yard currently. Yeah, we did pretty well on rares and uncommons in this deck. We've got the Royal Scion, Vantress Gargoyle. I mean, Fae of Wishes is it's a fine card, but it's really more like a common than a rare, to be honest. But you know, Vantress Gargoyle and Royal Scions are pretty strong, and Double Mad Ratter is also really strong. Okay, so I'm going to send this on an adventure. We have a land we're happy to discard right now, and 1 mana is less for that effect than 3. Cool. Now, it looks like just going to attack and play another Merchant of the Veil. Oh, wow, that was really bad. So I should have played the Merchant of the Veil pre-combat because they have exactly 6 cards in their yard. So if they counter this, that puts a 7th card in their yard, and I could have attacked with Vantress Gargoyle. Now, I don't really care if they counter this Merchant of the Veil or not. I mean, I barely want it to resolve. But should they have wanted to counter it because they have a handful of counters and they don't want to let me get further ahead on board, I would have loved to attack them for 5. So last turn, the correct play was everything I did except pre-combat. I should have cast this Merchant. This way, if they did counter it, that would put 7 in their yard, and then I could attack with Vantress Gargoyle. All right, for now, let's start with Witching Well and see what we got. Well, I want both of those for sure. I guess the order doesn't matter because I'm probably going to pop Witching Well and get both here. So just leave them like that. So if I attack with the merchant, they gain 1 and I take 1. So the end result is they take 1 and I take 1. So do I want to deal 1 damage to both of us? I guess I do. They're a mill deck, and I'm about to hit them for 4 with the Vantress Gargoyle. So we'll attack with all 3. So when you have a 2-power creature and they have a Revenge of Ravens, that's just how you think about it. If they can't block it or kill it in combat, you're just effectively dealing 1 to both of you. Yeah, the Vantress Gargoyle, I take 1, they take 4. And then the Merchant of the Veils, we both take 1 damage. Because they gain 1 and it does 2, and I take 1. So for now, we could Royal Scions. What does the plus on this thing do? +2/+0, first strike, and trample. So we could use this on the Gargoyle and just attack with our 1 big creature. Or we could use it on one of the Merchant of the Veils and attack with that one. They won't have a block with Sir Eleonora, but then Sir Eleonora could attack back. I guess we could always throw Secret Keeper in front of it this turn, though. And the opponent's considerably lower than us. And we still have Dragonfire and turn into a pumpkin to get rid of Revenge. Or turn bounces any permanent, not just creatures, well, non-lands. And Scorching Dragonfire to deal with a potential blocker. So I think we want to be dealing as much damage as we can. So I'm going to go ahead and pump the ground creature so that it can attack profitably into Sir Eleonora for maximum damage this turn. Then, of course, we put out an extra blocker. We want to protect the Royal Scions. So Sir Eleonora does not have trample. Just going to go ahead and chump with the Secret Keeper. That's an easy choice here. We're actually on the offensive, despite the fact that we're playing a control deck. So we don't care at all about that 0-4. I didn't save a land because I wanted to have Dragonfire up. Should they play a creature that I can Dragonfire, I want to spend that 2 mana end of turn. I understand we have these Merchant of the Veils and Royal Scions, but this game is probably ending sometime soon. I think it was important to get the lands in play. Speaking of a nice target for Scorching Dragonfire, hello, 4 mana Mythic Rare. All right, so I think now they're probably dead. We want to start by getting rid of Revenge. Okay, well, if they didn't concede, I was going to bounce the Revenge first. Just no reason to have them gain 3 more life. Then I would have used Royal Scions on one of the smaller of the creatures. So either of the Merchant of the Veils, just not the Vantress Gargoyle, and then attack with all 3. Especially because the Royal Scions was going to 7, so Sir Eleonora wasn't going to take it out in 1 hit, even if they ended up with some kind of a bounce or tiny, or so tiny to stay alive. Well, they didn't play it pre-combat because they weren't going to attack with it. If they hit Royal Scions, they don't get the effects. And if they hit me, making us each sack a creature, what are they going to sack? They have Rankle and Sir Eleonora. Meanwhile, I have a Secret Keeper out and a Merchant of the Veil. So they were absolutely correct to play it post-combat and save it to block. If Rankle attacks there, it doesn't accomplish anything good for the opponent. That's okay. You didn't miss the games. That was the first game of this run. So we're currently 1-0. No, only 2 lands, but we have a lot of cheap card drawing. So I feel pretty good about a 2-lander in this deck, as long as I have blue and red. We have access to 1 Opt, 2 Witching Well, and 2 Merchant of the Veils. So right off the top of my head, that's 5 cards we can already cast to help us dig for more lands. And then, of course, we have 2 powerful 2-mana cards. So this is a easy keep, even on the play. Fae of Wishes I wouldn't call a powerful 2-mana card, but it is another blocker. This is my very first draft since the changes, so ask me that question at the end of the night, Duran. It's a fine question. Just ask it at least at the end of the night. This is draft 1 since the updates. Not much of a chance, Andy. This might be my only stream for Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. Decklists are due Wednesday, and then Thanksgiving is Thursday. But I'm not opposed to Ravnica Allegiance. I enjoy the format. But I honestly like Throne more. I don't know. I enjoy Throne on Arena. I know a lot of people don't, but, you know, I'm not Voxy. Getting milled doesn't really bother me. I actually kind of like Mill Wars. I find it to be kind of a fun format. So, I don't know. I know I'm in the minority on that, but that is how I feel. Okay, so now we have a choice. We can leave Dragonfire up or we can cast Fae. I think we'll just leave Dragonfire up so we can go Fae up a land or whatever. There's not much reason to put out a 1/4 flyer at this point in this game. I'm definitely going to block here. I know they have Cauldron. I really don't care. I don't need this Vantress Gargoyle at all. I'm more interested in this Mad Ratter being unable to be Cauldroned than I am keeping this Gargoyle in play. I'm more than happy with this 2-for-1. Now I'm just going to Fae for Unexplained Visions, since we put that in our sideboard, and we're under no pressure. We can go grab that powerful card-drawing spell right now. No, if they had Cauldron before damage, I would have Scorching Dragonfired there. I'm happy with that 2-for-1 in that trade, but if the Cauldron goes to the yard anyway because they sacked it before damage, and I can keep the Gargoyle around just by firing off a Scorching Dragonfire, then I would certainly do that. That's a good question. Okay, so this is a pretty easy turn. The only choice, we're going to play Mad Ratter because we want to get that out before Visions, and then Red Cap Melee on Grumgully. The only question is, do we do the Red Cap Melee now, or do we hold it? I think we do it now. I don't want that Grumgully to live through a pump spell, and they're going to attack for 5. Am I going to take the 5 and then see what happens post-combat, or am I going to try and Red Cap Melee it then? So I think we just start off by Red Cap Meleeing that red creature. We don't even have to sack a land, and play our powerful 4-mana card. Mono Green is going to have a tough time killing this right now. Outmuscle is pretty much the only way on color to do it, and that requires them casting a 1-drop. And now I would have Unexplained Visions here, because that will trigger the Ratter, but so will Tome Raider. So now we have the ability to trigger our Ratter and Scorching Dragonfire the Rosethorn Acolyte. I'm going to do it on their upkeep because I'm not worried about them using the mana on their upkeep, but if they have a pump spell or something, I want to make them tap mana on their turn right now. Not right now. Imagine the opponent has Garenbrig Carver in hand or Insatiable Appetite. I don't care about if this Rosethorn is bigger on their turn. I can always just chump it with a rat or take it. But I want them to have to spend that mana now during their upkeep. So this is the optimal time to Scorching Dragonfire. I'm not going to let them on tap. The only way they're going to go for Rosethorn Halberd on it is if they have nothing better to do anyway, but maybe they need that land. So the upkeep is definitely the right time to go ahead and Scorching Dragonfire that Acolyte. All right, now we can Visions. This will go ahead and trigger that Ratter again for us. We don't need any more lands. I'll always take second Ratter. And I guess I'll take Merchant of the Veil. Why not? So not much we can do right now, but not much we need to do. This game is going to get out of hand for the opponent quite quickly. Next turn, we're going to play Ratter and then Merchant for 1 mana, and then we're going to make 4 more Rats. So if they didn't top deck Outmuscle this turn, the Rat Horde is going to overrun them very quickly. Yorvo doesn't trample, right? Nope. Grows giant, but it does not trample. And I think they saw the writing on the wall. I respect a quick concession. They were not going to win that game. I don't know. We were just fortunate in this draft. We got a couple of Scorching Dragonfires really late. Oh, that's awesome. Well, I'll be there, Cam, for Mythic 7 in next week. So make sure you come out and say what's up. Let's plan a little hangout if you're around where MC7 is. There's no GP to go with it. Unfortunately, the arena MCs on like the tabletop ones are pretty small events. They're not really like open to the public or anything. But I'll be out there for it, so I can always, you know, I can do what I want. Like when I'm not playing, I can go have lunch with somebody or something like that. What are you competing in? MC7 is somewhere in LA. I'm guessing that means piano because the name Bach, but I don't actually know. But good luck in your competition. Hopefully we can get the tech set up better and maybe you can play some piano for us again sometime. It was pretty cool that you did that. All right, so we could Merchant of the Veil, but we have to ask, is there anything we want to discard? The answer is really no. Like, we want to Merchant of the Veil after Ratter. We currently have exactly 4 lands. We have plays for turns 2, 3, and 4. This is a hand that just doesn't want to rummage. The always loot adage is if you have an unlimited ability to do it, like tapping a looter, and loot is different than rummage. With this particular hand, we don't want to rummage. We just want to make our land drops, use Scorching Dragonfire and Fey to keep them from overrunning us, and then we'll go ahead and win with Ratter if we can. So there's a creature that we cannot Scorching Dragonfire, but we also just don't need to. It's a 1/4. We'll just put out our 0/4 to guard us for a little bit. I mean, Secret Keeper is fun and healthy. I know that if you're an arena-only player, you probably don't share that perspective. In person, where you can't just table all your Secret Keepers, it's a common. If you prioritize it highly, you can get 2 to 3. You're not going to get 6. And if you don't prioritize it highly, then you're only going to get 1 or 0. So it's very balanced, and it's a very interesting card. On Arena, Secret Keeper has been a problem because the bots are just letting you table it and never taking it. So against a lot of decks, I would hold the Ratter here so that it doesn't die because we have Merchant to trigger it for 1 mana. So next turn I could play Ratter and then I could Rummage. But against blue-white, I'd rather get it in play. There's almost no cards they can have. Trapped in a Tower, white's common removal doesn't stop Ratter's ability. So, and Charm Sleep, blue's common removal doesn't. It just taps it. So now I'm more scared of counterspells than I am removal. So I just want to get the Ratter in play. And then next turn I should be able to trigger it and take over the game with my Mad Ratter. I am probably flying there Wednesday. So I don't know what time, but maybe I'll be able to say what's up to you. Okay, so they have 2 blue open, so they can't do much. So what do we want to resolve now? Oh, I don't even have Deckmaster open. Although I'm happy to hear Queen Dragon learned how to program so she could make Deckmaster great again. Thanks, Queen Dragon. Okay, let's see. What was I doing? Opening Deckmaster. I really missed the draft voting. Okay. Let's see what we're going to do this turn. We want to trigger our Ratter. We can do that a variety of ways. Still don't really have anything I'm dying to rummage out of my hand. So I think Tome Raider it is. Thank you, Zlubars, for subscribing. Thank you, me, for mistapping. When we had a mountain in hand, I should have left an island up. We don't have any red cards, so even though Scorching Dragonfire was the most likely card I was going to want to cast, I could do that with a red and a blue. But since I top decked Vantress Gargoyle, I would rather have had blue and red because I would have just cast this 5/4 flyer. So I'm going to go ahead and Dragonfire the Flutter Fox. It's a 2/2 flyer. There's not going to be that many better targets for it. I'm going to make this play before blockers because if they have +2/+2, I'll throw Tome Raider on it to finish it off. If they do not, then I don't need to do that. So this is why I'm Dragonfiring here before blockers, because there's Squire, which gives +2/+2. So if they want to go ahead and give it +2/+2, it'll still take 3 from Dragonfire, and then I can throw the Tome Raider on it just to finish it off. Okay, so for now, I want to trigger the Ratter again, so let's go ahead and use the Merchant. We can rummage away this mountain we just drew, get 2 more rats. Thank you, Mad Moses. Appreciate that subscription. We are just cruising now. We're not ready to swarm yet, but they don't have any flyers, so let's poke them with our Tome Raider. And I think this is a pretty good turn to use all our mana on a Fae of Wishes. If it gets countered, cool. If it resolves, even better. We'll grab Visions. But I mean, if they counter it, it's not like we're that worried about drawing more cards. Turn into a Pumpkin, triggers Ratter, and draws another card. And then we also had Witching Well, which triggers Ratter and digs us to more cards. Not to mention Merchant of the Veil over here. What are the draw 2 and Horizons, Dismatank? It's a fine question. I just can't think of them all off the top of my head now. It's been a while since I played Modern Horizons. Too long, in fact. I should fire it up again soon. Okay, so we have access to 5 or 6 mana this turn. So we could slam Visions if we want. Otherwise, we could play Gargoyle, and then we still have 3 to 4 to work with. So we can play like Gargoyle and Merchant, Gargoyle and Pumpkin. I don't want to miss a turn of triggering Ratter, but I also don't really need to loot this land away. So I think turn into a Pumpkin and Gargoyle looks like a pretty good use of all of our mana. They have 3 up, so I'd rather double spell than play one big good spell. And I'd be pretty happy to resolve either turn into a Pumpkin or Vantress Gargoyle. And they'd be pretty happy to counter Unexplained Vision. So I think I'm going to start with Gargoyle. If they counter it, then I can resolve my Pumpkin, which will trigger the Ratter. Of course, if it resolves, we have no way to know whether they have a counter or not. So I'm still going to attempt to resolve turn into a Pumpkin here. I probably play Magic about 60 hours a week. I bounce the flyer, not the cow. I mean, it only costs 1 less mana, and it's double white. The cow's not really doing anything on the ground. Bouncing the flyer, let me hit them for 1 with the Tome Raider. Plus, they may have another white flyer and then be able to double block Vantress Gargoyle or something like that. Hey, new mod in the house. What's up, new mod? How you doing? Yeah. I mean, for the past few years, I didn't play 60 hours a week because I split my time between Magic and poker. I still play some poker, but now poker is basically an afterthought. So whereas before I used to play let's say 30 hours of poker and 30 hours of Magic a week, now I pretty much just stream 30 hours of Magic and then play 30 hours of Standard and draft off stream for to develop my skills. So now instead of splitting my time between Magic practice and poker, I split it between Magic content and Magic practice. In other words, we've ascended. We've done it. I'm in heaven. Okay, so they've got their 4 mana open. 5 cards in the yard, so we're not attacking yet unless we mill them. I think I'm going to go ahead and slam the Visions now. I should leave a red open. This way I can still cast Dragonfire afterwards if it resolves. And then we'll go ahead and burn out that Tactician. We're getting pretty close to the point where I'm going to swarm with my rats. They can eat 2 of them, and they would take... Oh, but 2 are summoning 6. So yeah, I think next turn, even if they have about the same number of blockers, we'll probably swarm with the rats, because we'll have 8 of them to attack with. But I think we want to wait 1 more turn. So this turn we'll just hit with the flyer. And then next turn, I think we'll start sending all of our rats, even though we're going to lose a few of them. A Bennis basketball stream would be a lot more entertaining than a Bennis poker stream. I'm like the definition of what everybody hates about poker. Like, I never talk. I'm not like, I just sit there and think about their ranges and, you know, do math in my head and play the best I can. And I'm not like entertaining. I don't play a lot of loose hands. I don't make a lot of big moves. I'm just boring as can be. Now, a Bennis basketball stream, that would be very exciting. Okay, so they have 6 cards in the yard, which is awesome, because if we kill 1, then they'll have 7 and the Gargoyle can attack. So let's start out by trying to red cap melee here on Sir Allen. Fitting that we're killing a Sir Allen as we're talking about poker. Yeah, I never really had a love of the game for poker like I do Magic. I don't dislike it. It's a fun game. I mean, it's a strategy game. I just think Magic is better, and I was playing Magic before poker, so I never really had a love of poker. Okay, I'm not going to send the Ratter or the Secret Keeper, but everything else is swarming. They can eat 2 rats and take 6, or they can interact with my cards. I'm not really too concerned right now. And we haven't triggered the Ratter yet. All we've done this turn is red cap melee, so Tome Raider makes a lot of sense. The only way they're going to get back in this game is with the Giant Wrath, the Giant Sweeper. So we don't really want to play something like Steel Gaze Griffin right now. This is a nice follow-up if they have that card. But of course, who cares about Tome Raider? It's just a 1/1, and it's giving us 2 additional 1/1s. So I think we'll put that and Witching Well out, but we'll hold on to all these creatures just in case they do have that sweeper. I can't really imagine they can win and or live for much longer without that sweeper. And they trapped in a tower a rat. Wow. Their play is not even wrong. I mean, it doesn't stop Mad Ratter, and Mad Ratter doesn't want to attack or block anyway. So their choice is either a 1/1 flyer or rat, and they chose the rat because if I have Runaway together, I would bounce my Tome Raider and draw a card. If I bounce my rat, it disappears. So their play wasn't even wrong. It just shows you the power of the rat swarm against removal. Oh, yeah, can't even target a flyer, whatever. But yeah, basically, you're right. But basically the point is that the play was right. It's just hilarious that it was correct for them to trap in a tower of the rat. Okay, anyways, let's start off by cracking our Witching Well here, see if we find any removal we want to play. Like I said, I'm not going to add more good creatures to this board because we already have more than enough out to swarm. I'm not sending the Ratter. Everything else is going to attack. Actually, maybe we've gotten to the point where I can send the Ratter too. I don't need to make any more rats. There's not really any reason to miss a point of damage. I think we've hit the point where I'm just going to send the Ratter, the 2 Tome Raiders, and all 7 rats. They're not dead this turn. They're going to pick off 3 creatures, but they're dead to the swarm next turn if they don't sweep the board. So they can go ahead and eat that Ratter. I don't care anymore. We have 6, 7, 8, 9 creatures to their 3. And if somehow their last card and their draw step give them the ability to stabilize, I can just play the other Ratter or something. Bottom lands, top spells. And that's it for now. Good luck, opponent. Yeah, the Giant Wrath is pretty much the only thing they could do, I think, to stay in this game. So there's no way I'm casting any more creatures, not real ones. Like, I don't care if I cast like a Tome Raider to trigger Mad Ratter. But now it's clear that they have to sweep the board or they die next turn. So that's why I sent the Ratter. I was very careful with that Ratter the whole game. I could have sent it in a swarm a turn or 2 earlier. But I think that would have been unnecessarily risky. Maybe they play some lifelink card or something. But now we've hit the point where they're dying to the swarm. There's just no possible way they're surviving again. They're at 3. We have 9 creatures. Cool. Against Revenge of Ravens, we can deck them. We can beat them in the air. We don't have to win with the Rat Army. We have Vantress Gargoyle to attack in the air / mill people. We have double Secret Keeper. We also have Turn into a Pumpkin, so we can use that to either bounce Revenge or bounce our own Secret Keepers. We have the Royal Scions. The ultimate, plus just pumping any one creature means it can attack into Revenge pretty easily. In addition, we just have like a Steel Gaze Griffin in the air. I'm really not worried about Revenge at all. The Rat Swarm is the most likely way we're going to win the game, but if the Rat Swarm prevents the opponent from beating us by giving us infinite power and toughness, we have plenty of other ways to close. So this is another hand where I'm not really looking for much, so I don't necessarily want to be like rummaging and scrying early. I've talked about this concept from time to time. Stuff like loot, rummage, scry, etc. It gets better when you know what you need. We have 2 islands and a mountain. We have our 3 drops, a 4 drop. We're not really looking for anything. Like if the top card is a land, do we put that on the top or put it on the bottom? The main thing this hand is looking for is a 2 drop, but our only 2 mana card is Scorching Dragonfire, really. So I think I'm not going to Witching Well here. I think I'm just going to chill for a turn. This way, next turn, we'll get a draw step. We'll have more information, and then we can go ahead and play our Witching Well. Like now, we know they're a blue mill deck. They're not an aggressive deck. So that gives us a lot more information. I'm going to Witching Well now, because we didn't draw land, so now I want land 4. And we know they're on like a millish deck. Still nothing to rummage away. We'll save that for after Mad Ratter is in play, hopefully. So I don't really want to loot, but I wouldn't mind ticking the Scions up. Draw a card, discard a card. We have exactly 4 lands. I think I'd rather just play Scions after Ratter. So for now, we're just going to put out Merchant. 2/3 stops 2/2 most turns. Sure, they can play an adventure creature like Secret Keeper and hit for 3, but who cares? We have 20 life. I don't really put much in, Richard. Usually I net gems when I play the best of 3s, and I lose gems just a little bit when I play best of 1. I've spent money on Arena. I think I've spent like 400. I think I've bought the 100 gems, the 20,000 gems for $100 4 times in the past year since I got the account. And then I've also bought like the welcome pack for $5 and $20 or whatever. But I basically end up buying $100 worth gems like once every 3 months. Okay, so now we have some choices. We can remove Innkeeper, a really scary card, or we could play Ratter. They have Cauldron, so I don't think we want to play Ratter until we can at least trigger it once. So I think I'm just going to spend my turn here using Scorching Dragonfire on Innkeeper. I'm pretty unhappy about this turn of events. I thought that this was going to be a really sweet turn for us, but if I play Ratter, they're just going to kill it. So I think now what makes the most sense is just getting their card-drawing creature off the board. I mean, our hand is good. We're not under much pressure. We're under no pressure on board. If they play an adventure creature, I can take 3. If they Cauldron the Merchant of the Veil, I'll be ecstatic, because that means then Ratter can live. So, unfortunately, even though we had a really good hand, things haven't lined up well for us this game so far. So now I can put out the Scions, and then at least next turn I can use Ratter plus Scion and get 2 more rats, even if they end up killing it. So let's go ahead and do that. Do we want an island or a mountain untapped? Probably a mountain, since we have an island in hand. There was the Nug, but the Scions would have lost some loyalty to the creature they had in play. Also, the Ratter would just ended up dying to the Cauldron. We'd have 2/1/1 Rats, but we'd rather try and preserve our Ratter if we can. Ratter's probably the most powerful card in our entire deck. Okay, so we're definitely going to discard a land. So let's get rid of a mountain. Then we can play Island Witching Well and go ahead and dig some more. I think I want both of those. I'd be pretty happy to have 6 lands in play so I can play Dragonfire plus Witching Well or Dragonfire plus Ratter. I don't know if the order matters. I think the land first makes the most sense. And this is good because the opponent, now that Royal Scions is out, might be tempted to Cauldron the Merchant so they can hit more damage on the Scion. And then we can untap, play the Ratter, plus the Scion, and then get our 2 Rats to guard Scion with. So assuming they don't have like a surprise pump spell here to take out the Royal Scions, I'm really happy about this like sequencing because the end result now is they use Cauldron on Merchant, a creature that I don't care about at all, because they want to get in damage on Royal Scion. And now Mad Ratter has a chance to live because Cauldron is off the board. So we want to be plussing Royal Scion anyway. We don't really have anything to loot away except this land, which means we can't cast Dragonfire right now if we do that. But, I mean, nonetheless, they have 1 point of flyer. So if we get 2 Rats out, we can guard Scion on the ground. So it's a pretty easy play here. We're just going to cast the Ratter plus our Scion, discard our land. And again, unless they have some kind of flying pump spell for the flyer, then they're not taking out Scion. And frankly, even if they do take out Scion, as long as they don't take out Mad Ratter also, who cares? We can trigger the Ratter 2 more times with these Witching Wells, and then we're going to draw into our Tome Raiders and our other card drawing, and we'll just keep triggering it. So we never want to let them kill the Scions for free. But if they were to attack Scion with Fae of Wishes and use like Insatiable Appetite to kill it, I wouldn't even care. Rats indeed, Boxy. We got all the All-Stars in the house tonight. What's up? So no way I'm just going to let them kill the Scions for free, though. These Rats, they will do their job serving their master and jump in front of these ground creatures. We untap with Mad Ratter. This is just ridiculous. Now, watch what's going to happen. First and foremost, we'll plus this. Now we'll get rid of Fae of Wishes so that we can have land 6. That's important. Here's why. Now I can use Scorching Dragonfire on Acolyte, sack Witching Well on the opponent's turn, which means I get 2 more Rats. Don't mind if I do. Oh, I thought you liked drafting Mill. I thought you weren't really a fan of the draw 2 archetype in this format. You told me, like, everybody should draft Mill every draft. I discarded the 1/4 because it was that or a land. And I wanted land 6 in play so I could sack Witching Well, trigger the Ratter again. I'm not really that worried about protecting the Scions here. It's on very little loyalty, and it's just not that powerful of a card at this point in the game. I want to sack the Witching Well, dig deeper into my deck, and make more Rats. I understand, but the odds are pretty high they could use either a bounce or a pump or something, and I can only loot so many times. Like, I don't really want to keep looting away all my spells. I just think that's prioritizing something that doesn't actually matter. Yeah, like, Rats are the win condition, not Royal Scion on 2. If the Royal Scion was on, like, 7 or something, that would be different. But I'm just not too concerned about a Royal Scion on 2 at this point in the game. I'd rather make my land drops than loot them away and sack my Witching Wells and play Tome Raiders and just keep triggering this Ratter. Granted, if I knew I was going to draw lands, I would have been more inclined to keep it around. Like, if I lose this game, it's probably going to be to getting decked. Whoa. Yeah, that was a little unexpected. All right, I take it back. Should have kept the Scions around to loot away these lands. 1 or 2 more loots. That was a lot of lands. So we can definitely swarm with the rats. They get to eat one. They bat one bounces and then they take a bunch of damage. Unfortunately, now I'm going to die to this Fae, but I wouldn't have been able to deal with the 5/8 anyway, only the 3-power one. Also, I expected to draw some spells. The deck is like virtually all card drawing and cantrips and stuff like that. So it is true that if I keep the Royal Scions around for another loot or two, and or the Fae of Wishes to discard 2 lands and go tutor something up, I'm in much better shape with this exact play out. But also with, you know, drawing double Witching Well, drawing that many cards, I just expected to draw more card drawing. All right, so that's a good draw. It'll trigger the Ratter, and hopefully we can dig into some kind of an answer. Mountain is not it. And neither is second Ratter. All right, not how I expected to lose that game, but possibly a punt. I don't necessarily think what I did was wrong in the aggregate, but I definitely think it worked out very poorly for me. Oh yeah, I'm definitely doing at least another, if not 2 more drafts after this. This is the first draft of the night. Because I'm probably going to miss the Wednesday stream, I will try and make Mythic tonight. I can't say it's going to be Mythic or Die trying time because I do need to get back to Standard. But I will be doing at least 1, if not 2 more drafts after this. Well, it was a close, interesting choice because, of course, I could have cast the Fae, which could block the 3/4/1 and keep Royal Scions around if they had nothing. But if they had a pump spell, or like that second Tree Folk they played, or a bounce spell, then I have way less smooth of a turn because I don't put land 6 in play and I don't get to sack Witching Well. So I make less rats, I dig less far into my deck, like much less quickly, and I basically the way I played it, I develop much better. But I lose the Scion, which I didn't think I needed because I had double Witching Well. But so it would have worked out much better to keep the Scion around for another turn or two if I could. But it's more, it develops way less well, and they still kill Scion if they have a pump spell of any kind or a bounce spell of any kind. So I think what I did was right, but it worked out very poorly since developing better didn't really help me since I drew 5 straight land. Okay, not super happy about having to use Dragonfire on a 1-drop, but that's one that can gain unblockable. And I may end up burning out the other 1/1 to stop the Lovestruck from attacking. So I will go ahead and Dragonfire Gingerbrute here. Now there's another 1/1, so it doesn't look like we're going to successfully stop that Lovestruck, but nonetheless, we'll just continue advancing our board and see what happens. Plus, rats can chump it anyway, so they have to have an answer for Mad Ratter, or we're looking good. Lovestruck can't attack unless you have a 1/1. This is a 1/1. Pretty sure Tracker activates Lovestruck. Yeah, but given right now the Raider can trade with one of their 1/1s, which means I can then possibly burn out the other one and again shut down the Lovestruck. Plus, this deck just has so much card drawing. I feel like if my opponent's playing a green-white creature deck, doing stuff and attacking me, I'd rather just cycle the Tome Raider effectively, get it out there. I'm guessing they timed out through their last turn because they didn't do anything, and they probably would have attacked their ground creatures into my flyer, so unfortunately, we may not have a game here. No, the Tracker only gets +1/+1 when it attacks. So at the blocks. So at the very least, you could just not attack or block with Tracker, and it would be a 1/1 body that activates Lovestruck Beast. The question would be, could you attack with Wild Tracker and Lovestruck? And I'm pretty sure the answer is yes, because at the moment that you're going to declare attackers, they're both. This is a 1/1, and then the trigger goes on the stack after it attacks, and the Lovestruck is already attacking. So I'm pretty sure Wildwood Tracker and Lovestruck Beast is just perfect synergy, but even if it wasn't, the Tracker is still just a 1/1, so it would certainly activate Lovestruck Beast. This only gets pumped when it attacks or blocks. Now that said, the way it actually works is Lovestruck and Wildwood are both in play. You declare them both as attackers. You can legally declare Lovestruck as an attacker because you control a 1/1. When the Wildwood attacks, the trigger goes on the stack, and then it turns into a 2/2. So we need to bounce now, or we don't get our rats. We have Steel Gaze Griffin, so it's not really clear whether this turn we want to turn into a pumpkin or play Steel Gaze Griffin. I think it's better to just use all our mana. We can afford to take the 1 hit from the beast, and the next turn we have 6 mana and 6 lands already, and 6 lands worth of spells. So we can play the pumpkin, trigger the griffin, trigger the ratter, hit them for 5 in the air. Basically, we'll be cruising unless they outmuscle this ratter. And even if they do, we're still looking good. We're just taking 5 from the beast here, and then we still have turn into pumpkin and dragonfire. Assuming we don't draw 10 straight lands, we should end up in pretty good shape. Thank you, Ebonness01. Appreciate that subscription. So we do have one choice, right? We could turn into a pumpkin Lovestruck to slow it down, but they are just going to recast it. We could also Scorching Dragonfire Wildwood Tracker and turn into a pumpkin this token, and then unless they have another 1/1 creature in hand, we shut down the beast. I think I'm going to go for it. I've always been greedy. No reason to change that up now. So I'm going to bounce the token because that'll get rid of it for good. Pay Adamant because why not? And then, well, I guess I don't have to decide on the Dragonfire right now. Well, I think I kind of might as well, because if they do have a pump spell, I want to make sure I kill their 1/1 so that I shut down the Lovestruck. And if they have another 1/1, they're probably just going to play it anyway. So, and it's not like there's going to necessarily be a better target for Scorching Dragonfire than Tracker. It is a 1/1 that turns into a 2/2. Well, now they have endless 1/1s, so that plan did not go exceptionally well. I mean, we're still in fine shape, but that Lovestruck's going to keep attacking. So it looks like we sack Witching Well. We still have 2 mana for that. We have our Chump Blocker for Lovestruck. So do we hit for 4 and take 2 back? They're at 9. We're at 8. We're chumping. Yes, we are trying to kill them in the air, and we are trying to race that Lovestruck since we can't remove it now. Thank you, Dancing Cow and Rasmaniacal. Appreciate those subscriptions. Next turn, hopefully we'll dig up some good stuff. I didn't rummage this turn because we're not going to find anything for 1 mana, so I'd rather spend 2 mana on the food. And then next turn we can rummage, activate the Steel Gaze, see what we rummage into. And then we know at the very least we already have Merchant of the Veil to potentially chump block with. Assuming they don't have anything else surprising, this game is extremely tight. If they have another removal or something, we're going to lose for sure. What's my favorite taco place? Do you count Chipotle as a taco place? Because if so, it's definitely Chipotle. Otherwise, I mean, we don't really have like Del Tacos on the East Coast. Taco Bell is pretty much the only fast food taco place that's like prevalent in Florida. So it's kind of a one-horse race if you're asking about fast food tacos then. Hey, that's good to hear, Corvo. Good to have somebody from Mexico weighing in on Chipotle. Huh? I can block. If they attack all, the plan was to put the Tome Raider in front of the Lovestruck Beast. I was dead if they had removal, but they already played an out muscle and they're playing mono green. Why can't I sack my food? What is going on? Yes. Is there some reason I can't sack my food right now? I don't really know what's going on. Food still costs 2 to sack, right? Ah, you have to click above it, sack food. I see. Okay, sorry, I didn't know they changed that. All right, so let's start by rummaging. Hopefully we'll find some good stuff, because so far we are not. So that's good. We can get rid of Okame Ranger, which we're certainly going to do. And then if we play Merchant, hit for 4, chump block. Unfortunately, we're a point short. I don't know what else we can do. I don't know how I win this game. Like, we can put them to 5, and then next turn we put them to 1, but we're still going to be 1 point short. So maybe I have to chump block with the Griffin and not the Merchant. And then next turn I at least on tap with a bunch of mana and Merchant out, and then maybe I can dig up answers. I don't know. No, there's no Barrage in the deck. Scions wasn't out if I attacked, and we are a lot of the way through my deck. Maybe I should have attacked. I forgot about the Royal Scions. Yeah, I'm not sure. But also, we're not necessarily dead here. I mean, let's assume they don't have much to do. I mean, they'll add some creature to the board or something, but let's assume they don't have, like, a big pump spell or removal. Steelgaze chumps Lovestruck. Merchant blocks a 1/1. I take 2 down to 3. Next turn, I get to untap with Merchant and a bunch of mana. So if I find, like, a Mad Rat, or if I find, like, I don't know, just good stuff to interact with, a Lovestruck, we're not dead yet. I am testing food decks. I guess I just never realized it when I was playing. Okay, so Steelgaze is going to chomp. Rather kill Gingerbrute than a 1/1, so we'll put the Merchant there. Well, there's the Appetite, so that's lethal. But we weren't going to beat that anyway. We cannot activate the creature. It requires 3 mana to do so. We are currently 3-2. Lost 1 super close game to Flood, and then that was a pretty good game too. What pump am I talking about? Carver and Insatiable Appetite, the pump spells. But I mean, that was a point where we weren't really thinking about pump. We were thinking about trying to win a game where they keep adding creatures to the board, but we were never oh, you're asking how could I have killed them? Yeah, so I knew I wasn't playing any pump spells in this deck, but I forgot that we have Royal Scions. So, and Royal Scions trigger Steelgaze Griffin. Oh, not if we're plussing it to pump it. Yeah, so we would have had to find, like, opt into Royal Scions or something pretty specific. Okay, so this is one of those 2 landers I was talking about. We need to hit lands, but we have double Merchant of the Veil, so we should be able to do that. Still nothing really to rummage away, though. Maybe the Spy drop to have a little bit smoother early game, but we'll make that decision next turn, I think. Now that they played a creature, maybe we'll haggle into turn, look for Scorching Dragonfire. We can always discard the 5 drop when it's in our opening hand. If I was under no pressure, I wouldn't haggle there. Okay, so that's easy. Now we'll just play a Mountain and Ship, and then we can play Clockwork Servant next turn. Hopefully they don't have a second Dwarf here. Yeah, the Royal Scions is a cool card. There's nothing wrong with Oko as a design, in my opinion. Oko's just ridiculously broken. Like, Oko was just they just made that card way better than they should have, really. Nicely done, Socks. If you get, I hope that means you got 7 wins and not 3. All right, so now they get to hit us for 4. We're taking some damage against an aggro deck, but if they don't disrupt us, we're still in decent shape here. This turn looks like Pretty easy Ratter. If we untap next turn with this Ratter, we get to play second Ratter, haggle, and make 4 rats. So that's money. Of course, if they kill it, we'll only get to make 2 rats. Still not exactly a bad turn here. Let's make sure the auto tapper doesn't get us. Oops. Cast our Ratter. I'm not sure what we haggle away. If we're going to untap with the Ratter, we want Witching Well, because that can make us 2 rats on their turn. Tome Raider gives us 2 rats on our turn. Fae is like the best of the blockers, but it's probably the least of the powerful cards in our hand. So I guess getting rid of that makes some sense. I have an Unexplained Vision, a Fling, and the red and blue non-basics mostly. Also Blow Your House Down. Not a lot of good stuff to search for now. All right, not great, not horrible. I don't like that they're not casting it and then using it to pump the Raiders, though. What do they have here in combat? If they have Bargain, that's a big problem. It gives Trample to all non-humans. All of their creatures are non-human. So they have 3, 6, 8, 10. Of course, that card costs 1, so they could have still played the Swordmaster. Embercleave, ouch. Yeah, Embercleave does make sense. I hope that it's not Embercleave, but that does make sense. Oh, the Raiders, you have to tap a non-human. Right. Good call, y'all. I didn't even know that. And I like Red Cap Raiders. I played with that card quite a bit. Okay, well, like, Embercleave definitely does make sense. Hopefully it's not that. I'm not sure that we can even live if they have Embercleave. I mean, we can, but the blocks would be ridiculous. So, like, let's see. I don't think I can play around Embercleave and win. I think I have to block with Mad Ratter in order to play around Embercleave. Because this is 8 potential double strike, so I'd have to put, like, the 2-3 there, double block, and, like, chump block or something, because they're all lethal if they have Embercleave. So the only way I can play around Embercleave involves blocking with Ratter and making blocks that are absolutely terrible. So I don't really think that's a good option. I think we just do something like this, and then we just concede to their Embercleave. Nice read, though, chat. I am impressed. It is a mythic. It doesn't come up that much. Okay, it was Bargain, not Embercleave, which did deal me exactly lethal as I blocked, so I wonder if there's a different way I block there to not die to Bargain. 3 from the Ogre Errant puts me to 3. So if I switch the 2/1/1s in the Clockwork Servant, they barge in. Yeah, I only take 5, or they barge in the other one. I only take 5. Yeah, so I should have blocked how I did. I can't put the Ratter. I can't block with the Ratter and win that game. But what I should have done, I think, was switched the way I blocked. The way I blocked was better if they had nothing. But if I move the 2-3 over to the 3-2 and the 2/1/1s over to the 2-2, I take 1 less point of damage if they have Bargain, and then I go to 1 and not 0. And that's still a winnable game on that board. So I actually think I did somewhat punt there. Not that I'm going to play around Embercleave, but Bargain's a common. And what I should have done was made a block that's slightly worse if they have nothing, but would result in me being at 1 life if they had Bargain, because that was still a winnable game from that position. And yeah, that deck was good. Lost some close games and all that. But, you know, it's 3-3. It happens. All right, so now Enchanted Carriage is the best of the uncommons and rares for sure, and it's colorless, so it's a pretty exciting first pick. I think Scorching Dragonfire is a little bit better than Carriage once you're red, and Fierce Witchstalker maybe is also once you're green. Those are 2 of the best commons in the set. But I think it makes more sense to start with Enchanted Carriage. It is an artifact. It is good in every deck. So I think that that's just a safe pick 1, pack 1, and then you can try and read the draft from there. So now the best card in this pack, I think, is Okame Adversary. I don't necessarily think it goes better with Carriage than like Belle of the Brawl or other cards potentially, but I mean, I don't think it's much of a difference either. I'm a pretty big fan of Okame Adversary. This is like the gateway sneak, audacious thief of this format, where every time it connects, you draw an extra card. You still have your 2/3 death touch that has to be answered later, and it's just a massive advantage. So it's just very threatening. Oh, Okame is definitely better than Witchstalker. Witchstalker's excellent, but I'll take Okame over Witchstalker like all day. So now we have an interesting choice. What's better? Revenge for green-black, which is where Revenge is at its absolute best, in my opinion, because you're dealing them damage. You're a creature deck. Like, the Revenge is a little... It's not at its best in blue-black, because the damage you deal to them doesn't matter very much. And it's not... But it's at its best in green-black, because you're a control deck with late game. So, but you also are attacking with creatures, so you can really limit the number of attacks they have. So if you're like a black-red aggro deck, Revenge is bad because you're the aggro deck. They're not trying to attack you. If you're a black-blue control deck, Revenge is fine, but like the damage you're dealing to them is pretty irrelevant. If you're a green-black control deck with creatures, that's when Revenge is at its very best. Searing Barrage, though, might be even better, and green-red aggro is certainly a nice deck in this format. I'm not really sure here. Yeah, I do like green-black and green-red. I like green-red a little more than green-black, but they're both good. Revenge is probably a little better than Barrage, but not much. All right, Revenge it is. Especially if they updated the bots so that people are playing less Secret Keepers. So now there's an easy out muscle. Green is the color we've seen the most of. No reason to look at Turn into a Pumpkin, which might be slightly better. So now we have to ask ourselves what's going on, because before the bot updates, I would probably have took Once in Future here. Once in Future was really good in the mill metagame, and green-black control does want Once in Future, but I mean, if the mill metagame's not a big deal anymore, maybe we'd rather have Rosethorn or Reaper of Night. I'm not really sure. Now that I have colors, so to speak, I would take Savvy Hunter over Carriage for sure. But pick one, pack one, I would have took Carriage over Savvy Hunter. That's a good question. So, I mean, we also don't really have a second color. We could Light Splash Revenge or not play black. So I think Rosethorn, the safe pick here, makes the most sense. Once in Future is really good if everybody's trying to deck you, but it's pretty bad if people are trying to attack you. So I think I'm going to go with Rosethorn Acolyte. So now it looks like we can take a golden egg. It's just a nice food enabler. The Witch is good in these green-black food decks, but again, we don't have a second color yet. It does seem like we're seeing black, and like we're probably going to play green-black food, but golden egg is a good green-black food card anyway, so there isn't much reason to not take it there. Keep our options open. So if this was best of 3, I would definitely take Fell the Pheasant. This is a good sideboard card, but we're not going to main it. We're really heavy green, so Hengewalker looks pretty solid, just in case we need a body. Again, these cards don't really matter. You never know. These cards just don't matter. Sorry, cards. I guess red-green is still an option, so I'll grab Raiders, especially because we have a lot of cheap, aggressive green cards. So definitely red-green aggro is an option, or green-black food is an option. Well, now we've got one of those decision points. Green is wide open. We're 100% going to play green. We didn't see much black after that Revenge of Ravens. Sir Conrad is better than Goose for sure, but Goose is excellent. Getting a 1-mana ramper and then a food engine is really powerful. Sir Conrad is better. Like, no question, Sir Conrad is better. Thank you, Astantia. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for 8 months of support. You rock. Yeah, I don't know what to take here. This is a 2-horse race. If you're looking at anything besides Goose and Sir Conrad, you shouldn't be. I would say that Sir Conrad is better than Goose, like substantially, but Goose is excellent. Now, to be fair, if we do go heavy green aggro and not green-black food, that makes Goose a little worse. You're still always going to play it, but Goose is not that exciting of a card in a green-black and a green-red aggro or something. In a green-black food deck, Goose is excellent, but Sir Conrad's probably even better. This is a tough pick. The good thing about tough draft picks is as long as you understand that, like, well, when picks are close correctly, it doesn't actually matter what you take because it means they have comparable amounts of value. But yeah, I don't feel either direction here. I mean, Sir Conrad is just a great win condition, but I mean, we are almost mono green, and Goose is a very nice card too. Let's take a look at our curve, because Sir Conrad's very expensive, albeit powerful, and Goose is very cheap. We've got a 1-drop. We've got some 2s. We don't have any 5. Well, we have 1 5 that we're definitely going to play in carriage. Some 4s. Yeah, our curve is fine and medium up and down. Pick 1, pack 1 was carriage, yeah. I think it's Sir Conrad. Sir Conrad is the finisher I think a green-black deck needs with Once and Future and Revenge. If I didn't have these specific cards, I might take Goose. But we have Revenge to stifle the opponent's aggression. We have Once and Future. Sir Conrad just plays so well with those. And now we have another tough pick between Wildborn Preserver and Bacon to a Pie. Preserver's excellent. Let's look at our cheap creatures. Let's see if those specifically are not human. Tracker's not human. Curious Pair is. We're probably not going to play the Squires anyway. Rosethorn's not human. Hengewalker's definitely not human. Elf Warrior for 2 mana once in a while. I think we're drafting a really controlling deck. And we're going to, if we're black-green, we'll probably have some food synergy. So I think we want to lock up the good removal where we can. See, who says take rares? I just took an uncommon and a common over 2 rares. But now I'm going to take an uncommon, because Revenge does get better in multiples. Unlike most cards, a lot of times people think their deck is busted because they have 3 of a card, but it would be even a little bit better if they just had three different good cards instead of 3 of the same good card. Revenge is not one of those cards. Revenge works incredibly in multiples. If you get 2 Revenges in play, it's near impossible for your opponent to attack, whereas 1 Revenge won't even stop big creatures from attacking. So this is a Windmill Slam 2nd Revenge here. So Giant Opportunity is not a card I like very much. If we're playing green-black food, we're probably not going to play Garenbrig Squires. Probably not going to play Wildwood Tracker. Those are aggressive cards. The rest of this maybe. Although we're pretty half and half black-green now, so I'll assume we're probably not going to play Hengewalker. So do we want more defensive stuff like Sporecap Spider? Probably, because our late game is really good. We have Once and Future, Sir Conrad, Carriage, Double Revenge. We do need more win conditions, but I think Sporecap Spider makes more sense. I don't like Giant Opportunity. I think that card is just bad. I don't think these cards matter. Maybe I should have took Ginger Brute there in case we get a lot of food synergy. But also, this isn't a deck that really wants a 1/1 that's hard to block. This time I will take Ginger Brute, though, just in case. Tree Folk's always a good card. It's a nice way to finish games, even if you're not aggressive. These cards don't matter. These cards don't matter. Merryleaf Rider's a pretty good 2-drop for a food deck. These cards don't matter. Okay, Bacon to a Pie, the best common in the set. This card is better murder, I think. I think I'd rather pay 1 extra on my removal spell Unlimited and get a food token, because you're not usually looking to murder on turn 3 anyway. And we're black-green, which is the color combination that uses food. Albeit, we only have 1 Merryleaf Rider. We have like next to no food synergies at this point. So hopefully we can pick up some, because we're actually quite good at making food. We're just not very good at spending food. That said, I'll take every Bacon to a Pie I can get. Nothing wrong with having lots of great removal. And of course here it's not even close. Garenbrig, Paladin, and Tree Folk are fine creatures, but they're not close to Bacon to a Pie. Speaking of not close, we haven't had that many hard picks this draft after that incredibly difficult Goose Conrad pick. We're definitely taking Order of Midnight here. Order of Midnight is just a nice, powerful card. You can play it on curve and start attacking early game. Late game, it's a flying Gravedigger. Pretty much everything you could ever ask for. If we're going to draft a control deck, we do need the ability to disrupt opposing decks with counters and mill and things like that. So I think it's pretty important to pick up a Reaper of Night here where we get the chance. So we already have one Forever Young. We could play two, but if people aren't playing a lot of mill, that's not very exciting. Spectre's Shriek seems unlikely to be something we want to main. Smasher's a nice finisher, but we're pretty split. I mean, we have 3 double black cards, 4 double black cards, green and black early stuff. I mean, our mana's fine, but we're just going to be playing 9-8 or something. So Rampart Smasher is not going to be a very good card in this deck. Rampart Smasher is pretty much good if you have like 11 green and red sources combined or more. But in a deck that's going to only have like 9 green sources and no red, it's pretty hard to cast. So you could main a Return. I think it's a playable card. I'm not sure if I'm going to or not. Yeah, Insatiable Appetite might be a decent one of. I just don't know that we even want to pump creatures. I guess we do have a ton of food, so it is 2 mana +5/5 a lot of the time. It's really not what I'm hoping to be drafting. I don't think these cards can matter. How's Wicked Guardian? Do we have 3 toughness creatures? It's good with Curious Pair, but I don't even know if we're going to run that. It's good with Rosethorn and Spider, both of which we are definitely going to run. And then our more expensive creatures. So that's fine. Smitten Swordmaster. A 2-mana 2/1 lifelink is always playable. Let's check if we have Knights. That's a Knight. Order of Midnight. Maryleaf Rider's a Knight. Sir Conrad's a Knight. So we have some, but not a ton. Let's check our 2-drop count. Ginger Brutes, which I barely want to play. Order is a good 2-drop. Curious Pair, which I barely want to play. Maryleaf's a good 2-drop. Yeah, we don't have a ton of 2-drops. Good call. Whoever's just said check your 2-drops. Sunset Cam Spirilla, good job. I agree, we need a 2-drop. It's pack 3. This is a perfectly playable, albeit unexciting 2-drop, but we could use another 2-drop. Giant Skewer's great in decks like this. It's super grindy. Maryleaf Rider's another good 2-drop for our food deck, so that's nice. At least we had a pretty weak pack 3, but at least we filled out our curve nicely. And good heads up again there, noticing that we were a little bit short on 2-drop Sunset Cam Spirilla. Really, really appreciate it, and good job with the feedback, because we were absolutely just a little bit short on 2-drops. So we got to make a couple of cuts. We did pick up some 2-drops, but we didn't pick up ways to spend food except for these Maryleaf Riders, so Curious Pair is out for sure. These cards are just good. Carver's medium, but we don't have very many pump spells. 1, 2, 3, 4. Think we have to choose between Carver and Appetite. My inclination is to take out Appetite and just keep the creature, but I think it's pretty close. Actually, with these Maryleafs, maybe I'll provoke some things to attack and give +5/5. I think I'm going to cut the Carver. It is close, but we have plenty to spend our mana on, including double Tree Folk. And then, yeah, I think I'm going to take out 1 Brute. Maybe both Brutes. I kind of like 1 with these Tree Folks, but we're not an aggressive deck. We also could go to 16 land. This is a deck that really wants 17 land, but we do have Golden Egg and Forever Young. Giant Skewer. Do we have creatures? Not a ton of small ones. Giant Skewer is definitely cuttable. I don't really want to cut it, but it could be correct. Yeah. Thank you, Chaotic Inertia. Appreciate that subscription. I think our last cut here is between like Giant Skewer, Forever Young, Insatiable Appetite, Ginger Brute. I really want to play the Forever Young with the double Revenge. It's going to be hard for people to kill me. Well, the VODs are saved. 203. Plus, there'll probably be one more draft after this. We could cut the egg. It's a pretty good card, and we can always sack it to the Merrily Rider. And it's also just a fixer. Like, the golden egg could give us double black to cast a Bacon Opie, and, like, it replaces itself. I think we want the once in future. This deck's not the best as far as late. Like, it has a good late game, but, like, it could easily be beaten by a blue control deck. So I think that's where we want our resources. We have a lot of 2-drops, and then we have double revenge to stop aggro. I think, plus lots of life gain. I'm mostly worried about card drawing and counter spells, and once in future can be backbreaking in those matchups. I think I am going to cut Giant Skewer. I'm just worried it's going to be a little slow. I don't think it's going to be super effective. We have a lot of late game power with the Tree Folks and the Reaper, and we don't have a ton of small creatures that I really want to put Skewer on. Gingerbrute doesn't do a ton, but I do like poking them when I have revenge. There is value there. Hey, we're playing a Mythic. Sweet. I hope to join you there soon, Scissors Lizard. Okay, cool. So 2 swamps, not ideal, but we have a golden egg. That means not only do we have a card that draws a card, so it helps us find our forests, it also can make a green and let us cast 1 green spell if we haven't found it yet. So effectively that buys us a turn. Plus our hand is black except for this 1 green card. So this is definitely a keep. I do love when I don't have to wait though. Just right away, draw the land you need. Always good to see that. So with Order of Midnight, if it's in your opening hand and you have nothing else to do on turn 2, you're almost always going to play it because a 2-mana 2/2 flyer is going to deal a lot of damage and be an effective card. But if you have anything else to play, then you're almost always going to play the other thing, because then, of course, in the late game, you can't expect a normal 2-drop like Merrily Rider to be effective, but Order of Midnight can buy back your best creature, and you still get a 2/2 flyer. So I would have played Order of Midnight on turn 2 if I didn't have Merrily Rider, but since I did, I'll hold it, and then I can use the Gravedigger effect. The last deck finished a disappointing 3/3. I thought the deck was pretty good, but things didn't line up well for me. You know a deck is better than its record when you brown some people and it's not close, and then you lose like really close games, which is how it played out. So now we have the choice between Golden Egg and Order of Midnight. If we didn't have land 4, I'm not sure which I would play, but since we do, let's just go ahead and send this on an adventure. And now next turn, of course, we have the ability to play Rider and Order or Rider and Egg. Given we have 2 good 5-drops, I want to have land 5 turn 5. So if I draw land next turn, I'll probably play Order of Midnight and Merrily Rider. If I draw a non-land next turn, I'll probably play Egg and Merrily Rider, so that I increase my chances at having land 5 on turn 5, since Egg draws a card and digs us 1 card closer to a land. Well, that's a curveball. So now I don't know if it makes more sense to just slap down Revenge and get that working as early as possible, or if it makes sense to play Egg and Merrily Rider. Thank you, Sensei Cello. Appreciate that subscription. Yeah, now it probably just makes sense to slap down Revenge, because every time they attack us, they take 1. So we want to get that going as soon as possible. Now, if I had drawn almost any other spell, including almost any other 4-drop, I would have went with what I said, Merrileaf and Egg, to give me land 5 on turn 5 more often for carriage. But given that's Revenge, I think we want to take the turn off and just get our Revenge going, because we're going to start putting blockers in the way of these little creatures, and every ping really adds up. Okay, well, again, no real choices now. Sir Allen pumps the rest of your team when it attacks. So even though normally you let them attack and then use your removal, so you get an extra revenge trigger, in this case, we don't want them pumping 2 different creatures. And Sir Allen does so much damage that bake into a pie, you just have to kill it. This is not a decision. You just bake Sir Allen, and then we'll reevaluate. You reevaluate the board next turn. So we have to take the turn off, but it's not a big deal. We're taking 2 damage. Who cares? Because they're attacking for 4, but we're gaining 2. Again, this turn is not a decision. We'd rather play Carriage here. It goes wide. It gives us multiple good blockers. We could always play Sir Allen later. Sir Conrad later. So now, with a relatively stable board, we have to decide whether we want to attack with Enchanted Carriage or not. Seems fine to do so. They might kill it. If they double block, I'd rather have the Sir Conrad out. But if I play the Sir Conrad first, that's going to tell them, hey, go ahead and use your Bacon to Pie on Sir Conrad. And I'd much rather them Bacon to Pie Enchanted Carriage than Sir Conrad. Plus, we can double creature this turn with Merrily Rider and Order of Midnight. Order of Midnight can't even block, so I think the right play is to lead Order of Midnight. Then we can activate our carriage and attack. If we pull a removal spell here, I'm pretty happy, because then they don't have that removal to kill Sir Conrad. If they double block, it's a fine trade. It helps clear the way for the 2/1/1s to attack, as well as Merrily. Oh, I will always be calling it Sir All In. If they didn't want it called that, they shouldn't have named it ALIN. Even though Magic is a much better game than poker, I do play poker, and this card will be Sir All In until I am not saying it again. So now we're not worried about attacks at all. It'll trigger Revenge, and we have around even trades. We're not worried about them attacking us at all. We're just trying to get in damage wherever we can, because every point of damage we get in makes their life that much tougher with a Revenge in play. Since the opponent's a black-white creature deck and not some kind of control-ish deck or mill deck, if they end up at 1 life, they just can't attack us. Good luck to them. This is an even trade. We get a Revenge trigger. Oh, there's definitely a reason to Tree Folk the Flyer this turn. Like I said, every point of damage we get in is extremely valuable. I wouldn't necessarily go for it if they have their mana up, but if they're about to play some kind of trick or something and they can't interact with it, I'm very likely to Tree Folk the Order of Midnight. Because if we hit them for 4 down to 7, that means they have a maximum of 6 attacks left with Revenge in play. This is why Revenge is at its best in these black-green mid-range decks. Because, again, when you're aggro, you never want to spend turn 4 playing a card that doesn't impact the board. You want to pressure the opponent. When you're control, you don't really deal your opponent's damage. So Revenge gaining you a life every time they attack is nice, but they still get 20 attacks or 19 attacks if you're never attacking them. When you're black-green mid-range with a bunch of creatures of your own, Revenge is at its very best. Because what are they? You're hitting every time you hit them, like for 5, that's 5 less attacks they get. But you're a control deck. You're not worried about taking turn 4 off and not pressuring the opponent. This black-green deck, it's a defensive deck. I'm looking to play long games, and if I can hit the opponent for some damage, that really powers up Revenge. This is what I was saying during the draft. This is the deck Revenge is at its absolute best in. I'm not saying you don't play Revenge in your blue-black mill decks. I'm not saying you don't play Revenge in your aggro decks. But Revenge is much better in a black-green creature-based control deck than it is in blue-black or aggro. Revenge is at its absolute best in this deck. Okay, so I think I will just be Sir Conrading now, getting some damage. I could try and attack them, but I can always do it later. If they don't draw removal, they're going to die either way. They might have tricks outflank, who knows. Just going to go ahead and activate Sir Conrad now. Again, just getting damage where I can. Every point is valuable. Wait, that works, right? For every young Sir Conrad, it's whenever a creature leaves the graveyard. So if we have enough creatures, they just take a damage for every one. In this case, it's only 2, though. So we'll have to wait like another turn, I think. But we have 2 more guaranteed activations now, and then we could always activate it 1 or 2 more times next turn, and then play Forever Young to finish them off. Boo, no gaining life when I'm trying to drain you out. What fun is that? Okay, so let's see. We're at 7 cards in hand. We don't have to do anything if we don't want to. We now have, what, 3 creatures in the yard, so that's still nowhere near draining them out. Do we want to play Second Revenge so that they can't swarm us no matter what they draw? I think so. The opponent agrees. The right play was Second Revenge. Is Oko better than Conrad? Yes. I mean, it's 2 colors and all of that, but a turn 3 Oko Unlimited is about the best thing in the history of Magic. Literally, if they play big creatures, you turn them into 3/3s, and you make 3/3s every other turn, and it has 1,000,000 loyalty. Conrad is really powerful, though. Well, I mean, Conrad or Goose there isn't fair. They're such opposite cards, and they're both really good at what they do. Conrad's an incredible late-game finisher, but it costs 5 mana. That if you're behind, it's going to be a little slow. It's just a 5/4. Goose is a turn 1 accelerant. That means you're not going to fall behind, but it doesn't end late games. They're both very good at what they do, very powerful cards, and they're completely opposite type cards. So it's pretty hard to compare Goose and Conrad. One is a powerful enabler, one is a powerful finisher. Okay, so I'm going to probably want to play these green creatures, and against a green creature deck, I don't expect to need Forever Young, but what I do need is a swamp for Revenge if Rosethorn dies. So I think what I'm going to do here is cycle this Forever Young. There's 9 swamps in this deck, so there's a good chance we'll find one. And I just want to go ahead and get this card out of my hand while I have nothing else to do on turn 2. If this card sits in my hand the whole game, that limits my options compared to if I go ahead and cycle it right now, basically for free, since I have no 2-mana cards to play. Now, if they were blue, I would have held on to Forever Young, because they might be milling me. But if they're a green aggro deck, I want to get that card out of my hand. Now I'm going to go ahead and play Spider, and then Revenge, and hopefully we can slow them down and then win the game. Wall of Spider. I'm not scared. If you got a pump spell, you can kill my spider. I will be blocking. Oh, they had it. That said, now we put down Revenge, makes their attacks not super effective, and then we can reevaluate from there. I mean, the reality is Spider's in there to block. If it's not blocking, it's not attacking, so I'm taking the damage anyway. Now, if I had like a bacon to a pie, maybe it's wrong to block there, because next turn I could pass and leave bake open. What is the hypothetical? If it's Oko or Conrad in limited, it's Oko. Oko is S tier. Conrad is like A tier. Oko is S tier. Oko is disgusting. If 2 cards are in the same tier, you probably want the 1-color one. But if 2 cards are completely separate tiers, you would go with the better one. Like, Oko is absolutely disgusting. All right, not bad, not bad. Put down a couple of creatures now so we can get some blockers out. If they're planning to attack us through this Revenge, it's going to be hard for them to do if we have life linkers and trades to make. Oko is better than Garruk, but I think I would take Garruk over Oko. The reason is because it's easy to splash. Like, if you imagine a world, hypothetically, that can't happen, where I had a green-black deck and a green-blue deck already, and I could choose, like I was drafting 2 decks at once, and I could choose Garruk for my green-black deck or Oko for my green-blue deck, I would take Oko. I think Oko in a green-blue deck is better than Garruk in a green-black deck. But if you draft blue-black, Garruk's a late-game card. You can just splash it. You can splash Oko into a blue-black deck, and you probably should, but a turn 7 or turn 8 Oko is nowhere near as effective as a turn 7 or turn 8 Garruk. Okay, so they outmuscled. Their creature is indestructible. We don't have any profitable blocks. No reason to block them. We still have tons of life, thanks to Revenge of Ravens. And thanks to second Revenge of Ravens, good luck to the opponent. Outmuscle was going to happen on Smitten Swordmaster, because, yeah, I gain 3 life when the fight happens and the creature lives. Then I attack and gain another 3 life. But getting second Revenge down first is just more valuable. These creatures are only effectively hitting me for 4 damage now, and they're hitting the opponent for 4. So they basically can't even, like, attack with other things. They really need to go deep to win. Granted, we don't have a single card we can play now, so let's say we once in future, we can do that into their turn, and the next turn we'll be able to drop 2 creatures again. So let's hope they can't kill us now. I mean, we're not dead on board, not even close. If they attack with 2 creatures, we're at 11, and they have 8. So they need +3/+3 to kill us. Attack with a dummy and pump it does 1 point of damage. And the next turn, we're in a good position to restabilize. But not being able to add to the board this turn is really bad. If we had drawn a land and could have just slapped down Tree Folk, that would have been excellent. Yeah, but they had 3 cards in hand, so why would we want to make them discard in 2 of the 3 instead of being able to cast once in future and ensure that we have 2 creatures to play next turn, one of which has lifelink? That would definitely not have been the right play. We're really just trying to make sure we live, right? They're going to run out of attacks quite soon. They did miss lethal. If they pump the dummy here and attack with 1 dummy, I gain 2, so I'm at 3, and the dummy does 3. So they definitely could have went all in there and tried to lethal me with 1 jousting dummy, and probably should have. Hey, babe.
Love you.
Love you too. Okay, so now any creatures we get that live and can block are huge for us. But they have Cauldron. So we can't really count on the Swordmaster to do anything, but we also can't count on Rosethorn to do anything. Sporecap Spider is excellent because it's going to successfully block. So we're definitely going to get back Sporecap Spider, and then I guess Swordmaster because it's cheaper than Rosethorn. So let's see what's going on here. If they use Cauldron, and they can have 1 dummy deal us 1 point, which is a whole extra threatening of lethal, given we're at 1.
Where's the card?
Same spot you left it, basically.
Okay, cool.
They can only attack with 3 creatures max. Oh, Swordmaster Outmuscle gaining life. Yeah, that might be strong. We can kill the Carver, and then we'll be at 4. But then they just Cauldron the Swordmaster, and then they attack with Hengewalker, and we're dead. So that doesn't work. So we're not necessarily going to be able to survive here. I think we might have needed a second creature that can live through Cauldron to survive. But we want to have the Spider to block for sure. And then I guess I just play Swordmaster. We couldn't make the Swordmaster Outmuscle play, I don't think, because then what happens? We gain 3, we're at 4. We're tapped out. They just Cauldron Swordmaster and attack with just Hengewalker, and we're dead. Now we have 1 blocker, which means they have to attack with 2 creatures, so we'll at least go to 5 life. So I think we're not dead this way unless they play a land. I think if they play a land, they Cauldron the Swordmaster, they can attack with Carver, Hengewalker, and Dummy, and then I think they Xaxes us. But if they don't have a land, I think we win, because if they send both creatures, we go to 5, we chump Hengewalker, we go to 1, but then they're pretty much out of attacks. So I think if they drew a land this turn, they could have Xaxed us by attacking with 3 creatures, the dummy that they pump, Hengewalker, and Carver. Now we're going to lose Spider, and we're going to go back to 1 life, but they're taking 4 down to 3. and then we can play Tree Folk, and they only have one more attack. So they have to draw, like, they have to have an out muscle or some answer to our creature next turn, or they're dead. Or because they literally are running out of attacks. They have Trample. What is Trample? Hengewalker doesn't have Trample. Nothing in play they have has Trample. So they realized that they're going to run out of attacks. That's why they didn't send Carver. We still have to chump, so no choice here. So now our only choice is cast Reaper or Tree Folk. I don't see why we'd want the smaller one, so I think we'll just cast Tree Folk. So we're dead to out muscle, but they can only send 2 creatures, and we have a blocker, and that's for the rest of the game. So we win unless they can like out muscle the Tree Folk or something like that, or if they have like Insatiable Appetite or something. Even though, yeah, +3/+3 works. Because if, let's say they attack with their 2 biggest creatures, Walker and Carver, we're just going to snap block Walker. And then if they have +3/+3, they get us for lethal. So if they have out muscle, they win. If they have Insatiable Appetite, they win by Exaxes, I think. But if they don't have anything, this game is over. We win. What a sweet game. Look how close this game is with Double Revenge. This is awesome. Okay, so of course we have to block, otherwise we're dead. Carriage is an excellent draw. That gives us a ton of blockers. I love Enchanted Carriage. And no reason to prolong the game indefinitely. Now we can put out our flyer to kill them with next turn, and I'm not even sure that there are outs. Because if they kill 1 revenge, we have 3 blockers. They're not killing us. They'd have to give like a plus a bunch and trample to a creature. I don't know if there's a card that does that or not. Thank you, Bapu Singe. Whoa, gifting out 2 subs. Appreciate the support. Thank you for supporting my stream, Bapu Singe. They did miss lethal that 1 turn. They could have attacked with Jousting Dummy and pumped it. I would have took 3 and gained 2, and they got me to 1. So they did miss lethal by Exaxes that 1 turn. The following turn, when I played Swordmaster and the 1/5 or whatever, Spider, they didn't have lethal. They needed a land. Because if they attack and I get to block with Swordmaster and gain 2 more life, they're nowhere near lethal. So they were correct to Cauldron away the Swordmaster and then attack with just the Hengewalker. They played that turn perfectly. But that 1 turn, when they had the 3, when they put me to 1, they had the 3 mana to pump Jousting Dummy. So they could have dealt lethal. They did miss lethal that 1 turn. I think Revenge is a really sweet design. I like the card. I don't have a problem with a good uncommon interacting in a different way like that. I think it's a cool card. Our mana was all up, to be fair. Like, for those who are saying they punted, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they did have lethal that turn if they went for it. But, of course, we literally had 4 cards in hand. Black, black, green, 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 and 5 mana untapped and passed the turn. So it's totally reasonable for them not to go all in there. I'm not saying it was a mistake. I would have likely made the same play as them. All right, not a great hand, but definitely not a horrible one. We'll see what the opponent's up to. If they're an aggro deck, we'll cycle that Forever Young. If they're not, if they're a blue deck, we'll hold on to it. And then we have turn 3 Spider, turn 4 Tree Folk on to try and stay alive. Well, Now we drew another 2-drop, so that makes it easy. While you should cycle turn 2 Forever Young when you're not playing against blue decks a lot of the time, because it will lead to you making your lands and creature drops more often by cycling it, of course you'd rather play any 2-drop creature. So trades are good for us because we have Forever Young, but Spider's going to prevent that 2/2 from doing anything anyway. And we have Tree Folk to turn Merrileaf into a 5/3, so I don't think we want to offer the trade on this turn in this case. See what else they have. Yeah, I like this much better. Now I'm going to go ahead and Tree Folk up Merrileaf. If they want to trade it off for Wandermere, I'm cool with that. Wandermere is a really threatening creature. Otherwise, we get in a nice hit for 5 here, and then we can switch to trying to trade Merrileaf for their Wandermere later. We know that Spider can stop Wandermere, even if they play this Unicorn and grow it once, and we'll just take 2 points of damage. So we hit for 5, and we're taking 2 back. Granted, we do need to draw their things. I'm not going to Tree Folk up the Spider there. Even though that can brick wall them if they have nothing, if they have like a Trapped in the Tower, I'm conceding the game. Now we have a 5/3 and a 1/5, and we got in 5 points of damage. So now we can't attack, though, because they'll just trade with their 3/3. That's just a bad trade down. Go ahead and drain them for 1, because no reason not to. A point is a point. And next turn we have our 6/5, and we're stable on board, so things are looking good. Even if they grow Wandermere again, we'll just block with Merrileaf. Whoa, second Wandermere. This is a nice green-white adventures deck. Wandermere is one of the really strong uncommons for green-white adventure. This is the 3-mana 5/5 here. That said, it's not scary right now. We have a 5/3, we have a 6/5, and then we can just recur all our stuff. Revenge of Ravens, I think, is a cool design. It probably should have cost 1 more mana or something like that. Usually cards like this haven't been very good. That's why like me and Deathsea and LSV and everybody else who did ratings didn't rate it nearly high enough. I don't blame R&D for not realizing this card was a little more powerful than almost all the cards that have come before it. I think it's a cool design. I like that cards like this exist. I just think it probably should have cost 3 black instead of just 3 black. Like it probably should have just cost 1 more black mana. For now, we're not taking any. They're not taking any. It's a stalemate. Nothing we can do. Oh, I was just talking about Revenge so much, I just forgot to cast it. Obviously, I should have cast Revenge. It won't matter. I don't think they're going to attack this turn. But we have no shot at attacking. Well, they're attacking with the 1 jumped flyer, so we missed 1 point of Revenge ping. But yeah. Yeah, this is a really, really nice deck by them. So now let's reap that last card out of their hand because we have enough mana to do that and play Revenge. Oh, and it was a Wicked Wolf. It's a pretty good last card. And we're back to stable. Even though these Wandermares are incredible, unless they have like an outflank to blow us out when we double or triple block, we have profitable double blocks, so it's not a big deal. Well, what is a big deal is they're going to jump their biggest Wandermare again. Probably going to have to chump with the Spider now. We're not just dead. We have Sporecap Spider. It has reach. So we have to chump block with our Sporecap Spider now. But we're not by any stretch dead. In fact, I think we're still a favorite in this game. So now we have to choose between Bake Into a Pie or Reaper. Probably want to Bake Into a Pie the 9/9. So I think we're just going to pass the turn. Revenge is kind of protecting us from being swarmed. Of course, they could attack with all the big creatures. But given we have still reasonable double block options on the non-10/10 one, and then Bake Into a Pie for the 10/10, I think we're fine. I know they have a massive army here, but just bake the 10/10. Then we can do something like block, double block. Just make all these trades here, and then we can just Forever Young back our team. Kill all their big creatures. Their small creatures are not going to be effective against Revenge. We still have 17 life. This game is still looking very good, I think, despite the opponent's amazing deck and good draw. Oh, because we're in drafts, not in game. That's the longest I think I've gone without switching scenes. Good call. Okay, so Occam Adversary looks great. It's a nice Death Touch creature to block with on the ground for 2 mana. And then we can Forever Young. We have 8, so that leaves us another 4 to spend. I think we pretty much want it all back. And I just want to put out blockers. So what I think I want to do here, I mean, I probably don't want Maraleaf, although it is a knight. And I probably don't, well, maybe I want Swordmaster. Lifelink's a big deal with Revenge. I think I honestly just want it all back. I definitely want the Spore Cap because I don't have any flyers. So I think I want the Spore Cap right now on top. The Tree Folk is very powerful. And then I guess I'll take, like, Maraleaf and Smitten Swordmaster just to have bodies. I definitely want the Spore Cap now so I don't die to a Fairy Guide Mother or something like that when I have a really good board position. I'll probably take the Tree Folk next. And then this turn we can play the Occam for the 2 mana, as well as the Spider. It's possible I shouldn't have took those little creatures. It was really close. I'm not really sure. But with Revenge, I kind of feel like as long as I don't run out of bodies, it's going to be near impossible for them to win. So we'll just make this trade. I have no idea. Talk to the programmers. All right, easy turn here. Slap down Reaper. If we can eat through their flying chump blocker and force them to hold cards, that's huge for us. They can't take a hit from this or they're never killing us through Revenge. We're still at 20 life. So I don't think there's much of a reason to Tree Folk it. I'm not really worried about them, like, taking the damage. I think they pretty much are going to chump block, whether it's a 6/5 or a 4/5. And there aren't really pump spells that work here. So for this turn, we'll just attack, see if they do anything. I guess I could have gotten it out of outflank range. That would have been a reason to pump it. But other than that, what do we want to do? Probably want to pump like Spider or something like that now, just so it doesn't randomly die, because I'm going to cast the 6/5. And the reason I'm not pumping Reaper is because it's already such a good threat that basically they have to deal with it. So, like, if they trapped in a tower or something, I'm going to really regret it if I sink the Tree Folk into my best threat already. I'm just basically getting ready to start attacking with multiple big creatures. That would have been more value, Daron, but I really wanted to get the Spore Cap Spider in play because I didn't want to end up dying in the air somehow. But I guess they didn't really have fatties left. I mean, they had a Tree Folk, which is a 6/5, but jumping that wasn't going to be enough to kill me. So yeah, there's an argument to waiting. I'm not really sure whether it was right or wrong. Okay, so let's see. If they want to kill the Tree Folk, they lose 2 creatures. I think I'm cool with that. So I'll send the Tree Folk, see if I can clear the way for the Spider and the Reaper to start attacking. Yeah, Reaper only gains flying when they have 2 or less cards. So it forced them to hold cards for a couple turns, even if these are spells. But it no longer gains flying when it attacks. This is why Revenge is at its absolute best in these decks. You have food to gain more life, which is more times the opponent have to be able to attack you. Plus, you're attacking them, so you're reducing the amount of attacks they have. Revenge fires on all cylinders in black-green food. In a black-green food, late-game, non-aggressive oriented deck with big creatures, Revenge is at its absolute best. Okay, so what do we want to do now? I kind of want to trade off Reaper so I can buy it back with Order of Midnight and then use it again. So it's 2 mana to play Order and 4 mana to reap them. So that's 6. I've got 9 this turn. So that means I can attack with 3 creatures. I can't send a 2/1 into a 3/3. But the rest of my creatures actually look like fine attackers right now. I now have infinite life. I'm not really worried anymore about, like, I don't know, the spider being around for defense. If they triple block it or double or whatever to kill it, then they're taking hits, which is really valuable with Revenge out. So I think we're in a position now where we just send these 3 creatures. That leaves me 6 mana. If they kill the Reaper, I get to buy back Reaper and then reap them, and it's just awesome for me. If they don't kill the Reaper, then they're chump blocking it or taking hits. So basically, we're at a position where we can attack now. And then we can't know what we're going to do with order post-combat. We'll see how they block. And they did double block Reaper, as expected. We'd rather kill a 3/3 than a 2/2, of course. And now post-combat, buy back our 4/5 flyer, make them discard 2. Life is good. We did drop our defenses, but we're at 21 life plus Revenge, so it's pretty safe. Okay, so this turn, if we attack with just Spider, they would triple block it. That's not a good trade. If we attack with just Swordmaster, that still leaves us enough mana to play Reaper. But I think it's probably better to just play Reaper and Order of Midnight, right? So that we can attack with our 2 flyers next turn. If they want to double block Reaper, we'll kill both Archons, and then they're taking hits from Order. So for this turn, I think we're just going to cast our cards. I would certainly attack if it didn't cost mana, but because they have double Archon, I have to pay 2 for each attacker. So I had to choose between getting Order in play or attacking with Smitten Swordmaster. I think there was more value in getting a 2/2 flyer in play this turn. Now we've got enough mana, we can attack with all our creatures if we don't draw something we'd rather cast, and they're just basically dead. Looks like they agree. That was a good game. I mean, look, all the opponent did was play turn 3, turn 4, turn 5 Wandermare and grow them into 10-10, 9-9, and 8-8. I mean, that's easy to beat in Limited, right? I mean, Revenge contributed substantially to us winning. It didn't, like, single-handedly win us the game or anything. We had to deal with all of their big creatures, including them jumping them. And the little creatures were not going to swarm past that spider and all the other stuff we put out anyway. Revenge definitely was good there. It definitely played a meaningful role. But if Revenge had been any other early pick 4-mana card, I don't know if the game is much different. Good game. Indeed, though. Oh, yeah, the bacon to a pie was huge. Like I said, the Revenge definitely contributed positively to us winning the game. But I would say that bacon to a pie on the 10-10 was the most influential thing towards us winning that game. Yeah, exactly. Like Big Geek said, if you replace Revenge with Fierce Witchstalker when we played Revenge, if instead we just play Fierce Witchstalker, I'm not sure that game is much different. That's true, Daron. Spider was very important as well. It gummed up the board and stopped the little creatures, and then it also chump blocked that one turn we really needed it to. I agree with that. Spider was very important for us there. Revenge, again, was very good for us. I'm not saying it wasn't, but it did its job against a creature deck. But, you know, if you spend an early pick on a 4-mana card in Limited, you're talking about Bacon to a Pie or Fierce Witchstalker. It's not like you normally get nothing for 4 mana with an early pick. Spider's one of those cards that just the more inevitability, the more late game you have, the better it is. If you're a green-red aggro deck, do not put that card in your deck. It's unplayable. If you're a green-black food deck, it's a great defender. If you're a green-blue mill late game deck, it's an awesome defender. Just the more late game your deck is, the more you want Spider. I was going to play Smitten Swordmaster this turn either way because you want to get your lifelinker out attacking as soon as possible. I still should have played Forest, but just kind of grabbed that. I mean, Revenge gets better in multiples, no question. Now we don't have any 3-drops to play, so we can make Gingerbrute unblockable, and then we'll definitely attack with both. The trade is favorable for us since we gain 2 life, and theirs has the potential to fly and ours doesn't. Yeah, but they might make me discard or something. I guess in this format, the discard where you choose is Reaper, which costs 4, so they couldn't do it yet. But if they, like, Burglar Ratted me or something, I would probably discard the Swamp, but not the Forest. But I guess that isn't in this format, so it's whatever. Okay, again, this time I have a 4-mana card I want to play in Reaper, so I'm not going to sink 1 into Gingerbrute. I'll just go ahead and send Merrileaf because the trade is favorable for me. Their creature has the ability to fly, mine doesn't. So I'm cool if they take it. I'm cool if they trade, either way. But I can't reliably expect Merrileaf to be able to block Flutterfox. And now I'm just going to go ahead and reap them because there's no value in Revenge at the moment. Oh, wow, they just cast it? They didn't even want to buy back one of these creatures? That's a really aggressive play. Don't think I like that. I know they only have 1 black, but these are white 2-drops. They could have just Order of Midnighted back like Flutterfox. And then next turn, they could play Order of Midnight and Flutterfox. Okay, so for now, no decisions for us. Get our Revenge out and go ahead and get our point of damage in. None of their creatures have haste. Gingerbrute isn't really blocking anything. The 1/1 can no longer attack profitably into Revenge. I'm not going to chump a 2/2. Well, the Revenge wasn't out, but the thing is, the opponent gets the same number of 1/1s. They just don't get the 1/1 this turn. They get it next turn. Well, that's a lucky draw. No reason to let them activate Sir Conrad. I'm just going to go ahead and bake it right now. But we still have tons of life, so we're not worried about sacking the food token anytime soon. So we'll go ahead and make Gingerbrute unblockable so we don't miss a point. Every point is valuable when you have Revenge in play. I do have 3 vacant pies, to be fair. It's funny, too, because I can't cook anything to save my life. All right, take a turn off to get a 4/5 flyer in play. That's a no-brainer. Thank you for subscribing. Have faith. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Have Faith, and thank you for supporting it. And for anybody who can't tell or missed it, I'm going to keep streaming. Fade to Karma picked me up. Thanks again, esports team Fade to Karma, for letting me join your organization, effectively sponsoring my stream. Also, thank you again, Mage Market, for sponsoring my stream. And so, yeah, the plan is to keep streaming. So thank you to everybody who made that possible, all the viewers tuning in all year, making my stream one of the most popular ones in all of Magic, and Mage Market and Fade to Karma for picking me up and supporting me. Very much appreciated. All right, so this 2/2 flyer can't even block, so they can't block Reaper. They're swarming us with 1/1s is not something we care about. So let's go ahead and activate Gingerbrute and get in all the damage we can. Conrad is really good, but I'm not that worried right now. They're going to die long before we're going to deck, and we're still at 23 life, effectively. So that Sir Conrad is not killing us. No changes. They don't have any creatures with haste. They don't have any flyers that can block. We're not worried about defending ourselves. We have Revenge, and we're at 23 life. So hopefully they just brick here, and they're just dead. But even if they did draw removal for Reaper, they're still taking 1 from Gingerbrute, plus Revenge is out. So it's still going to be a pretty tough game for them to win. That puts them to exactly where they need to be to not die this turn, but they can't declare an attacker, not one. So unless that Sir Conrad's going to deal 20 points of mill to us right now, I think we pretty much win. I mean, they could draw another Smitten Swordmaster, but again, that's not going to allow them to attack, so I think this game is pretty much over. I mean, they could draw cards to stay alive. That's pretty cool. I have not done that AVB. Or Burnator, sorry. I have not used a drawbridge to block a Gingerbrute yet, but that is very cool. And when that does come up, I will try and remember, since you pointed it out. I mean, a swarm of ravens should beat a lone knight, right? It's not like it's an army of knights. It's just one worthy knight. Yeah, all those points add up when you have Revenge of Ravens. Like, if you're a control late game oriented deck, you don't normally want to 1/1 unblockable. But when you have double Revenge, it becomes a little better. So on the play, I don't think we can keep this hand. On the draw, we probably shouldn't keep this hand, though I'd probably consider it. But on the play, keeping it would be really bad. Now, of course, we're keeping this. What can we put back? We could put back Revenge. We could put back Insatiable Appetite. It's probably about it. If they're green, we're going to be really upset if we put back Okame. We can't put back either of our two lands. We can't put back Maraleaf. We can't put back our mana producer. So it's Appetite or Revenge. Revenge is certainly more powerful than Appetite, but if we're stuck on two, Appetite is something meaningful we can do. This is actually a really tough decision. I think it's fine to put back Revenge or Appetite here. Putting back any of the other five, I think, would be a pretty bad mistake. The third choice would be Adversary for sure. I think I'm going to put back Revenge. We're on the play. If we're stuck on two and we don't have many draw steps to find land, a 3/1 could easily command a block, and then we can play Insatiable Appetite and buy a turn while we're stuck on two. If I knew I was going to draw a land immediately, I would have put back Insatiable Appetite over Revenge. Yeah, I should have played Okame last turn. I just autopiloted Maraleaf into play. That was quite bad. Okame would have been substantially better to have out. Yes, Okame there for sure. Okame there for sure. I just autopiloted the Maraleaf right into play, and it was a pretty bad mistake. Okame would have been much better to have going. I'll gladly give up a point of damage to draw extra cards. Thanks, Corey. Appreciate the subscription. How you doing? So even though the 3/1 for the 1/3 isn't a great trade, it does help keep the way clear for Okame adversaries, so I'm going to give it to them. Other than that, no real choices. Go ahead and cast our Rose Thorn, go about our business. How can I focus when we're having such good, interesting conversations about whether to put back Revenge or Appetite there? That's what my focus was on. And I guess you'll have to settle for a fun draft stream, Corey. So they're just putting out a blocker here to try and stop the Okame madness, but we know we have Insatiable Appetite. So now we have to choose this turn whether we want to attack with both creatures. Carver will block Adversary. Then we can pump it and play Spider. Or we could attack with just Rose Thorn. If they trade, that helps clear the way for Adversary in the future. And if they take it, cool, we get in 2 points of damage, and then play Carriage. I think there's a decent chance we'll get a blowout when they try and double block Carriage. So I think we can do better with Appetite than just clearing away the Carver. So I like line 2 there. I'm going to attack with Rose Thorn because we haven't played a land yet, so we can always play a land and then Carriage. If they trade, I'm happy about that because it helps clear the way for the Adversary. and then just slap down my powerful 5-drop here. Hi, MarineX. Glad you could catch my stream. Okay, and now we're going to use Insatiable Appetite, because ultimately, that 4/4, well, now we can use Bacon No Pie or Insatiable Appetite, our choice. But that 4/4 is what we needed the trick for. That's why we trade Rose Thorn for Carver, and now we save our trick to get through something we actually need it for. Now we have an interesting choice. I'm not sure which is better. I guess since the pump spell works, we should hold on to Bake for the same reason we wanted to hold on to the pump spell last turn. They may play some big creature that Okame plus Appetite is only a trade with. So this turn, I think what makes the most sense is to use Insatiable Appetite to get through the 4/4 and hold on to Bake in case they play something even bigger. This play is also less mana efficient, but that's not a huge concern. We're way ahead on board. And we just don't have that much more to do in our hand. As usual, don't ask me why I did play Spore Cap Spider there. I was just focusing on that decision. I knew someone was going to ask as soon as I didn't cast it. Wasn't really a choice. All right, so 3/3 trading with Okame is worse than if we kill it. Get to draw cards. So now we'll do that. I'm winning these games too easily, y'all. Like, I can't just put all my permanents in play every turn. Come on. What fun is that? We're about to be 5-0 with this deck. Gotta challenge ourselves a little bit, you know? Okay, I already played a land, so now I actually can't play Spider. No, I'm just focused on the previous decisions and turn sequencing because they were interesting. So that causes me to make more mistakes, but it's well worth it in my opinion. Like I said, I'm really about the analysis. Of course, I want to play as well as possible, but at the end of the day, when there's interesting sequencing choices, like 2 different lines that are reasonable to take for the turn, I'd rather talk about and think about those. Okay, so the only thing to think about here is whether we're going to send 1/1s. I think the answer is probably not. They do have to block at Carriage, and if Adversary gets through, we're drawing cards, so it is possible we can. Either way, we only have 3 mana to spend, and we have 7 out, so let's start by cycling the egg and see what we find. Then we'll map out our combat step. I assume nothing for 1 mana, although we do have stuff for 2 mana. So that doesn't change a ton. So the real question here is, do we play Spider and then crew Carriage and attack with Carriage, Adversary, and a 1/1? Or do we send just Adversary and Carriage? I think, especially given we drew once in future, we probably just want to send the Carriage and Adversary here. Any trades are fine for us. Any damage that gets through is good for us. And we can always, once in future, back the Carriage, the Adversary, or whatever. Well, thanks, Man Leggings. I do appreciate it. And listen, I am always trying to win. It's just, like I said, I just focus on the analysis. That's the interesting part to me. So that was a really interesting block. They chose to chump and take 4 and go to 1, denying us a card. I don't know what they have in store for next turn. I definitely wasn't expecting that. They could have double blocked and traded off with the Adversary and then chumped the Carriage or something. That was a weird block. I'm not saying it was right or wrong. It's just weird. Yeah, I know they have Intruder, but they're at 1, so if they blow up Carriage, they still have to stop 3 attackers. I mean, I guess I'll just put down Spore Cap Spider to have a blocker for Intruder now, but I was going to play once in future. That was a really unexpected block. Yeah, the Giant Sweeper is one of the cards that makes it make sense, but I'm just not concerned because they're at 1, and I have once in future. So, I mean, even if they have that, I'm still in pretty good shape. In fact, I think they would just be dead, right? I could just, the Carriage would live through it. So I would just kill them with the Carriage. So they did get 4 blockers, but I have 5 attackers, assuming I can crew the carriage, which I can. So this should be game. All right, Diamond 1. Just got to get through that, and then we'll see what our Mythic ranking is. It's always fun, that moment of truth. You never know if you're going to go into Mythic like 13th or 375th. It's always fun to see. Well, I would have expected the opponent to do something like double block Okame Adversary and then have Goose out and they're at 1 life so they can make food and gain life, or to chump block carriage with Goose and then they stay at 5. But maybe they had reasons to need those creatures in play. Like maybe that's why I started thinking about it. Because normally when your opponent makes a play that is not what you expected on board, they have reasons for doing so. Regardless of whether the play is optimal or not, anytime somebody does something that's surprising to you, you should stop and think and go, why would they do that? What cards in their hand or in their deck make that play make sense? Because then you can often realize it if you've been playing a lot of limited. And then maybe you end up being able to play around those cards or reduce the impact of them. Okay, so this hand isn't perfect, but we're definitely going to keep it. We've got our 1-drop on 1, and then we have a 2-mana card that cycles, so hopefully we can use that to find more lands. I can't make it unblockable, but if they want to block, I am cool with that. Edgewall Innkeeper, my nomination for best uncommon in the set. This card is incredible. On turn 1, it's just cheating. So I will offer my Ginger Brute for your Innkeeper. This time I won't forget about Okame Adversary. Post-combat here, we can play Forest and play our 2-drop here. Ouch, well, good beats. I could pay the 1 to make it unblockable, but I don't think I want to do that. I think there's more value in just getting my 2/3 Death Touch in play, right? This Ginger Brute is not particularly important. And of course it's right to attack there. You don't play around a random rare that we have no reason to put them on. So now we'll see if they have anything or not. If they want to trade both their creatures for the adversary, that's pretty good for us. Otherwise, the adversary hits and we draw cards. And that's a perfect draw. A nice little creature to gum up the board. I wish you were right, Organic Chicken. I would love to see human drafts on Arena sometime soon. I think bot drafting and human drafting have very different strengths and weaknesses and are both awesome. So they should just both exist. There's like this great debate in the Magic world right now, bot drafts or human drafts. I don't think it's a debate. Just have 1 queue competitive with human pods and 1 queue like bot pods. This way, if you want to draft quickly, if you want to draft, like if you don't have time for the whole draft necessarily, or you want to be able to like talk about your picks for a minute or think about them for a minute, it's one of your first drafts, you can draft against the bots. And then when you're looking for top-notch draft experience deep into a format, you can draft against the humans. Like with most things, why do we have to choose? Why can't we just have the best of both? All right, so we don't know when they're going to empty their hand, but we do know that next turn we have Sir Conrad and we have plenty to spend our mana on. So I think we're going to reap them this turn. First, I'm going to attack with Okame Adversary, because if I trade with Innkeeper, I'm happy about that. Innkeeper in play is just really scary. It can draw cards without attacking or blocking. Okame Adversary has to be able to successfully connect to draw cards. Oh, wait, actually, is it better to just Forever Young back the Adversary and play it, or is it better to reap them? I'm not actually sure which of these 2 plays is better now. The Adversary is a great card in play, but as we approach turn 5 here, they're probably going to put out something big enough to block the Adversary. I think there's more value in just getting 2 of the 3 cards in their hand, and then we can go ahead and play Sir Conrad next turn. Well, getting those 2 cards might not have had a ton of value, just 2 forests. But they do have a 6-drop sitting off to the side. But this way we preserve Forever Young for after Sir Conrad. which is pretty important. If they kill Sir Conrad here, I'm going to be very excited about putting it back on top of my deck. Oh, I'm not saying Arena can or can't handle human drafting right now. I mean, look, I'm not a programmer, but clearly it's something that it can happen and should happen, in my opinion. I like Arena a lot more than MTGO. I just find it a lot faster, smoother, and a lot more fun. It's not like I'm anti-playing on MTGO. I just honestly prefer Arena. Arena is just too much more efficient for me. I don't know. I just find it a lot more fun. So now we have to decide whether to trade Sir Conrad here or not. Preserver could keep growing. I normally wouldn't trade it here, but I think I'm going to because it lets me play Forever Young, and then I can get back Sir Conrad and Oakham Adversary, my two good creatures. So I think because we have Forever Young, we're kind of looking for an opportunity to trade Sir Conrad off. Pretty rare that you're looking for an opportunity to trade off one of Sir Conrad, but this is it. And then we could bake the Archon. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of reason to do that. The 1/5 is stopping it. Unfortunately, if we're Forever Young now, we can't cast anything because there's no more green permanents in play. But I still think it's right. We're not really under any pressure. This is the kind of game where we're just going to get to the long game eventually. And in the meantime, I think we just want all of our good threats. So what I think I'm going to do here is draw a Gingerbrute this turn and just start hitting them. Sir Conrad next turn, and Oakham Adversary after that. Just going to take all my good threats. And Gingerbrute is better than it looks because we already have Tree Folk. So that's 3 points of unblockable damage a turn if we want it. Attack, pay the 1. Spider stops both their creatures. Well, Spider only stops one of their creatures now, but good beats. So let's see. Do we bake into a pie Keeper of Fables? 1/5 is stopping it. If 1/5 is also stopping Archon of Absolution, though, that means we have to put Sir Conrad on Keeper. We don't want to do that. So I think I do want to bake into a pie Keeper. And then I'll just hit them for 1 and have the Spider back. And I'm not really scared of that Tree Folk because we can just block that with Oakham Adversary. So the reason I had to bake that Keeper was because if I play Sir Conrad and pass, they're going to attack with Keeper of Fables and Archon of Absolution. If I put Spore Cap on Keeper, I take 3, which I don't care that much about, but they get to draw a card. I don't want to let them draw cards. If y'all watch me play Magic, you know there's nothing I'm more afraid of ever than my opponent drawing cards. So for now, we're still on a stable, even board. Just keep getting them for a point where we can. Oakham stops Tree Folk, Spider stops Archon, and we are chilling. Sir Kara. Sir Kara is a lot better than Sir Eleanor. My Sir rankings are basically Sir Conrad by a lot, Sir Kara in second by a lot, then like Sir, I don't know all their names, but the green one and the white one are pretty close, and then the blue one's in a distant 5th. It's still a fine card. I'm almost never cutting it from a blue deck, but it's in a distant 5th in my opinion. Maybe not distant from the green one or whatever, but the green one actually has grown on me a lot because the green one is such a small investment at 2 mana that it wins games when you Tree Folk onto it, and it costs you almost nothing. The green one is one of those cards that's going to be undervalued because it's not incredibly powerful. But remember, you only pay 2 mana for it. Doing something good on the second turn of the game is valuable, is important. What? Treefolk has haste? Oh, I forgot to pay the 1. Sigh. Pick 1, pack 1, bake by a lot. Bake is a lot better than Blue Sire. What's wrong with me tonight? Can't split my focus tonight well at all. I'm thinking about the Sirs now, so I just forgot I had to pay 1 to attack and 1 for Gingerbrute to be unblockable. Obviously, if Archon wasn't out, I wouldn't have made that mistake, but good beats. Okay, pretty easy choice here. We'll have to take the 8. I mean, it's only an additional 5 damage from if the spider blocks the Treefolk. Now, we can attack here, draw cards. Let's say they tap 2 creatures on their turn with Ardenvale Tactician. We don't want to die, though. So we need 3 blockers up. So I actually don't think I want to send 2 creatures here. So I think I'd rather hit for 5 than get a card at this point. So I'm just going to attack with Sir Conrad. And then we can play Treefolk. I don't want to die to Ardenvale Tactician because we have a pretty strong hand. And we have Food Life in play. So if they have some combination of cards to kill us, that's fine. But we shouldn't put ourselves in a position where we die to 1 common when we have a strong board like this. Sir Ben. No, keep distracting me. Firstly, I'm planning to stream forever, so I need to get better at splitting my focus. So I need to get better at interacting with the chat and thinking about the previous things and explaining them while playing the current turn. Secondly, again, the most important thing is the analysis, is the understanding. It's not the winning or losing. So by all means, keep talking to me. Never stop asking me questions. I love the constant chat discussion. I love all the questions y'all ask me. Like, that's what makes a stream so much better than a television show, right? It's the live interaction. It's the fact that as I'm doing things and you're thinking things, you get to ask me about your thoughts. If it causes me to make some mistakes, that's okay. When I stream an Arena MC qualifier next year or something, I'll focus and I won't answer the chat that much. But when I'm doing my regular nightly stream, I'm always trying to win. And I'm always trying to make the picks that give me the highest chance to win. I don't draft for the memes. I draft and play to try and find optimal strategy. But winning doesn't matter. It's finding the optimal strategy and discussing the strategy. So keep asking me questions. Okay, anyways, what are we doing now? Any creature we can attack with, like, of our 3 profitable attackers, Treefolk, Adversary, and Conrad, is fine for us. But I don't want to accidentally die. So I really want to cast Carriage this turn. That will give us a lot of blockers. And that costs 5. We have to pay a mana for each creature that attacks. So I think sending these 2 just makes the most sense. It forces 1 block, and it leaves us exactly enough mana for Carriage. Attacking seems better than milling with Conrad, but I'm not 100% on that. There was never really a point where I thought it was important to put 2 counters on anything. And we still have so much resources with Once in Future, Reaper of Night, Carriage, all of this stuff to do. Sir Conrad activating. That spending 4 to give +2/+2 just didn't seem like a valuable use of 4 mana in this game. I mean, obviously, if I had a Gingerbrute that was unblockable and attacking every turn, I might want to do that. But I threw away the Gingerbrute because I tapped 1 and I forgot it was for Archon and not for making Gingerbrute unblockable. But it definitely wasn't a big priority either way. We just have better things to spend our mana on than 2+1/+1 counters right now. Well, I was going to play Carriage, but now I feel like I might as well just kill a flyer, make it less likely for them to be able to kill me. So I'm going to fight the flyer with this Death Touch creature. If they have nothing, I'll win because I'm a 3/4. If they have a pump spell, both will die, which I'm fine with. I mostly just want to get that Archon off the board so that they can't randomly kill me somehow. Oh, no problem. What's up, Quadjax? How you doing? What are you working on with Disney? Whoa! Quadjax just donated a ton of bits. I can't even do that kind of math. What is that, 11,500 bits? Wow. Thank you for the generosity, Quadjax. The official sponsor of the stream and the most generous person on Twitch. Thank you, Quadjax. And welcome back. I hope the Disney project is going well. I wish Arena would hire you instead of Disney. I'm happy if the Disney streaming service works well, but I'd be happier if Arena worked well. Can you maybe, can Watsy, if you're out there, maybe hire Quadjax to make Arena work as well as he's trying to make the Disney services work? All right, so let's see if we can get the 7-0. You don't get 7-0 very often in best of one. This is a tough hand. If it would just be a perfect draw if it was just 2 swamps and a forest. But a lone Gingerbread isn't going to do it. We're on the draw, but I think it's 9 swamps, 8 forests. We have the 1 Forever Young. So we only have 9 draws that are pretty good. I think I have 1 Golden Egg, so maybe 10 draws that are okay. 8 forests, Forever Young, which cycles, and Golden Egg, which fixes and cycles. I think I got to mulligan this. God, such a good hand if we peel a forest. Well, that's a better hand. I wish this was a 7 because I don't know what I want to put back. We can't put back a land because it's not a cheap hand. Tree Folk is probably the best one to put back. It is the most powerful card in our hand, and it is incredible on OKM Adversary. But if they're not playing green and we put back Spider, we have 3 4-drops. So I think we pretty much have to put back Tree Folk. Another turn 1 Goose, huh? I thought I left my standard testing for the weekend to do some drafts. I guess on the other hand, that means turn 2 OKM Adversary if I don't forget. Though it's way less exciting now. They're just going to be able to force a trade. We're still going to put it out as opposed to do nothing. It's not even a close decision. If they want to force this trade, they have to lose their food and their Merrileaf, so nothing to complain about there. Of course, I'd rather be hitting them and drawing cards. If they attack and they don't sack the food, I won't be blocking. There's not that many creatures they can play that can block the adversary this early, and I might draw a pump spell or I might be able to bake into a pie later. So they respected the card drawing creature. I would have done the same if I were them. They forced the block. Now let's just get our mana ramp creature out. Did they turn these 2 cards into commons when I wasn't looking? We saw both of them in the draft, though I took Revenge and Bake over them, I think. Okay, this turn, no choices. We can always kill the Preserver later. We just slap down our great 5-drop here with exactly 5 mana. If they manage to grow the Preserver, we can bake it later. Gilded Goose making food isn't. I'm not happy about that, but I'm not going to use Bake into a pie on it in the mid game. I did. I took Revenge over an on-color rare. All right, no choices here. Spider, we don't need. We're not in a defensive position. Swamp, we have 5 lands in play. Bake is the most important card in our hand by a lot. So they have 1 mana available. I don't believe there's anything they can do with 1 mana. I mean, there's like off-color cards. The only on-color card is the +2/+1 Death Touch card instant, which people don't even always play. And if they did play it, I still have Bake as backup. So we're definitely going to attack with both. We don't want to miss damage. We're not trying to deck them. So even though we give up a Sir Conrad activation, 2 damage from the Rosethorn is more damage than we expect to get off 1 Sir Conrad activation, right? So that's why we attack with the Rosethorn there. Hopefully, They'll just sack the food to the Goose, top all 7 mana, and play Reaper, expecting that to defend them. Then we can just bake it, and life is good. We get to attack. Then we can start activating Sir Conrad. So if they tap out for Reaper here, they're in big trouble. Now, I don't know what their options are, of course. I have no idea what these other 2 cards in their hand are. So it looks like they're not going to be doing that. Well, same difference. They're going to make a 7/7, which makes sense because the 7/7 is better than Reaper here. And at least they have 1 mana left to grow Preserver, which means it can then stop Rosethorn Acolyte. So this is a little better for them. They're still in pretty bad shape, though. Because end of turn, I will bake your giant into a giant pie, a giant delicious pie. And now, they don't have a block on the 5/4 unless it's a chump block. And if they can't kill Sir Conrad, they're definitely going to get drained out. So hopefully their unknown cards aren't removal. I mean, they do have the Goose to gain life, but they also can't sink 4 mana a turn into gaining 3 when they have to actually stop Sir Conrad on board right now. They do have Wicked Wolf too. How incredible is that? Well, now it's a game. Now they're up on board. Their Wicked Wolf's going to take out Sir Conrad here. Are they going to stop the 7/0? Wow. We need to top deck Forever Young or something. Now they're winning on board. Milling is pretty irrelevant. Nobody's going to deck, so there's no reason to miss points of damage. So let's go ahead and start activating Sir Conrad. They even have the cat. They actually are playing constructed. Look at this. I guess this is what happens when you're 6/0 going for the 7/0. You play against construct and the oven. I played against this deck all weekend. How do you have this? Wicked Wolf, Goose, Oven, and Familiar? Wow. Well, the mills weren't too bad. We milled Carriage and 2 land. Hopefully, we can draw well from here. We're definitely an underdog now. Nothing we can do, though. We do have the Revenge of Ravens, but they can gain life and then start attacking later, so that's not really a good draw. Our best draw is Forever Young, I think, to get back Sir Conrad. Sir Conrad is still our best path to victory. But I think we're a massive underdog now. Unfortunately, I think we're highly unlikely to get the 7/0 from this position. I mean, if they had removal for Sir Conrad, the Wicked Wolf would not be in play attacking me. I mean, the Wicked Wolf there was just incredible. This is literally the best deck in Standard right now. Oko's banned. They don't want Oko. Oh yeah, we're dead. Wait, can I even reap them? Ah, whatever, who cares? This game is over. If I cast Reaper, I'm dead. Maybe not this turn, maybe next turn, but this is not a winnable game of Magic. Yeah, right? Is this draft? I don't know, is it? Doesn't look like it. Sadly, no 7/0 for us. Draft structed. Yeah, I mean, the 2 draft decks I've had tonight have both been really good, but neither one compares to constructed cats. I mean, there's a reason that's the best Standard deck. I mean, I don't know whether you should play it, Golgari or Jund or Sultai. And I mean, I think Cats is very beatable, but I do think it's the best deck in Standard. It's the deck to beat. I don't think that's a secret. I had a pretty nice draw that game. I thought I was probably going to win. I was feeling really good after they Reapered me, and I still had the bake in hand. But of course, I wasn't really expecting Wicked Wolf. Goose, Wicked Wolf, Cat. Sorry about that. Obviously completely outside of my control. No idea why Arena decided to explode. But I had to restart Streamlabs and then it recaptured it again and all of that. So we're here on turn 5 now. It's a pretty good game, actually. I didn't have a lot to do early. I played the Order of Midnight, and then the Spider, and then I tree folked the Order of Midnight. So we're attacking them for 4 in the air. We've got the ground pretty well gummed up. We've got our Spider. We got our carriage. See if we can ride this 4/4 flyer to victory here. Sorry, I hate silence too, you know. Why be silent when you could be talking and thinking, right? But nothing I could really do about that one, so I apologize. They'll do whatever it takes, you know. First they throw standard cats against me. Now they're just disconnecting me now that I'm playing against a normal limited deck. I mean, they'll do whatever it takes to try and stop me from getting my 7 wins, huh? I'm 1 off appetite. Well, I don't have any food to sack, though. If I had a food to sack, I would be 1 off. If they send this Fairy Guide Mother, it's not going to work out well for them. Sporekept Spider still has reach. And while me and everybody else generally forgets that Trebuchet has reach from time to time, because it doesn't look like something with reach, spiders can virtually always block flyers. So if your opponent has a spider out and you're thinking about attacking with a flyer, make sure you read that spider that it specifically does not have reach. Okay, Revenge doesn't seem particularly useful at the moment. We're already in good shape on the ground, so I think we just attack and play a 6/5. Even though they have a million creatures out, what is Revenge really stopping? Revenge is safer in some sense, but I have 4 blockers on tapped, so it's not like I'm going to die if they play +3/+3 to all their creatures. It's not like I'm going to die to Ardenvale Tactician. They can pay 1 with the Ginger Brute and then draw a card, but they can do that even if Revenge is in play. They're just taking 1 point of damage. So I think I'd rather get a 6/5 that I can attack them with in play than gain a point of life and deal a point of damage. If Revenge stopped Ginger Brute, that would be different. Revenge stops Ginger Brute from dealing a point. It does not stop it from them drawing a card with Keeper of Fables. If it attacks, I gain 1, they take 1, then they hit me for 1 with it, they still get their card off Keeper of Fables. So Revenge doesn't actually stop Ginger Brute in that way. Hey, Mr. Metronome with the raid. Thanks, Mr. Metronome. Appreciate the raid. How you doing? Especially as we're rebuilding because my stream exploded. He is, by definition, a limited lord. All right, where are we at? Any ground attacks that work out in trades are reasonably good for us, but I don't think we're pushing anything through. So for now, I think we want to just hit in the air. We have the board pretty well covered on the ground. And we can just dump the rest of our hand, right? I actually think I want Insatiable Appetite up, though, because Outmuscle is one of the only common ways they can deal with this Order of Midnight. It has flying. They can't Trapped in a Tower it. So what I'm going to do is cast Revenge, but I'm not going to cast Occam Adversary. I think I would rather have this Insatiable Appetite to give +3/+3 to Order of Midnight, making it a 7/7. So if they try and fight it with any of their creatures without muscle, they won't successfully kill it. Because right now the ground is a total stalemate, and this Order of Midnight is a really hard to stop 4/4 flyer that's winning us the game. They can't Trapped in a Tower it because it flies, but they can out-muscle it using Keeper or Paladin. Insatiable Appetite protects Order of Midnight from out-muscle. Thanks, Veneer. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for the support. Well, nobody's always correct, and that's certainly the kind of subjective thing. And I know you're joking, obviously, but it depends on how much you enjoy food and on how burdensome you find it. I enjoy food, but I personally really love playing games and strategizing. So I would rather be like spending my time playing games than eating. But everybody's different. check Twitter out. I retweeted a poll. Basically, pretend there was a magic pill. If you took it, you would have the exact same nutrition as if you ate the food you would actually eat for the rest of your life. It doesn't give you perfect health or perfect nutrition, but it just gives you the same nutrition. You swallow this pill, you never have to eat again, but you lose the upside too. Like, you can never taste food, you never feel hunger, you never get the enjoyment of food or the pleasure or the taste in any way. So food just basically never exists for you. Do you take that pill or do you not take that pill? Okay, so they have 2 mana up. I don't think there's much they can do. They can gain 3 and go to 9, though, so we can't lethal them this turn. So there's no real reason, I guess, to bake the prize griffin. We can just attack. Well, hypothetically, imagine that pill existed. You take it right now, you never taste food again, you never experience hunger again, but you don't get the option. Like, it's not like you can eat a pizza when you really want to enjoy tasty food, and then you're not hungry otherwise. The point of the pill is you literally never feel hunger, never taste food ever again. Like, it's not an option. You swallow the pill, you'll never feel hunger, you'll always have the same nutrition you would have had otherwise, and you will not ever be able to, like, smell or taste or enjoy food in any way. It's like food doesn't exist, basically. Do you swallow that pill? I don't think I had anywhere near lethal. I don't know what I missed. They could gain 3 life with the egg or the ginger brute, and I don't have any food tokens. So if I bacon opie the griffin and pump the Order of Midnight, even if they don't have anything and I successfully connect for 7, I don't have lethal. Yeah, Italians eat the best food. I know Mengucci would never, ever take that pill. I would take the pill. Oh, you do get a food with bake. You are right about that. So I could have dealt them 9, which is exactly their life total. So yes, I potentially missed lethal. The play is still not necessarily right because, of course, they had 2 mana, Rose Thorn and a land. But there's not a lot they could do with 2 mana. So I could have attacked, baked, and then sacked the food and went for lethal. I did miss that. You are correct. Can't count it as a punt because I have no idea if the play is right or not. But I did absolutely miss that. You're right. And I did miss the option to do that. No, the chat is actually correct. I don't think it was necessarily right. Yeah, you lose the game to an outflank or something. Like, right now, if we Insatiable in response to an outflank, well, we could always Insatiable main phase, but then they could have an Arden Vale Tactician. So, like, if we wanted to play around Tactician, we could attack first and then Insatiable, but then they can outflank it. If we, So you can't really play around Tactician and outflank at the same time there, and they had 2 mana up. So, I mean, it's probably not right to go for it, but it is good that the chat pointed it out, that we did have a potential lethal, assuming they didn't have anything. But at the moment, before we start the next draft, which we're about to start, I'm curious to what most people would do on that pill. Would you all take the pill or would you not take the pill? If you could take a pill where food doesn't exist, you can never smell, taste, or enjoy it again in any way. You also never feel hunger, and you have the same nutrition you would have had it otherwise. Do you take the pill? I don't know. Presumably you go to the bathroom the same amount you would otherwise. I like food too. I just like drafting more. Like, I would rather not have to eat. I would take the pill. Me and Ephro discussed this concept once at a dinner, and I said I would pay $100,000 for that pill, and he said he would pay $100,000 to not have to take the pill. So opinions vary wildly. Well, assume the pill was free. Would you take it is the question at the moment. But remember, you never get to taste food. You never get to smell food. You never get to experience eating again. That's actually what Tanya said, Smarty Cat streams. But you are allowed to go to dinner, right? Like, yeah, you can't discuss the taste of the pizza or whatever, but it's not like you lose the ability to set foot in a restaurant. Like, if your friends want to go to dinner, you can go to dinner and order a beer and hang out with them or whatever. mean, you don't lose the social interactions. I mean, even if it includes drinking, like, I don't think it's supposed to include getting drunk, let's say, or whatever. The point is like your nutrition is satisfied and you lose the experience, the taste, the flavor, the satisfaction of eating, etc. Sure, maybe you can't experience like you wouldn't get the taste and flavor of the beer at least in the hypothetical. Maybe you can, but I mean you can probably still theoretically get drunk or whatever. Okay, let's get back to drafts. But it's an interesting question. Like I said, a lot of people, if the pill is free, would choose not to take it, and a lot of people would take it. I personally would pay a lot of money for that pill because I find eating to be more of a chore than enjoyment. I would just always rather be drafting. But like I said I would pay like $100,000 for that pill, and Efro said he would pay $100,000 to not take the pill. Everybody enjoys different things more or less. I enjoy food. I mean, when I eat McDonald's or pizza or cake or whatever, I enjoy it. But I would rather be drafting. So to me, it just feels like a chore. All right, so what are we taking here? Efro speaking up about how strongly he's against the pill. I understand Italy has much better food than America. I'm not arguing that. Mengucci posts endless pictures of his delicious meals on Twitter. Okay, so what are we taking? Improbable Alliance is definitely the best card in the pack, but it is a blue-red gold card that's only good in one specific archetype. Revenge is probably the second best card in the pack, and it is a one-color card. Glass Casket and Black Lens Peregrine are both nice too. This is a really good pack. Would love to open this pack in like a seal deck and get to have all these black cards for the same deck. I think ultimately this is a pick between Revenge and Improbable Alliance, because Revenge is the best one color card in the pack, and Improbable Alliance is the best two color card in the pack. But Improbable Alliance is a lot more powerful in a blue-red draw two deck than Revenge is in an average black deck. So I'm definitely not sure what to take here. Thank you, Malseed, for subscribing. That's all 11 months. Can't wait till we start hitting the 12-month, 1-year club next year. Thank you for your support. Well, I would definitely take Innkeeper in that question because you already have Clover, so you want to be prioritizing adventures the whole rest of the way. Oh, no, I would not take Peregrine over Revenge here. Pick one, pack one. If you have an aggressive Knights deck, you should definitely take Peregrine over Revenge. But a lot of times when you play black, you're going to play black-blue control or black-green black-green like food, and then Peregrine is just fine, nothing special in those decks. Barely better than a 2-mana 3-1. I think Alliance is enough better. If you do see blue-red, Improbable Alliance is very broken. Improbable Alliance is like the blue-red build-around. Paragon is playable on its own, but it's not exciting. For Paragon to be exciting, you need to be an aggressive Knights deck. Or I guess any Knights deck, but every Knights deck is going to be aggressive. Okay, so let's see. Ironcrag Feet is a weird constructed card that you should never put in a limited deck. Red Cap Melee is great, efficient removal that you should take early for any limited deck and on color. And it's the best card in the whole pack by a lot. This is not an easy... Oh, let's not waste time analyzing this pick. It's melee by... Whoa! For once, we guessed right, huh? It feels like every time we have one of those hard picks between, like, Revenge and Alliance, we guess wrong. We see, like, a third pick bake into a pie. But now there's just second Improbable Alliance. Once in a while, it's nice to actually guess right, huh? Like, now we just got to draft the standard blue-red stuff, and our deck will be the most busted thing ever with double Improbable Alliance. We already have 3 first-pick worthy uncommons, 2 of which, and we're 3 picks into the draft. This is incredible. All right, so Joust is highly unlikely to be very good in this deck, so that's not something we're interested in. Charm Sleep is, like, fine removal, nothing special, but it's still the best blue or red card here. So let's grab that. Okay, somebody needs to tell the bots that Red Cap Melee is just 1 mana, kill a creature. This is not like the rest of the color hosers. It's like totally like just a good main deck card. You just sack a land in the late game when lands don't matter. And of course, if they have a red creature, all the better. But this is one of the most busted starts to a deck I've ever had. Double uncommon 1-mana removal spell, double insane build around that's just like the best uncommon for these colors. Now, do we want to take Barrage or Thrill of Possibility? Definitely not Rimrock. We're at a point where Thrill with double Improbable Alliance and red-blue draw 2 is definitely better than a Rimrock Knight. But Searing Barrage is also great removal. I'm not actually sure, though. Thrill seeing 2 cards really cheaply, really early, could help us play a turn 3 Improbable when we didn't draw it. I think this is a really close pick between Barrage and Thrill, given the 5 cards we have. Efro, what do you think? Barrage or Thrill? You still listening? Do I have to talk about the food pill to get attention and not draft picks? Stop testing Standard for our Mythic Championship that we're working together for that's coming up soon and help me with a draft pick. I think this is a really tough pick. I mean, Barrage is still a very good card, and our curve is super low, but Thrill also digs to Alliance, and we want our Alliance as early as we can. Sounds like Fro saying Thrill. I'm in. I was already leaning Thrill. Easy Merchant here, one of the premium blue-red draw 2 commons. So let's see. I don't think any of these cards stand virtually any chance at making our deck, so I don't think it actually matters. If our deck ends up full of Wolverines and super aggro, maybe we'll want that Red Cap Raiders. Okay, these cards don't matter. Yeah, we're never going to play a Ginger Brute in this deck. These cards just don't matter. But we did pick up 2 Dwarven Mine. What is going on? This may go on to be the best draft deck of all time. Ironcrag Pyromancer is literally the #1 build-around for blue-red draw 2, and Improbable Alliance is the best blue-red uncommon for blue-red draw 2 by a lot. Whoa, it looks like they're rewarding us for missing the 7-0 last draft and then Arena exploding on me. Hopefully we're going to make Mythic now, because that is just broken. So even though Opt is not a great second pick, with Double Alliance and Pyromancer, I'm cool with every Opt I can get. We want to find these cards, and then it works both ways. Stuff like Opt and Thrill are cheap ways to help find the cards that our deck revolves around, or they trigger them once we already have them. So we'll be drafting all the Opts and Thrill of possibilities we can very aggressively. Now this pack actually has no cards I want. Rimrock is the most likely to make our deck, but it's not a particularly good card in it, and the rest of these cards are off color and or unplayable. So now it looks like another easy Opt. And again, somebody let Wizards know that the bot update seems pretty good. It feels like you're now seeing Secret Keepers about how you were supposed to. I know we saw 1 6-pick, but that can happen if the people around you aren't playing Blue Mill. But Red Cap Melee, this is just awesome, efficient removal, and you shouldn't be getting these this late. All right, if we play any of these, it's probably going to be a cheap defender. I don't expect to use any of these cards, but we're drafting a very blue-red, win the late game with our power cards type deck. Don't think these cards can matter. We do need a few more playables, not a ton. I mean, all of these cards we're happy to play, so we currently have 13 in the middle of pack 2. And then we have a few more cards we can stick in if we have to. But hopefully we have a nice deep pack 3. Because though our power level is incredible, we didn't get a ton of playables late there. Yeah, the Rimrock and the Merfolk are both medium in this deck, but I agree that I think that's hyperbolic, Fro, but I agree that they're comparable, at least in the deck. And putting one on the board and one in the main is kind of funny looking. All right, so now Scorching Dragonfire or Stonecoil Serpent. Stonecoil is more powerful, but we already win the late game, I think, with Pyromancer and Double Improbable Alliance. So I think we just want the cheap removal to make sure our opponents can't kill us. Egg is a nice way to draw 2 and trigger everything, but it's not comparable to Scorching Dragonfire. So I actually think this is Scorching Dragonfire by a substantial amount because we have so much power level. Like, how are we going to lose once we have Improbable Alliance in play? And the one thing that separates Improbable Alliance from Mad Ratter and some of the other enablers, listen, if you have a Mad Ratter going, that's incredibly powerful, but it's a creature. People play a lot of creature removal in Limited, right? Improbable Alliance is an enchantment, so it's not going to die very often. Almost every time you cast this card, it's going to live for the rest of the game, and you're going to win the game with it. So what we need to do is not die, which means we need Scorching Dragonfire. We don't need another powerful win condition in our hand. That's not to say Stone Coil Serpent's not good. I would snap take it and snap play it in this deck. But a really efficient removal spell like Scorching Dragonfire, I think, is better. Revenge of Ravens is definitely a way we can lose. We have the Pyromancer to beat it, but of course they might kill it. I mean, we need to find a turn into a pumpkin if we can, or a counter spell if we can, or whatever. So for now, Hypnotic Sprite, again, it's not an amazing card, but it's a pretty good card. We're going to play at instant speed a lot, so we can leave our mana up a lot. Do we play Mirror Maid in this deck? I think this card is pretty bad, but it copies enchantments, which we have two busted ones that we're building around. Also, this deck is all ops and like Thrill of Possibilities. So we're going to have some ways to get rid of it. We're going to have some rummage effects like Merchant and Thrill that we can discard the Mirror Maid when it's dead. And then when we go turn 2 Improbable, turn 3 Mirror Maid, make a copy. I mean, that's just amazing. I understand it's somewhat win more, but remember, there's no Scorching Dragonfire in this pack. We're debating between an Opt and a Mirror Maid. And we do have, like I said, Thrill of Possibility, Merchant of the Veil. Like, we have ways to discard it when it's bad. Yeah, and we could also copy their stuff. I think it's better than an Opt once we have double Improbable Alliance. Hopefully I'm not being too greedy. Charm Sleep as well. Yeah, we could copy that and kill another creature for sure. Copying Stone Coil doesn't work because it wouldn't get the counters, right? I think that's a joke by Miserloo. Okay, so there's Opt and there's Wolverine. I don't think we want Runaway together. It's a good way to save Pyromancer, and we do have like a Sprite, so maybe we would play it. But I think Opt is just so good in this deck. There's another way we can close in Surkara. It's not actually drawing 2 cards a turn, so it doesn't trigger everything, but it's still probably better than Merchant of the Veil, especially because we do need ways to win if they do have revenge, or if they just somehow deal with our Improbable Alliance. So I think we want the win condition here over the Merchant. I'm not really that worried about triggering draw 2 things. I mean, that's Improbable Alliance does it itself. We have a Merchant, a Thrill, and 3 Ops already. That said, we're about to get another one. The only question is Golden Egg or Merchant of the Veil. They're both good. They're both good in this deck. Egg's life gain could help us against aggro. Merchant is 1 mana to use the first time, though. It does trigger every turn, but again, I'm not that worried about that. It's 3 to use this, and it's only 6 to use Improbable. So we can always trigger Improbable Alliance just using itself. I think the Egg allowing us to hit land drops while triggering things, plus giving us some life against aggro. Also, these are blue, red, gold cards, and we're going to play 16 lands almost for sure with all these Ops. So we kind of want something like the Egg for mana fixing in this deck, I think. I think that's a close pick, though. But ideally, I think we're going to play like 8 blue, 8 red and rely on like Ops and Thrill and all of this stuff to dig up lands. So I like that Golden Egg is a 2 mana colorless fixer enabler that can help us dig through our deck. Couldn't really care less about Wolverine, so I'm just going to grab another Opt here. This is not constructed. We can pay 1 for Opt as many times as we want per game. Witching Well, another draw 2 enabler that will help us find Improbable Alliance on turn 2. That's very big for us. Doubt we're going to play Scavengers, but we're not going to play Scarecrow. Is this a deck that wants Crashing Drawbridge? We're giving haste to only Surkara. Nothing else is meaningful. There's virtually nothing else in this pack I think we would ever play, so I'll still grab it, but I'm going to slap it in the sideboard for now. Definitely not going to play Raging Redcap. Wolverine is in. So that gives us like 21. I think we want to pull 3 from our board. There's some okay playables in the board. Nothing exciting, but I'm pretty sure that's the land count for the deck. Our cards are very cheap, and we have all these ops. So then, what do we want? We don't want these tap lands. We don't need a random 1/1. We want our lands to come into play untapped. But what do we want from the board? We could take Wishful Merfolk, make sure we don't die. It's just a reasonable early blocker, as Efro pointed out, which is what this deck cares about. Could take Crashing Drawbridge for the same reason. We're just not really giving haste to anything. So I think the Merfolk is probably better, although we might just go with both. We still have another 2 cards to add in. Rimrock not blocking kind of sucks, but its ability to pump 1/1 tokens is pretty nice, given we're going to have lots of 1/1s in play. So I could definitely see Rimrock for that reason. And then maybe like Vantress Paladin to have a flyer, but we don't really need flyers with the double improbable. I'm not sure that giving +1 to one of our 1/1s is going to make much of a difference against Revenge. I agree we aren't great against Revenge. We have ways to win. I mean, we can Sarkara, we can Pyromancer. I think we want Rimrock. Even though Rimrock, it doesn't look great in a deck like this because we're more of a win through our power level, not through aggression deck, we should have 1/1 flying tokens in play a lot of the time. And Rimrock still works on defense. The creature itself, Rimrock can't block, but I can block a 3/3 with a 1/1 flyer and then give it +2/+0. So I think I like Rimrock for its ability to pump 1/1 flying tokens. And then I think like probably Vantress Paladin would be the last card. And that looks good to me. Scavengers would be good, except by the time I have 6 mana, I'm probably just going to use it to activate Improbable Alliance. So I don't really want six mana cards in this deck. I want things to do on turns like 4 and 5, and then when I hit 6, hopefully activating Improbable Alliance is enough. Okay, none of our enablers, but a clear keep. We have both kinds of mana, and we have double opt. Again, opt is so incredible in this deck because it does double duty. It will help us dig up our Improbable Alliances or our Pyromancer, or it will trigger them once they're already in play. So opt is just excellent. We don't need an island, even though we kind of need double blue for Mirror Maid. We have another opt. We're much more concerned with trying to hit an alliance here. So easy bottom there. So if you draw 2 on the opponent's turn, like with our Witching Well or our Thrill of Possibility, that triggers Alliance on their turn. But a draw 1 only triggers Alliance on our turn. So now, since we have a Rimrock to play, in addition to an opt, we probably want to do that. We can always Golden Egg next turn. I think I will take the island now, though. Now that we found our build around Improbable Alliance, I want to have double blue for Mirror Maid so that I can just copy it next turn. And that's just filthy. So I'm going to play Rimrock here. If I really wanted to make sure I could do the max next turn, I would have played Golden Egg, because then I could play Mirror Maid and then use Golden Egg to make 3rd blue mana and then opt. But we can just do that a turn later. We're not under any pressure. So, I mean, I think that I want to get a 3/1 in play more than I want to, like, use something that triggers my 2 Improbable Alliances just to make sure I have a better turn next turn. Of course, if I knew they were going to play a double striker, I would take it all back. Okay, except we drew Red Cap Melee, which we have 3 of. So let's go ahead and clear out that. We're not going to trigger Improbable Alliance this turn. We're going to take this turn off to Mirror Maid it. But then after that, oh yeah, they work in multiples. We'll be double triggering our alliances. I held the 1/1 flyer back because there was no guarantee they were going to block there, and aggression is how they're going to have to beat me. Because every turn we're going to make a bunch of free 1/1 fairies now, and this is just going to be totally busted. Unless they have Revenge of Ravens, they should just concede. Golden Egg, make 2 1/1 flyers because Magic is a fair game. We can basically already start preparing for possible revenge because I just can't conceive of other ways they could really win this game. Maybe Embercleave is another one. Ace is very smart, and they agree. We were playing constructed, and they were playing limited. I mean, they had a fine draw. They went 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop. I mean, a 3-drop on turn 4, but still 2-drop, 3-drop, 3-drop. But we were playing constructed, and they were playing limited. And that last black-green deck that I went 7-1 with was a great draft deck too, but we saw what happened when our opponent was playing constructed. If you go Gilded Goose, Wicked Wolf, Witch's Oven, Cauldron Familiar, you're probably going to beat a draft deck, right? And if you go turn 2 Alliance, turn 3 Alliance, like trigger like that, you're probably going to beat a draft deck. All right, so here we can start with Witching Well. We don't have any of our build-arounds, but we can turn 1 Witching Well, and then we'll get the Scry 2. Hopefully we can dig up an Alliance or a Pyromancer. We already have lands, so we know what we're looking for. We're going to ship that island. And honestly, I think we just ship Thrill too. Even though it sees 2 cards, we have Opt and Golden Egg to see more cards, as well as Witching Well. So I think I just bottom that to give myself a chance to top deck one of my 2 improbable alliances. I know it feels like it's never going to happen, but remember, there's 30 cards in my deck, not counting the 2 on the bottom, and there's 2 copies of Improbable Alliance. So it's 1 in 15, or roughly 6 to 7% to happen. So it does happen. Probably should have played Wolverine there, because next turn I could have played Alliance and Opt and triggered it anyway, but I got a little excited, I'm not going to lie to you. So now I'm going to Opt and then play Wolverine. I lied, I'm going to Opt and then play second Alliance. Although maybe I'll just play Wolverine and won't make the same mistake as last turn. It is a little different now because I might need to red cap melee the Wandermare next turn. So I'm not sure what to do now. Plus, I only have 1 red mana. So yeah, I think I'm just going to get the Alliance out. The previous turn, though, I certainly should have sequenced the other way. All right, they have Mythics, but we have red cap melee, so that's fine. Unfortunately, it's not red. We're going to have to sack a valuable land, but it is what it is. I see no reason to put a 1-1 in front of Wandermere right now, though. We still have plenty of life, and we might be in a position to triple block that Wandermere sooner or later. So for now, I think I need to kill the Questing Beast. I can Golden Egg first, see what we get, trigger our alliances. Don't want to miss turns making 2 free 1-1s. Questing Beast, because of this other ability, creatures with power 2 or less can't block it, is just super scary. If I do kill it here, though, I'm not going to triple block Wandermere because shields are just completely down. So I think, given we have double Alliance in play, we want to play it safe. Take out the 4/4. And then I'm just going to attack them for 1 and chump block Wandermere this 1 turn probably, or take 3, depending on whether they do anything else. And then next turn, with Sprite up or like more blockers, we can maybe try and gang block the Wandermere. Let's see what else happens this turn. Because I have a second blue in hand. So 2 blue and 2 red. That's why I sacked the blue. Okay, so we could activate the Improbable Alliances on their turn with a Witching Well. And I think it's time to switch to being a control deck now that they added a 2/3 that draws cards to the board. I'm not trying to race. I think I'm going to want to do like a triple block, and then I can use Sprite on any like tricks they play in combat. Or if they do something pre-combat, we can always Sprite it or Witching Well for more blockers. We'll just have to evaluate. But it's pretty, there's not very many cards that cost 4 or more that impact combat. Like if they play Carver, it's the Adventure, so it costs 2, Outflank costs 1, Insatiable Appetite costs 2, Silver Flame Squire costs 3. So almost all the commons, and even uncommons they would play in combat here, are going to be counterable by Hypnotic Sprite. So if they attack with both, I think the play is just a triple block Occam Adversary here. If they kill 2 fairies and the adversary dies, I'm very happy with the exchange. If they have a trick, hopefully it's counterable by Hypnotic Sprite, like most things they can have are. And there it is. Although they still have priority, so they must have a second trick, so that's not great. can't really imagine what their options are. Like, if they have, like, a pump spell, of course you play it. And, I mean, it's good for them. It's not, you know, like we can't recover potentially, but I can't really imagine what choice they have. Ah, well, that makes sense. That card is extremely powerful, so they didn't really want to use it there. That makes a lot more sense to me. Okay, well, opt was a perfect draw. Now we're going to opt, trigger our alliances. Then we can always pass the turn, Witching Well, and trigger them again. You got to love that. I guess we could also cast Sprite and Wolverine if that gives us better blocks. Which it kind of does. It gives us a 2-1 and a 1-1 on one, and a 1-1 and a 2-1 on the other. But also getting the extra 2 cards will give us more lands to do more with, plus more ammunition for later. So I think there's more value in sacking the Witching Well now. Our blocks are going to be fine on board now with 4 1-1s. And I want the extra cards now so that I have more cantrips to keep triggering these alliances, as well as more lands to do more. Well, opponent emptied the hand here. Double Glass Casket. Nice turn by them. Go ahead and sack our Witching Well and make 2 1-1s. So we're still looking fantastic, of course. I think I'm just going to chump both because we have plenty to do. Now, what do we want to do? We can activate the Alliance to make 2 1-1 flyers, but that would be just break even. We could red cap melee one of those, charm sleep the other, and cast Sprite. That would be a really good turn, but it means we use all our removal. We could also melee one, and then just play Sarkara to trade with the other. I don't want to die to outmuscle, so if I do that, I'm going to kill the Wandermare. Oh, no, we don't have 3 red. I mean, we do. We'd have to sack the egg, but that's not worth doing. So we do have a lot of good options. I think it's fine to spend our removal. If they play a flyer, firstly, they're empty-handed, but even if they play a flyer, we can just chump block with these improbable alliances. So I think what we want to do here, charm sleep. I don't know if it matters which one. I guess the Wandermare is probably the scarier one if they free up one later. Sorry, I mean the adversary is the scarier one. And then let's go ahead and red cap melee the other one. And cast Sprite. Well, I can't chump that, although I can ping it with Sarkara. So if they top deck a pump spell this turn, though, I die if I tap out for Sarkara. So now we're going to have some decisions to make, because we do have that golden egg to cash in for lands. For life. So now we have 2 reasonable options. We can sack the egg and play Wolverine, and then we could play Sarkara the following turn with a little bit more of a life total cushion. Or we could play Sarkara, and then we die if they top a pump spell. I think with our board advantage and everything, I just don't think there's a reason to lose to a common pump spell that we can beat. And we can beat them by waiting a turn. If we finish this turn at 5, then +2/+2 or +3/+3 doesn't kill us. So I think the right play here is to sack the egg for life and Sarkara next turn. Hopefully they don't rip like another big creature, but even if they do and I have to chump it, I have 2 chump blockers out, so I can take the turn off and play Sarkara, and then I can chump block, and then I can go back to improbable alliancing. So I'm playing around like a +2/+2 here. If I would have cast Sarkara last turn, I would have just been dead if they had +2/+2. Can't block Gingerbread anyway, so there's not really much upside to holding back any extra blockers. So even though this, like, let the Gingerbread stick around for an extra turn, it dealt 1 and I gained 3. So now, if they have any, like, Silver Flame Squire, Carver, Insatiable Appetite, I can take the hit from Gingerbread now and not die. So that's why I took the line I did there. Okay, cool. Well, we can start by opting now. That makes that easy. And so I am definitely willing to red cap melee Gingerbrute from this great of a position, but I don't think we need to do it now. It does 4 damage. So even if they do go for some kind of double pump for the win, we're just going to be able to do it in response to one of the pumps. So we'll just go ahead and cast Vantress Paladin and pass. There's no pump that gives like +4/+4, I don't think. So they're going to have to use 2 different pump cards, which means we can just let one resolve and then red cap, or we could just respond to the first one with red cap melee. And then the other one would have to give +4/+4, which doesn't exist, I don't think. Yeah, but if they all like glitters, we just kill it in response. My point is they can't save it if we red cap melee it. Okay, so they're effectively at 11. So we have 3, 5, 7, 9, 10 points of damage, counting the triggering the alliances, but not 11. And I have exactly 6 mana, but I'm going to have to sack one anyway if I melee the Gingerbrute. So we might as well untap and then decide. Let's pretend I wasn't going to have to sack a land. I would probably red cap melee the Gingerbrute end of turn. But now we might as well just draw and then decide, right? Because if I sack a land, that's effectively the same thing. So let's see what we get. So it looks like now we're just going to activate our alliance. We'll have flying blockers for the goose. We want to melee the Gingerbrute now, because if they have Insatiable Appetite, we want to make them play it. So let's see. I think there's not much reason to send a couple of 1/1 flyers. Maybe there is if they make another food. Yeah, we could sack a blue, so you could get an extra red mana by doing it end of turn. That much is true. But I don't think we're likely to need triple red. But it's not, I don't know, maybe we had another double red card we wanted to cast. So the plan now, I'm going to melee the Gingerbrute now. This way, if they have Appetite in hand, which I doubt, because I assume they would have went for the win, they have to use it and then top deck another pump spell. Because if I use it when they attack, if they top deck another pump spell, they'll just play that one first, and then they'll respond with Appetite. So it makes way more sense to do it now and force them to already have Appetite. Because if they're holding like Silverflame Squire, or if they're holding Carver, if they untap and draw Appetite, they win the game. If they're holding Silverflame Squire right now, or if they're holding Carver right now, they lose the game if I melee the Gingerbrute. First and foremost, let's go ahead and use this. Make sure it doesn't tap our red. Looks like the auto tapper's on top of things. And then we get 2 1/1 flyers to block the goose, so we don't have to worry about them attacking us for lethal with the Gilded Goose. And then, like I said, right now, red cap melee on Gingerbrute. So, I don't know. If they can give that Gilded Goose trample, there's not a lot of ways to do that, but it may exist. Because we have 2 blockers. Obviously, the Giant Wrath isn't particularly scary. Well, now they can kill us with Ardenvale Tactician. That would be pretty sick. Hooray! I'm fine with people turning things into elks now that it's not Oko. Yeah, opponent's deck was really good. I mean, double alliance is just broken. I mean, single alliance is honestly pretty broken. From Florida to Value Town, yes. I would definitely move there. If I had known Pyromancer was on top, would I take the same line? That's a pretty good question. I don't know if I could have gotten Pyromancer in play and activated it. I don't think so. In which case, yes, because the game is definitely ending the following turn. Was there a way for me to dig up Pyromancer and get it in play earlier? I don't really think so. Value Town is great, right? Who doesn't want to visit Value Town? I have not gotten 3 out. I've gotten 2 out both games. That time it was both alliances. The previous time it was alliance and Mirror Maid. Pretty glad we took that Mirror Maid, though, because I understand it's situational. We won't always have our alliance, but we have Thriller Possibility and Merchant of the Veil to get rid of it, all the ops to get past it. I think that the ability to make the double alliance was worth taking the Mirror Maid pretty aggressively. So for now, we just have turn 2 Merfolk, turn 3 Merchant. I guess I could have maybe rummaged away a land. I mean, you never know what you're going to draw, but it does double my chances at having turn 2 Alliance. But we also aren't looking... We don't have cantrips early here. So by taking these draw steps and just playing the Merchant and all of that, we definitely... we don't use our draw 2 before we could have Alliance. So I think that's a close choice, whether to rummage away one of the 4 lands there or not. You can get Oko Unlimited, but I think if it's in the pack, it's in the pack. Yeah, you can Mirror Maid Charm Sleep, I believe. Okay, I'll trade Merfolk, but I won't trade Merchant. Even though if I block with Merchant and they pump, that takes their turn. Merchant is pretty valuable right now. Still no love so far, but let's start with Golden Egg. Other than that, we are just chilling, trying to find our enablers. We have the 2 Alliance and the 1 Pyromancer that are really what we're looking for here. Hey, Ryan Tucker, all 11 months. Thank you for your support. I know you've been around since day 1, and I'm pretty excited to see the people about to hit the 1-year club. Thank you for your support. Let's see what they're up to here. Gotta be honest, I don't really believe them, but I probably shouldn't block. Let's say they had a Carver in hand. Couldn't they have attacked with the Brute last turn? No, I guess not, because I'd block it with the 3-2, and then they'd Carver and they'd still lose the Brute. I don't know if I'm supposed to block here or not. I think I am. It's not a bad turn if they Carver. I don't really need this Merchant. You cannot sneak points past me. I'm blocking. Okay, so I think we'll thrill away Sprite, probably. That's the least valuable card in our hand, as incredible as that is to believe and to say out loud. And now we can start the cooking. If we go Pyromancer and then Opt, we can trigger it now for 3 damage. Take out, I guess, Tempting Witch. I'm not sure if that's actually better than just Charm Sleeping the Witch Stalker this turn, though. I guess either way with 5 mana, we can start with Witching Well and then decide. After Witching Well, we can Charm Sleep the Witch Stalker, or we can go Pyromancer Opt. So let's start with Witching Well and then see what's on top. Get as much information as possible, and then we'll decide what to do. So I would kind of like 1 land for next turn. but we'll probably find one anyway. And I think Pyromancer / Opt is the right play. So I'm going to bottom both of those. Definitely going to top that. That lets us take out a 4/4 without using Charm Sleep, which could take out a bigger creature. So that's a really exciting card to see on top there. Well, I care a lot about this Pyromancer. I don't really care about this Merchant. I mean, it is a way to trigger the Pyromancer, but so is Witching Well and our whole deck. So I'm just going to block Gingerbrute. If they want to use the +2/+2 here, I'm not ecstatic about it, but that means they don't have it to save the Witch Stalker from Redcap melee. I mean, we're just going to run them out of resources, right? All of our damage and stuff that comes from Pyromancer is free. We're not spending cards on it. So now while they're tapped, I think we go ahead and sack our Witching Well, Pyromancer, and see what we get. Make sure we have melee mana open. And then we want to melee away Witch Stalker for sure. Because we want to save Charm Sleep in case they play some giant creature. Melee only kills up to 4/4, which is quite a bit of damage. But you never know. They're green. They may put out a 6/5 or an 8/8 or whatever. So we want to go ahead and use melee on the 4/4 and preserve Charm Sleep for a potential 6/5 or 7/7 or something of that nature. Basically, if they don't remove Pyromancer and we just keep killing cards for free, they can't win. We're not spending cards as we're killing theirs. So this is interesting. They chose not to cast Carver, which they might do even if they're holding nothing because it's just going to die to Pyromancer. But if we opt, they can bake the Pyromancer in response if they do have Bake into a Pie. Now, I think if they had Bake into a Pie, they would probably just use it on their turn. So I think they probably don't have it. But also, we don't need to kill Gingerbrute right now. We're at 14. So I think what we'll do is play Wolverine and pass the turn. Should they cast Bake or just tap their mana, I'll opt, and then I'll fry the Gingerbrute. If they do nothing, I can just sack Egg into their turn. I don't really care about taking one more point. And we can always opt next turn or whatever. Yeah, of course, Opt won't trigger on their turn. We would sack the Golden Egg into their turn this turn if they pass back to us. So they left their 2 open. They didn't pay the 1 for Gingerbrute, so they almost certainly have some kind of a pump spell. I'm not really sure what it is, but I guess we can just find out now, because for 2 mana, they can't kill Pyromancer. So let's start by opting. Definitely going to top that. It's a powerful card that we have the mana to cast. Definitely going to deal the 3 to the 3/2. Not really concerned. If I trade with their pump spell, that's cool. If it's a Carver, I can Scorch it in response, and then both will go to the graveyard. Well, one will get exiled, and one will go to the graveyard. So it is a Carver. So now we just respond with Scorch. And that causes the Adventure to fizzle, which means the Adventure goes to the graveyard. And life is good. And we don't even have to deal 3 to that Gingerbrute. We can just ping it with Surkara if they don't have anything. And we still preserved our Charm Sleep through all of this to take care of a giant creature. So things are looking great. And there's that giant creature. Pretty glad we have Charmed Sleep, because that one is recursive, so it can be tough to deal with. But unless they find a way to sack it, let's shut that down. Definitely going to hold the land this turn, because if they draw Reaper, I don't want to have to discard Surkara. So even though it's going to be good to have 6 in play, to have Redcap and Surkara active, for this one turn, we hold this mountain in case they Reaper us. And then next turn, we can just play Mountain Surkara and have Redcap melee up. Of course, we're not going to go ahead and spend Redcap on a Ginger Brute. Yeah, they have a lot of food, but hopefully they don't draw away to sack their own Troll King, because they can't just sack it just because they want to free it up. They have to top deck an answer to do that. But for now, I'm not going to attack for 2 into the Revenge. They have a lot of life. I'll attack into the Revenge gladly, but at least it's going to have to be 3. It's at least going to be when I trigger the Wolverine. It's not going to be just for 2, because I'm going to trigger this on a lot of turns, and I'm going to have to win this game with Pyromancer and all of that. Well, remember, we can ping them every turn with Surkara. We can ping them with Pyromancer. So if they don't top deck answers to these right now, we could still win this game through Revenge. Okay, so they're Reapering us. Do we want to melee? We'll sack a land, but we're going to discard it anyway. So the question is, do we melee Ginger Brute and sack a land? I think we do, because then we can hit them with Surkara instead of pinging it. I wasn't going to do that otherwise, of course, because I would have saved Redcap melee. But now that they're going to make me discard Redcap melee, I think it's right to do it. We don't really need this many lands in play. Okay, so we can start by opting. That will trigger Wolverine and Pyromancer. Let's see what we get. That looks pretty good. That plus Surkara can take out the 4/5 Reaper. So we're definitely going to top that. And now Surkara is going to trigger either way, so I think we'd rather attack. We take an extra point of damage, but we deal an extra 2 damage. And then let's see what's on top of our deck. And back to you, opponent. I wonder if we can lethal them if they tap out for Reaper here. Probably not through Revenge this turn. But either way, we'll kill it and we'll go about our business. Nice job, Grep Logic. Okay, so we now can trigger our cards. So if we deal 3 to them with Pyromancer, they're at 8. Wolverine effectively does them 2 if it attacks into the Revenge, so they're at 6. But in order to clear the Reaper, we have to use Surkara and Redcap. So yeah, we don't have anywhere near lethal at the moment. Let's start with an op, though. I'm not really worried about running out of steam between Surkara and Pyromancer and my whole deck just being cantrips. So I can deal the 3 to the Reaper. I'll deal, and then Redcap melee it. I'll deal them less damage, but I can attack with Surkara. I'll get Surkara's ability, but they'll get an extra life off Revenge, plus I'll deal them less damage. So I think that's worse. I think we just do the 3 to them. Then we can Redcap. I don't know if it matters between blue and red at this point. Finish off the Reaper with Surkara's ping ability. Certainly it's worth hitting for 3 here. We take 1, they take 2. That's a good deal. And I mean, I guess casting this is better than holding it, though I don't expect it to do much. But if it does give us 1/1 blockers, those could be useful. You never know what they're going to draw. We have 12 cards left in our deck to win. 11 life. We already used the golden egg. Yeah. Looks like the opponent just gaining some life. Yeah, and that does give us the loot triggers, but I don't necessarily want to even go through my deck much quicker. But I am missing a lot of damage if I don't. I think what I'm going to do, though, is wait until I can just discard lands at least, because I don't want to risk discarding good threats. We're not killing them soon. I think we can deal them lethal this game, but I don't think it's going to be necessarily soon. So I think the first thing I'm going to do here is just attack with Surkara. I'll deal them the 2 extra damage, and I'll take the 1, because I'm more worried about running out of time. Now that we have a land to discard and we get 3 damage from Pyromancer, is it worth activating Alliance? We have 10 cards left in our deck. Yeah, I'm going to start pinging them, but I think at the moment with 10 life left, it's better to deal them the extra point of damage each turn. Because, I mean, they gain 1, but they take 3, so they take 2, and if I ping them, they only take 1. So it's basically 1 extra damage to each of us, which I'm trying to kill them, and I'm still at 10 life, and I'm not really worried about them dealing damage to me. But yeah, we get a bolt to the face, but we lose a turn, potentially. But I think now that we have an island to discard, it's probably worth it. It's pretty close, whether we want to activate Alliance there or not. Well, we could, but that doesn't really help us if we copy the Revenge, because the opponent's not really trying to attack us anyway, right? I'd be more likely to Mirror Mate a food token if they were tapped out and couldn't sack it. Actually, if it doesn't target, if it's choose 1, then they can't even stop me from copying it by sacking 1 in response. And I'd be more likely to Mirror Mate a food token just so I can have 3 more life to attack them more times. Copying Revenge really does nothing for me. Doesn't counter their Revenge. Yeah, I'm a lot more worried about running out of cards without being able to kill them than I am damage. Okay, so for now, I think we want to copy Charm Sleep here. Get rid of a 5/5, right? I'm pretty much going to take this turn off, because I have to deal with the Love Struck in order to be able to attack on the ground. Plus, we can ping out the 1/1, and that doesn't even cost us a turn. I'm going to save Rimrock to pump Wolverine, because that's a really nice attacker. So, just going to chill for this turn, deal with the Love Struck Beast. Hopefully, they'll brick here. I can ping off the 1/1. Then next turn, we can, like, Rimrock Surkara and attack for 5, or Rimrock Wolverine. I can't copy Lovestruck. Mirror Maid only copies enchantments and artifacts. So I copied Charm Sleep to kill the Lovestruck, but I can't make my own Lovestruck. That's not how that works. But no turns off for them as they drew another 5/5. So let's see what we get. Okay, so we have the land. So I could attack with Wolverine and then activate Alliance and then Rimrock Knight to get through Paladin. Let's pretend they take it, though. They attack back with Paladin. Do I just lose? That's pretty bad for me if I take a hit for 5. I mean, I can take 1. I can't take 2, and I'm not going to have much room to attack. The problem here is I can't really get the Wolverine to have +1/+1 and first strike on their turn, because I don't have a draw 2 for their turn, just a draw 1 in Alliance. I could Rimrock Surkara and trade it off. That's not a big deal, because every time I ping with Surkara, I lose a card in my deck. So I don't mind trading Surkara for Paladin, though. So I think I do that. I think I'm going to attack with Wolverine. If they block and don't have anything, it's really good for me. I can trigger the Alliance, and I can, and then I can Rimrock. If they don't block, then I think the plan is just to Rimrock the Surkara and trade it with the Paladin, and then I can play the Rimrock and start attacking. So this is like not great, but I think it's what I have to do basically. Stop drawing stuff constantly. Well, that's actually that's actually a card I would almost have chosen for them to draw because I can ping it with Surkara. So that doesn't really do anything aside from game 3. And we're at 7 cards left in the deck. This is going to be close. They're at 1 food left, so they're at 15, effectively 18. What a game. Same situation as last turn. They didn't have anything last turn. They almost certainly drew Ginger Brute. I'm going to attack with the Wolverine. It's 1 to both of us. I'm not ecstatic about that, but I'm running out of time. 6 cards in the library. And then we'll cast a 3/3 flyer. So I'm losing the Rimrock, so I should definitely use it in response because then it's on an adventure and I can at least cast it. I would rather trade Surkara off than Vantress Paladin, so I think pumping Surkara just makes the most sense. I'm definitely not going to ping them because then I have to exile a card, and it's not worth giving up a turn for 1 damage. So we can still activate Alliance and Pyromancer. So I can still attack with Wolverine and Paladin if I want to. What am I going to have back to block Garenbrig, though? Nothing, because Rimrock can't block it. So I think... What do we want to do? Garenbrig can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. So I kind of need Vantress and Surkara back to block it. So I think for this turn I may not be attacking, which is kind of sad, but I guess I can attack with Wolverine and deal 1 to both of us. But it might not even be worth attacking for 2 damage anymore. So I think this turn we should be taking off and just casting things. Because a 3/1 can attack. If they block, I can finish it off with Pyromancer. I hate missing an attack with Vantress Paladin, but unfortunately I need the 2 3/3s back to block the 5/5. I wish I just had a way to shuffle cards back into my deck. 4/5 flyers, not scary because the 1/1s can block it, but that does give us incentive to make more 1/1s. So let's see. What happens if I attack with like both Wolverines, Vantress, and Rimrock? I go to 4, they go to 18. Let's suppose any blocks they make, I have to just trigger the Alliance, which is fine. I still have 4 cards left. And then I get to trade off, kill their 2 good creatures, deal them a bunch of damage because I have the Pyromancer. Let's say they take it all because they're not dead. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Yeah, I can only deal them a max of 16, and they're effectively going to be at like 21. But I do need to be attacking. So I think now it's going to be right to activate Improbable Alliance and start attacking. Might as well just send all the 3-power attackers, I think. So on the defensive, we have Sirkara to block Paladin, and we're going to have 1/1 flyers to block Reaper. We die if they can remove Sirkara, but that's fine. We have 4 cards left in the deck. We died any removal spell, but I'm totally fine with that. Even if they have nothing, I don't know if we're going to be able to win or not. It's going to be super close. So I don't really care about dying the removal. That doesn't matter to me anymore. I also don't care about killing this Reaper because I can just chump it. I'm going to have 2 1/1 flyers. Killing this Paladin is really important, though, because it's a super duper scary card. Because only Sirkara can block it. And Vantress Paladin, which I can't possibly afford to lose. So let's go ahead and do this. I think if I have an opt, I wouldn't even want to cast it. But I know I have 3 melees. I'm not sure if I cast 2 or 3 this game. But I think it makes more sense to leave a red open. Because if I draw melee, I really want to cast it. If I draw opt, I wouldn't even want to. I don't think this matters either way. And yeah, now we get our 3 damage on the Paladin. Wolverine gets first strike. I'm not sure if this is a good enough turn for us to be able to win this game. Just 3 lands left in the deck. Really needed them to draw a few more lands than this over all these turns. Oh, yuck. They have Fell the Pheasants, too. That's more life, and they remove our flyer. Not looking good. Oh, yeah, I'm not scared of dying to removal. I mean, this is going to be, like I said, very tough for us to close, even if they had nothing. I don't believe we can win. If they didn't have Fell the Pheasants, I think it would have been tough, but possible maybe. I think we're just going to deck now, though. I guess I can ping the cat. If they bring it back, that's better than them gaining 3. They'll drain me for 1, but I still have 3 life. Yeah, I think we're just out of time, though. That Fell the Pheasant sealed it. I'm not saying I would have won if they didn't have it, but that sealed it. That's a big swing. They killed the 3/3 flyer, and they got another food. I don't think we can beat that from there. Good game. In the middle of that game, we didn't know if we were going to win or lose. They drew a lot of business. I mean, I wouldn't main it, but if your deck is super soft to flyers, maybe they felt like they could gum up the ground really well, and their late game was very good, and they just didn't want to lose to flyers. You would definitely rather have Spore Cap Spider, but let's just say you didn't get any Bakes or Reeve Souls, you got 1 of them or something, and you don't have a Spider. Maybe you're really good at gumming up the ground, and you're just really afraid of flyers. My inclination would be not to main it, but it's not awful to do so if you need the removal. Oh, that's cool. Good game, Lai Haru. I mean, that was a great game. Remember, I had the Pyromancer early. I didn't think I was going to lose that game. The opponent really played that game tight. And, yeah, they drew a lot of business in the middle of the game, but, I mean, it was a good game. I wasn't far from beating them. So we're opting. We're going to take a land, or we're going to take an Improbable Alliance. That's just about it. We have Pyromancer for turn 3. I would definitely take Improbable Alliance. That's too good to bottom. But if it's not there, I'll also just take a land. I know we don't expect the 2/1 to be able to block the 3/2 anyway, so for this turn, we're just going to attack. They'll most likely take it, because if we opted, we would eat their creature, and then play our Pyromancer. Hopefully, they do not have Outmuscle, but I feel like waiting, we need to top deck a land in order to have Pyromancer end opt, and then they're still most likely going to be able to Outmuscle it at some point. So I'd rather just make them have land 4 and out muscle in hand already. There's almost nothing else. There's red cap melee at uncommon. Scorching Dragonfire only does 3. Searing Barrage costs 5. So it's basically either the uncommon red cap melee or land plus out muscle. And if they don't have it and we get to untap, then we get to start blowing things up and life is good. Okay, so they did have it. So I think now we want to try and find land and Improbable Alliance. We do have Surkara, so we really want to make a land drop this turn. So let's start by opting and looking for a land, not a 4-drop. Okay, there's our land. Now we can play, what? We can play Wishful Merfolk, which stops the Raiders. We don't have 2 blue, unfortunately, so we can't do that in Witching Well, but it's well worth it because now the Merfolk stabilizes us on board for the moment. All right, and this is a really good turn for us. They gave it +2/+2 so that it could attack past the Merfolk, but as I talked about, the Rimrock Knight works on defense, even though it itself can't block. We can pump our Merfolk, clear the board. This is a huge tempo swing and just a really good turn for us. On tap, drop Surkara, and back to you, opponent. So they pick back up red cap melee so they can use it to kill Surkara. Working through all our power cards. It looks like we probably want to start with the Golden Egg, see if we find something like Improbable Alliance. Actually, maybe we should save the egg for after Witching Well as a way to trigger Alliance. So maybe we should start with Witching Well. I was thinking like, well, we're not going to want to sack it and draw 2 right now, but if we see the Alliance in those 2 cards, we top it, and then we can always play the egg. If we don't see them, now we can play the egg in the Rimrock Knight. So, like, had there been an Alliance on top, I wouldn't play the egg this turn. 1 card off, of course. But I'd rather put out a 3/1, I think, than the Alliance right now. Because this turn, if they play Tree Folk to stop our little creatures, we already know we have a perfect turn lined up. We spend all 5 mana, we Charm Sleep their drop, and then play Alliance. Well, if they play 2 1/2 double strikers, that's a bit of a curveball. So Wolverine works pretty well. First Strike is basically the same as Double Strike when they interact with each other, and we're way ahead in life. So I feel like we can still just play Improbable Alliance here and attack with Wolverine. Because it's going to gain a toughness, if they want to kill our Wolverine, they're going to have to double block. And then we'll trade with one of their red caps, which is fine. Not great, not horrible. And then we'll start making 1/1 flyers. This is not like, I'm not doing this because this is an exciting trade. I'm doing this because I want to cast Opt anyway and trigger Alliance anyway. We'll take another Opt. It's another way to trigger Alliance next turn. And remember, we can't trigger Wolverine on their turn with Opt. We have to do it now. And back to you. Thanks for subscribing, Liharu. Appreciate it. After you beat me down, even though I have my busted deck and I'm going for Mythic, I appreciate the subscription. Well, if they don't block, it's okay. I'm just opting and then dealing them 3. But the point is, Wolverine's not going to really work on defense because I have to draw 2 to trigger it then. Might as well gain 3 life. We don't need the mana fixing. Now let's see what our choices are. We can opt to make a 1/1 flyer, and we can Charm Sleep the Tree Folk. I can't really imagine we're going to do more than that right now. So let's go ahead and start with opt. Well, I lied. We are going to do more than that. Now we can get rid of the red creature and the Tree Folk, which lets us get in a nice hit for 3 with that Rimrock Knight. I forgot that we have 1 mana great efficient removal in our deck. Well, they weren't really scared there because there's no blowout. Like, even if I had like another Rimrock Knight, their creatures have double strike, which is effectively first strike when it's interacting with another first striker. So like I would still lose my Wolverine no matter what. And the worst case for them was basically like I just kill one or like both of their creatures. I don't think they want to take too many more hits when there's an Improbable Alliance out, which is why I think their block was good. They're going to have to kill me before they lose to the Swarm of Flyers, so they can't really keep taking hits from that Wolverine. Like, every hit for 3 is them dying substantially earlier. Okay, so for now, Rimrock can't block, but it can trade with one of their creatures, which it will. So we'll attack, trade that off, and deal them 2. And then I guess we might as well make them the Flyers end of their turn. Since Witching Well draws 2 and not 1, we can trigger these Improbable Alliances at the end of the opponent's turn. I don't know if there's any sorcery speed sweepers for red-green. I don't really think there is. But, I mean, there's not really much reason to draw the 2 on our turn to make them when we could just do it at the end of their turn. I think this format is pretty good. I think the arena format revolving around Secret Keeper was nowhere near as good as the format in person. So, like, when you ask me to rate the format, you kind of have to be more specific because there's basically 2 different Throne of Eldraine formats. It looks like the bot update was pretty good. We haven't played against Mill much at all, and we haven't seen an excessive amount of Secret Keepers. So I feel like the in-person Throne of Eldraine limited format, 1 to 10, is like a 7 or an 8. It's not an all-time great, but it's a good format. The Arena Secret Keeper format is more like a 6. Like, it's enjoyable to me because I like Mill Wars. Also, I like seeing Voxy get tilted. But I personally would have said, like, the online Arena Mill Wars were like a 6, whereas, like, the IRL format is more like an 8. Obviously, with the bot updates, it's really hard to evaluate. Okay, well, they either have something to live or they don't, but if they do, we're at 17, so we're not exactly afraid. We'll just trigger our Improbable Alliances, which we might as well do for 1 mana instead of 6. So let's start by rummaging. Can't imagine they can win this. Well, I think best of 3 is just, like, better than best of 1, except if you need the time convenience. Did I have fun in that match? Oh, yes. Even though I clicked no. Double Improbable Alliance, always a good time. I don't know. But, yeah, no, so I think, you know, best of 1 and best of 3 are the same thing. Like, Magic is the same game. So I think, again, both should definitely exist. Because a lot of times, like, you have 10 to 15 minutes for a game, but not 40 minutes, let's say, to a best of 3. So I like both existing. Now, if I have enough time for a best of 3, I would always choose, like, a best of 3 in theory. I think, personally, if best of 3 Magic on the all games scale is a 10, because Magic is just the greatest game of all time, it's not close, then best of 1 Magic is a 9. Like, best of 1 Magic to me is still Magic. It's the same. It's not a big deal. You just give up a little bit of playing around what you saw in the first game, and you give up a little bit of sideboard strategy. And those are both, like, deep, interesting things. So I think best of 3, aside from the time gains, the efficiency gains, is strictly better than best of 1. But I think they're both great. And so I like that best of 1 exists for when you have 15 minutes, and that best of 3 exists for when you have an hour. I'm not going to opt because we have the turn 2 Alliance and the lands to cast it already. So let's go ahead and start with Alliance. Then we'll use our ops to trigger it. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I'm very glad. I hear you, Sigismundo. I'm very glad that they invented best of 1. I think that both best of 1 and best of 3 should just exist for all the current formats. Don't ask me why I played the Wolverine first. As though, like, the +1/+1 till end of turn is going to change anything. But other than that, this turn was cracked. I'm not that scared of Sir Farron. Like, it could be a threatening card, but I can always trade Wolverine for it. I'm not going to miss a turn right now, triggering Improbable Alliance, and Scorching Dragonfire could do more at instant speed on a turn where I leave Thrill up. For now, I'm going to put Wolverine in front of Sir Farron if they attack. If they have a pump, who cares? And I don't really care about the 3 damage from Ginger Brute. That's pretty irrelevant at the moment. Thank you, Grep Logic, for subscribing. Very much appreciated. Okay, so now it's a little more interesting. We could take a turn off and play Improbable Alliance so that we get 2 things per. Unfortunately, we don't have a land. A land would be great. I know I bottomed a mountain. That was because I had Charm Sleep, and we were looking for a double blue for that. I wish I could draw a mountain now, though. Yes, you should draft... Cauldron of Eternity, the black one. Yeah, that thing's great. I think that card is very underrated just because it doesn't win the game every time. It wins the game sometimes. Okay. So what do we want to do? If we opt now, we get a second 1/1. We then threaten to double block Sir Farron, and that's actually really good for us. If they use a trick, we can blow them out with Dragonfire in response. So I think this turn, even though I really want to get second Improbable Alliance in play, I don't think I can do it. Now I have Scorching Dragonfire and Thrill up. If they attack with both, I double block Sir Farron. If they go for like a pump spell, I Scorch in response for the huge blowout. If they go for like Tree Folk on Sir Farron, again, I get the huge blowout with Dragonfire. So all in all, I think this is almost certainly the right play here. They have to have like 2 pump spells or outflank and a pump spell for 3 mana. Cool. They're passing, works for me. Y'all already know my thoughts on Edgewall Innkeeper. I'll never let that live. That's what I like to see. Improbable Alliance. We can Thrill end of their turn because it draws 2, so we don't have to do it main phase. Although if they attack, I'll probably Thrill to make them pay the 1. Tying up one of their mana could be valuable. I mean, they only have 5. They have a bunch of spells in hand, right? So, well, if they want to pay the 1 pre-combat for no reason, then, of course, okay, I won't Thrill main phase. I think it's a pretty easy discard on Mirror Maid. We should find a blue sooner or later. And we don't need 3rd Improbable Alliance. So for now, let's trigger those Improbables again. I'm not going to Charm Sleep Ginger Brute. Even though it's unblockable for a mana, we're still at 11 life. And we're going to be at 14 at the end of the next turn because we have Golden Egg to sack. So I'm not really scared of the 1/1 unblockable at the moment. I don't know if we'll ever get to make triple alliance this draft or not, but not this game in this position. I wasn't going to discard Charm Sleep, which could stop some big flyer or trampler or broken rare over the Mirror Maid when I already have second alliance. If they attack and they don't pay the 1, I'll definitely block. I know their creature has Indestructible, but as turns go by, I'm making 2 1/1s every turn, and they're taking 2. So if I'm taking 0, that Time Walk favors me. They did go ahead and pay the 1, so now I don't have the option to block. So that's a pretty nice draw. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to Charm Sleep the Brute now that it's a 2/2 thanks to Outmuscle. But now that I can rummage for 1 mana, we can start there, trigger our alliances, and then make our decision. Go ahead and discard a red, I think, since we just have more of that than blue in play. I guess we still really just don't need to do that. We still have a lot of life, and we can just cast Merchant this turn. Sir Rattleballs, you just said that perfectly. I love that. For anybody who missed it, they're talking about Alliance, and Sir Rattleballs goes, it's like Bitter Blossom, but instead of losing life, you draw cards. Well said, A+. So I'm pretty glad we held on to Charm Sleep. There's the creature we're going to Charm Sleep. Garenbrig Paladin is one of the scariest cards for our entire deck because we make a lot of creatures that have 2 or less power and have very few big ones. Plus, we have double red cap melee, but our deck really isn't good at dealing with a 5/5. So, and I don't want to miss getting this Rimrock in play or dealing damage at this point. So I think I'll just pump and play it, attack with everything, and back to you, opponent. This should be a concession. I mean, maybe there's some way they can live. I don't know, but because if they play even the Giant Sweeper, obviously they wouldn't concede if they had that Mythic Rare. But I'll just on tap activate Improbable Alliance. I mean, it's all good. I don't know if it's possible to deal 10 here. I mean, it would certainly be very difficult. 6 mana. I mean, I don't know. Do they need +8/+8? Like Goose, make a food, double Insatiable Appetite. That works with 3 cards. So they're effectively at 9. They block a 3/1. They still take lethal, yeah. So they couldn't attack with the Brute. Okay, well, that makes it easy. Let's go ahead and activate. Why am I activating Alliance when I have Merchant of the Veil in play? Let's go ahead and activate Merchant of the Veil. Oops, what am I doing? So I don't want to discard this. So I actually do need to activate Alliance. First, let's activate Alliance. Discard the island, and then trigger our stuff. Then, yeah, let's start by meleeing the Witchstalker. They can't even save it if they have a pump spell, I don't think, because then they would just die. They have to gain 3 life. So they, in order to not die this turn, they have to sack a food token or Ginger Brute. So they can't, even if they were holding a pump spell, they literally can't pump their Witchstalker, or I just attack with everything and they die. Now that the 4/4 is out of the way, we can attack with everything. And they have to gain 3 and go to 9. And then they would still take 9 even if they let the Ginger Brute and the Rimrock trade. So it's block, gain 3, go to 9, and then die. Cool. So yeah, they were just dead basically no matter what. Oh yeah, this deck is incredible. That one game we lost was truly incredible against that Ravens and the Feasting Troll King. And I mean, it took a lot more than just Ravens to beat us that game. And that was a sick deck and a sick game. Oru had definitely one of those great games of Magic. Awesome to hear, Silex. Yeah, I think Cauldron of Eternity is deeply underrated. Like, it's not S tier or anything, but it's still quite a good card. Yeah, I think we're 1 win away from Mythic. I think if we win this game, I think we hit Mythic. Thank you, BK Hood. Appreciate that subscription. My least favorite draft format of all time, Avacyn Restored. Avacyn Restored was the closest I've been in my entire life to quitting Magic. It was so unfun. Like, I basically didn't play Magic for a couple of months after it, like, because I just wouldn't play, like, with the set at all. And then, like, I had to basically be talked into playing again because I was, like, I was so tilted by, like, I thought that was the design of Magic moving forward. that they would print all these things in it. Like, Miracle is like the worst possible mechanic, like in every way. Soul Bond is just an awful mechanic that like makes things dominate the board, or the cards are underpowered and then your opponent just wins. I mean, basically, I can't really imagine a worse set than Avacyn Restored for limited. And obviously, I don't care about constructed, so. Okay. So what do we want to do here? Probably Witching Well first, because if we see an alliance, then we don't play the Golden Egg. If we don't see an alliance, then we do play the Golden Egg. Hour of Devastation was very good. I like that set. Think I'm just going to bottom both of these. We're really just looking for an alliance or Pyromancer. We want to draw one more land, but I'm kind of greedy. I mean, Golden Egg's going to draw a card, and then we get our draw step, and then we get another draw step. So it's pretty likely we'll find land 5 on time for Surkara. I'm more interested in shipping basically non-improbable alliance, non-ironclad Pyromancer to the bottom, so we can try and dig up one of those 3 as soon as possible. Wait, where's my red cap melee? I want that back. I mean, I wasn't expecting Ironclad Pyromancer. Hopefully they don't have too many ways to activate it. So this turn, we did draw Alliance. So we want to put Alliance out. That leaves us 2 other mana. So I think what we should do is attack with the Merfolk, because if they block, I'll just Rimrock Knight, and that's great. If they don't block, then we just play Alliance and pass the turn, right? So I think we actually want to attack with the Merfolk here. I doubt they'll block, but maybe if they just don't have ways to use Pyromancer now. But either way, it's 3 damage. It's not blocking anything. Guide Mother flies, and Pyromancer has no power. And then we still get our Improbable Alliance out. Yeah, I mean, there are Golden Eggs to trigger it, as well as Merchant of the Veil to trigger it. And Merchant of the Veil can trigger it, you know, every turn. Hopefully we'll find a way to kill it. I just bottomed a melee, which is kind of greedy, but I was looking for Alliance or Pyromancer, so I'm digging to a 3-outer. We have 2 more melees. We have 3 red cap melees in this deck. That was also part of why I felt like I could bottom it, given my deck is almost all like ops and card drawing. Of course, I also was just expecting any normal 3-drop, not Pyromancer. Okay, so kind of the same situation as last turn, except if they have like Merchant of the Veil in hand and I attack, then they can blow us out. Because if they block, we spent our mana, we Rimrock, they killed in response. So that's not really acceptable. I think I just want to sack Witching Well now. It's the most expensive way I have to draw cards. I'll trigger the 1/1 flyer on their turn, and then I can block Guide Mother. I don't really want to play Surkara here and have them like kill it for free, basically, if they have like the rummage half of Merchant of the Veil. Whereas now they didn't use their mana. We can sack Witching Well, try and dig up red cap melee, or just more Pyromancers, lands, and improbable alliances. Plus, we get our 1/1 fairy to throw in front of that fairy Guide Mother. I assume it will leave us a red since our whole hand is red. Even though we can't cast anything but Rimrock Knight. I don't know if it knows about adventures or not. Hey, what's up, Deathsea? Oh yeah, Merchant only draws 1. You're right. So the Merchant wouldn't have worked on my turn. But Thrill of Possibility would have still worked the same as I said anyway. So you are correct, and good job pointing that out, of course. Merchant draws 1, so it only triggers Pyromancer on your turn. But they could have had Thrill of Possibility or something, all the same. So they control it, but it loses its abilities, so they can't sack it. So I'll get control of it back if I draw melee and kill Dragon. So do I want to sack it for a mana in response just to get rid of it, or just let them have control of it? What can they do to sack it for profit? Thank you, Batsmack. Appreciate that subscription. Welcome to the 3-month club. Continued support. Very much appreciated. So yeah, we're making a minor decision here of whether to sack it or not. If they gain control of it, they can't sack it because it loses all abilities, but they could have a card in their hand or deck that lets you sack something for profit. I don't think there's much in white-red, so I'm going to let them get control of it. Okay, and immediately we drew Scorching Dragonfire to get rid of the dragon, so that's cool. I'd kind of rather have Sprite up, though, I think, than attack with Wishful Merfolk. So I think I'll just Scorching Dragonfire away the dragon, grab my Golden Egg back, and ship to them. Now we have Sprite up if they do something counterable. If not, we can Thrill end a turn, discard something like this Rimrock that we don't care about, trigger our Improbable Alliance, and look for our Red Cap Melee, or for our second Improbable Alliance, Mirror Maid, Ironclad, Pyromancer. We have a lot of business in this deck. Okay, so they didn't do anything, so like I said, Thrill end a turn, dig deeper. Now I'm not going to opt, because as Deathsea correctly pointed out, it wouldn't trigger it. Obviously, you can't trigger it twice in one turn anyway, but now we can opt main phase, get another 1/1 fairy, and see what we find. That's a topper if ever I've seen one. Think I still want to just sit on Sprite for now, though. So I'll just hit them for 1 in the air. No reason to let ourselves get blown out. I'm not going to play Pyromancer, leaving 2 open, when I can just leave 3 open for Sprite for now, sack the egg in a turn, and then maybe sooner or later we'll find one of those 2 melees, or I'll just draw more ops and stuff to trigger Pyromancer immediately when I want to. So that's not a particularly good card. I do have a lot to do, so it's tempting to Sprite that, but it's also a 1 toughness creature against my fairy army, so I think Spriting that is just not doable. It's just too meaningless on this board. I can also get the Pyromancer out next turn and keep Sprite up, which is pretty nice, because that gives me a lot better ability to protect it. There's some things they can use to kill it, like Searing Barrage, but we can stop most of the things that would take care of it. So we might as well gain 3 life. We don't need the mana fixing. We've got the mana to spend right now. So, yeah, I'm not super keen on playing these 3 toughness creatures before I find melee, but they are red-white, not red-blue. They probably don't have that many ways to activate Pyromancer, so I probably should start soon. I guess for right now, though, I can always just hit them with the flyers and play a 4 toughness creature. I still have Sprite available. The Merfolk can trade with the Shepherd. The Merfolk's clearly not doing anything. And I have Improbable Alliance out, so I can activate this Pyromancer every turn if it lives. Well, I'm not going to let them kill Pyromancer, so that's worth Hypnotic Spriting. That's definitely... Hypnotic Sprite doesn't counter, like, most mythic rares or bombs, so you're not going to be nearly as diligent with a card that says counter target spell, convert mana cost 3 or less, as you would with, like, a hard counter spell. But, so I didn't want to counter the 3/1 because that just felt like too meaningless of a card. But countering a removal spell on Pyromancer, I think, was pretty much a no-brainer. Okay, so what do we want to do now? I think we just want to cast flyers. Like, Hypnotic Sprite is double blue, so we can't do that and Paladin as a 3/3. But we can opt, trigger the Improbable Alliance, see if we find our melee or not. All right, I'll take another opt. And then we can just cast a 3/3 Vantress Paladin this turn. If they have a way to kill it, so be it. We're getting further and further ahead on board. I guess, actually, it was probably better to just use all our mana and play Sarkara, though, right? It's more mana efficient. No, because we need a lot of blue mana for a turn where we're going to cast Sprite. So we want to use 3 blue and just get the Paladin in play. This way we can play like Sprite and Sarkara in 1 turn, or Charm Sleep and Sarkara in 1 turn. But we can't play Vantress Paladin and Charm Sleep in 1 turn, and we can't play Vantress Paladin and Hypnotic Sprite in 1 turn. So we wanted to get the 3 blue card in play, because now we have the ability to double spell. And there's the Thrill of Possibility, not surprised to see that at all. Don't know if they're going to have another one or not, but if they're playing Iron Crag Pyromancer, they're probably playing some ways to activate it. For now, though, I think we've waited about as long as we could on melee. We're beating them with these flyers anyway. So I'm just going to go ahead and put out my stuff. I'm not going to play this island because I might end up discarding it to Improbable Alliance. I missed making one fairy this turn, but that's not a big deal. I didn't opt because I'd have to play the island to do it, and I might want to discard the island to Improbable Alliance. I already have more lands than I really need in play, so I didn't want to keep putting more lands in play. Basically, we're supposed to stop at 6, but we went up to 7 because it let us double spell 2 turns in a row. But now I want to not put more lands in play. Cool, there's the melee finally. Take out that Pyromancer, it's a scary card. As well as Charm Sleeping, a double striker, another scary card. And we can just beat them with our Swarm of Flyers. So that should hit us Mythic, I think. Rank up, that's what I like to see. Always fun when you make Mythic. Looks like we're number 80. Don't know how many Mythics there are. Thank you, thank you. Pretty fun. Okay, so this hand I'm going to keep. We have 2 cheap removal to stay alive while we find blue, and we're on the draw. Yeah, at least 632, because that's our opponent's current ranking. So that's a pretty good draw. Even though it's not an island, it lets us discard one of these melees and dig for 2 more cards. So we'll see 3 cards by next turn to find an island. I'm not going to Dragonfire the Swordmaster yet. I don't really care if they gain a couple of points of life. I'm not an aggro deck. I'm much more interested in smoothing my draws as early as possible. 2 more mountains. That's totally reasonable. So I'm going to take the 1 more hit, and then end of their turn I'll Dragonfire, either the Swordmaster or what they play. But there's definitely better 4-drops that are Dragonfireable. So I think it's worth waiting till end of turn. Again, I'm not an aggro deck. I don't really care about the life gain. All right, 1 turn later than I would have liked, but no complaints. I don't know if we actually want a top island or not. Next turn, I have Merchant of the Vale, rummage away one of these mountains. Guess I probably won't. No, I need to find Improbable Alliance and stuff like that. The cards my deck revolves around. Merchant of the Vale is going to dig, so we're going to top that. But islands, we'll have to assume will come naturally. I mean, there's another 6 of them in there. And I really need to get an Improbable Alliance, which I have 2 of, or an Ironclad Pyromancer as soon as possible. Okay, well, if we can kill the tree folk, then I'm willing to sack a land and red cap melee. I wouldn't red cap melee a Swordmaster. That's not a scary card, but we get rid of a 6/5/2, and they're only 1 land away from casting it. So that's kind of a no-brainer. I think I just want to sack Witching Well now. It's puts the extra 2 cards in my hand, which should give me more blue mana to spend later. And I can always use the Merchant's Rummage effect when I have stuff that I'm happier to discard. So now that's what we were talking about. Now we cast our Improbable Alliance. Then we can rummage away an extra mountain, trigger the Alliance, and look for an island, or just more good business. The question is, do we play mountain? I think we do. 4 mountains and 2 islands is fine. I wouldn't play another mountain, I don't think, unless I have nothing better to do. But I think it's fine to play that 1 mountain. Thank you, Redoubtist. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you, my dog's name's Pig. Even though you didn't just subscribe, you're a subscriber, and I love you too. Okay, so what do we want to do? If we play Sirkara, it's going to get blown up by Scalding Cauldron. So there's nothing wrong with that trade-off, but there's not much reason to do it. We could play Merchant and get this island, discard something to Merchant, and then trigger the Improbable Alliance. The only problem is I don't want to discard Charm Sleep. That kills bomb rares. I don't want to discard Sirkara, and I don't want to discard Opt. Opting is better than Merchanting. So I guess that means we just start with Opt then. Just going to opt into Ops forever, but I guess that's not a problem, really. Not when they're making fairies every time we do it. And then we can just hit them and play... Well, I think I will actually let them kill Sirkara rather than Merchant of the Veil. It's not like they have the 3 on tapped, and time walking them is pretty valuable, and I don't want to strand the 2 mana. So just slamming Sirkara wouldn't have made sense, but I think it's worth actually tapping out there and making them sack it and spend the mana on their turn. Similar to last turn, this is just a more efficient way than using that. And I think I'm just going to dump my hand. I don't really care if they kill some things, but if they play small things, I can kill those with Ironclad Pyromancer and attack through them. If they play a big thing, then I can Charm Sleep it. So I'm going to try and swarm them now. Black-green doesn't even have sweepers, does it? Like, they just did nothing? That was not expected. But I guess we'll start by attacking. And they're just doing nothing. This is kind of strange. There's Witch's Vengeance. Fairies, they can kill all my fairies. Dwarf, Knight, Human, Peasant. Those don't even share. It doesn't even kill 4 toughness creatures anyway. Yeah, Witch's Vengeance is the only thing they could have. I agree. Guess I'll just keep making fairies and nugging them. It feels weird when your opponent's doing nothing and you're winning by this much, but, I mean, the only sweeper... I mean, I don't care if they kill an extra fairy that I made for free off an Opt. They can't kill Pyromancer with it, so there's not really much reason for me not to add to the board. I don't really know what's going on. It's kind of weird for them to have 4 cards and doing nothing. I mean, their hand could be like a pump spell and a couple of lands, something like that. Yeah, maybe they're just super flooded, right? We've seen it happen to me enough times. Happens to the opponents too. All right. Great Knight, 6-1. So 3-3, 7-1, and we're 6-1 in play. And we're at the 65th ranked Mythic. Let's see if we can keep advancing. Yeah, Flood plus Pumps. Those are the most likely things you can put in your opponent's hand in a spot like that. They could easily be holding a Pump spell, and they could also be holding lands. There's not a ton else. They could definitely be holding 1 Oko that they're light splashing. If they're holding 4, then congratulations. Massacre Girl is a super sweet card. That card's emerged as one of the best build-arounds in Standard right now, I think. Yeah, that Massacre Girl is a really well-designed card. I mean, there are a lot of good designs in Throne of Eldraine. Like, I don't feel like the design of the set is bad. I feel like they just made Goose a little bit too good. Once Upon a Time, a little bit too good. And Oko, way too good. But, I mean, there's a lot of sweet cards in the set, and I love Adventure as a mechanic. All right, so let's start with the Witching Well, because we know what we're looking for. We're looking for lands, and we're looking for improbable alliances. Can't top a red cap melee right now. I have plenty of removal, but I have to top land 3 for Pyromancer. I mean, I haven't seen the new Theros set yet. Is it out? So I'm not dying to Dragonfire 3-1, but Dragonfire only does 3 anyway. It's not like it can kill big creatures. So I think I'll just go ahead and hit that while they're tapped. I don't look at the previews a ton, so I really haven't seen much yet. Okay, there's going to be almost no ways for what mono white or heavy white to kill this Pyromancer. There's Glass Casket, which is 1 uncommon. Trapped in a Tower doesn't work, so we're definitely going to run it. There's no shot I would block. You've seen me block a lot in spots like this, but not with a creature that if I untap with, I pretty much win the game. And of course, white has several ways to kill it if I block. They have Outflank to deal at 1. They have Silver Flame Squire to give +2/+2 to their creature. So I think you play it because the odds they have a Glass Casket in hand are pretty low. But blocking where it dies to 2 or 3 commons would be horrible. And now we're just going to fire on all cylinders. This game is literally over. Turn 4 of Limited, ladies and gentlemen. I don't even know which of these cards to discard. They're all so great. I guess Mirror Maid, Copying Improbable Alliance is good. Just discard Opt. I don't know. 3 damage to your creature. Make a 1/1 flyer. You can Silver Flame Squire it all you want. Couldn't care less. And go. Thank you, Azor Damas. Appreciate that subscription. Well, True Love's Kiss for Alliance. I wish I'd gotten rid of this Mirror Maid now, I guess, but I can always copy Golden Egg or Witching Well. Still not going to block because of Outflank. I'm at 17. I'll take the 3. I already have Golden Egg to trigger here and kill their Knight for free. Yeah, main deck Kiss is totally legit. It usually doesn't make my deck just because you get so many playables with the bots. But I think that True Love's Kiss is a fine, like, 22nd type card, 21st type card. Like, it's not a great card, but it's a card that should probably make your main more often than not, except it just doesn't actually happen in this format because you just get a million playables all the time. So, what do we want to do? We have a lot of reasonable options. We could Mirror Maid, like, our Golden Egg, then we'll draw a card and trigger the Pyromancer. We could Mirror Maid our Witching Well, which will let us dig more. We could attack for 1 and just play the Merchant. We're not really in a rush and we're not really under any pressure. I think I like that. I feel like there's virtually no need to kill a 2/1. If they find a way to kill this Pyromancer, so be it. I miss out on this grand opportunity of killing their 2/1. Meanwhile, now I have the Merchant to trigger the Pyromancer with if I want it. I want to discard this Merfolk. When I'm stuck on 4 lands, and I'm not under pressure, there's no way I'm ever spending 2 mana to attack with this, and it's not blocking. So I can discard this to Thrill or to Merchant. So now it's like, if I block with the Pyromancer, Outflank doesn't work. If they have Squire, I can just melee in response, and then they lose both. So that seems fine. Can't blame them for trying, right? Okay, so I think now we want lands in play. What we can do is activate this Merchant, because we already have a card we want to discard. Wishful Merfolk. And now we can use Thrill on their turn and trigger Pyromancer again. Pretty sure that they basically can't win. I mean, maybe the Giant Sweeper. Well, the Wishful Merfolk was an easy discard. Now we don't really have anything we want to discard, but I'll probably just discard Mirror Maid. We only have 1 Improbable Alliance left, and we don't really need to copy either of these. Like, there's nothing wrong with doing that, but we know we already have an Opt to trigger Pyromancer again. We have Witching Well to trigger Pyromancer again. We have Merchant of the Veil to trigger Pyromancer again. I mean, our whole deck is basically an engine. So all I really want to do now is not add creatures to the board, because I think the only way they can conceivably win involves the Giant Sweeper. So if they take this hit for 3 down to exactly 9, what I'm going to do here is opt and deal them 3 more damage down to 6. And then I'll be able to sack Witching Well on their turn for 3 more damage from Pyromancer, putting them down to 3. We certainly don't need the land. 3 to you. And now, because Witching Well is draw 2, we can activate that on their turn, good for 3 more damage. So I think that outflank is basically how they stop this 3/1 flyer if we Rimrock it. We have Sprite, so I'm definitely going to go for it. But we might as well just Rimrock pre-combat so they can't outflank in response. They could have Tactician, but again, we have Sprite. And I think it's a lot less likely they have double Tactician than it is they have double outflank. Maybe they have 1 Tactician and 1 outflank, but again, it's not really a big concern. If they end up killing this 1/1 and they blow their hand, we'll just cast more things. And we already have Merchant of the Veil to kill them as well. So just attack. If they go for outflank, we trigger our Merchant, draw a second card for the turn, and they take 3 and die. Good game. All right, 45th ranked Mythic. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. So that was pretty fun. It was nice to run hot tonight and draft some great decks. All 3 of these decks were pretty good. Like the first one, I mean, it wasn't as good as the second 2, but I also did run a little bad to 3/3. It would be a shame if white couldn't kill a creature. Every color should just have everything, right? That's modern Magic.